and final touches on our race course. And if we have any of the audio visual team, Andrew Bryan's trying to help us out here. Just need some help up here at the stage, the finish line stage. Trying to get some power cords set up so you can hear me, hear my voice. We're trying to get stuff set up, not have power cords or extension cords. So we'll get that taken care of momentarily. But again, you see the live stream. I'm going to go old school like I'm setting it. Ruts and guts out in Broken Arrow, and I got spotters all over the course. The modern amenities being blessed with Tulsa Tough. It's great to have the live stream. It's an awesome thing to be able to provide you pictures all over this race course. Gentlemen, welcome. Got a lot of pent-up energy, ready to release it on Crybaby Hill here. Our Masters B group. Some of the final pre-flight instructions. We'll let you know again, just the lap counter will be 10 to go. So right now they're going to have the clock counting up for the laps countdown. 3 laps in with 6 to go. So if you have a mechanical or crash, get back over here to the State Cycling Wheels tent. They'll feather you back in on that lead lap. If it's under 6, you can still come back in, but you will be in on the race course wherever it is. You could be a lap down, whatever else. Let you go through there. Again, the medical tent, I think it's back there as well. I'll get that information later on. I think it's also a little further down there. All right, there you go. It's after the turn. You come down off of Galveston. And again, we are about to send you out. You're the guinea pigs, opening wave of the day here. Day number 3 of the 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, McElroy River Parks Criterium. You're going to wait on the whistle. And again, the podium. If you're on the podium, hang out, stay close. The podium's right here across from us at the stage. We like to recognize our podiums in that 15 or so minutes of the following race. So again, wait on the whistle. When you hear the whistle, we're under 30 seconds. On the whistle, gentlemen, we'll send you on your way down Riverside Drive to the chaos. It hasn't started to build yet. It's getting a little crazy. Up, that is Crybaby Hill, and with the whistle, we are underway. Masters B, 52 on the registration list as we send them out. Opening lap, opening few meters of our Masters B. Again, unfortunately, they were part of the casualties yesterday, canceled with the lightning and all of the weather-related delays early in the morning. So these guys have got some frustration they want to take out on this race course. But here's the thing. This race course on day number 3, it'll take that frustration and put it right back to the racers as they hit that right-hand turn in front of the Pabst Blue Ribbon banners, and they make their way up Crybaby Hill for the first time here. Masters B, it's the opening race here on day number 3, 2026 edition, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So this is a 30-minute race, and we have 2 preems. We'll have 2 $100 cash preems. One courtesy of Bicycles Tulsa, one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Alrighty, the Jumbotron up and running. Quick Trip, thank you to Quick Trip, our live feed sponsors. We look, navigate, make their way down on that right-hand turn onto Galveston. So yesterday, we were starting to see sub 2 minute laps. This is a little different with the climbing. So opening lap, Todd Swain, Cura Race for the Cure. He'll lead the group through. Opening lap around 2:17. Again, some of this is a feeling out process, kind of getting it understood, like, okay, you know, let's navigate it. Are there any slick spots that maybe are still out there on the course? I'll try to navigate that. Got to get it figured out. A feeling out process, of course. But also some of this is going to be the identifying who's got the legs lap after lap and the lungs lap after lap as they make their way up. So, Vincent Anthony Jewelers was always an unofficial sponsor. They were the butt sponsor, I think, on a lot of race teams. Pardon my French, Mom, I know you're watching the live. They were the derriere sponsor. Lonnie has retired. It's still there. Still go over there. Still visit them down there, 101st and Sheridan. But make sure you won't be able to see Lonnie's smiling face. He's riding his bike. He's got grandkids. When he's that old, he may have great grandkids. But that being said, no, just grandkids. That being said, it's good to see Lonnie out here. He even brought Parky along. I'm not sure why, and he's got this other crew of guys, these misfits that go and ride bikes. Again, Tulsa Tough, the intent of the Saint Francis health system back in 2004 was to get people motivated, moving, all that. Again, a healthy community, trying to help that out. So again, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, the health system, been here forever, and it convinced people like Lonnie, Parky, myself, get on bikes. Maybe go race them every once in a while. Some people ride them. I ride them. I try to race. But I mean, I do know there's no clydesdales and cross, but you know. Yes, swimming. I did my triathlon yesterday, boys. Don't worry about it. I swam to the course, I ran from the car, and I biked to the beer fridge. So, here we are, lap number 2. Again, great to see all of the fans coming on down, official and unofficial stalwarts that have always been out here. Here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group. I believe that may be the Cadillac that rolls on through as we finish up lap number 3 here. So as we roll them on through, now moving to the first time, we're going to have 757. That will be both Euro, Natural State Racing out of Arkansas. First time we've called his name. He's moved the front, 2 laps done and dusted. On to lap number 3 here. We do have 2 preems. We got 2 preems, so let's might as well fling the cash out here. $100 cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, coming on up next time through. Alrighty, again, this is the McElroy River Parks Criterium. So they, the lead sponsor here on day number 3. Again, people think it's Pabst Blue Ribbon is the main sponsor. They think that it's hedonism at Crybaby Hill. That's not the official sponsor. The official sponsor is McElroy here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. The party, and I can't remember, Lucas Mackey yesterday racing, he had his team was the pro after party. Well, it's a pro during party is what's going on all day long up on the hill as we are again here on to lap number 3. Next time through, we're going to ring the bell. We'll do a $100 preem lap, a $100 preem lap coming up. Alrighty, we bring all the celebrities out of the crowd to come ring the bell. Mandy's going to be helping with the volunteering with the podium. She's also going to be ringing our preem bell here, the opening preem of our men's Masters B. So as they get ready to come through, we're going to show 10 to go. We're going to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Gentlemen, a preem lap, $100 cash, $100 cash. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, our first of our 2 preems here in our Masters B. And on cue, we'd start to see Todd Swain moving way to the front. Again, Cura Race for the Cure, but he knows a thing or two about Bicycles of Tulsa as one of the owners of that establishment. as he's going to move towards the front as they get ready to make their right-hand turn off of Riverside, heading up to Crybaby Hill. Again, the crowds maybe have not started to build, but we'll try to see the camera. Once they get it set up at the Cyrus Avery Plaza up there, here we go. They get that camera set up, starting to see some of the crowds form. We'll see how deep they are. It's early on. Later in the day, you'll be 10 to 15 deep. All right, so it's early. The partiers are still trying to recover from last night. There's a couple brave souls out there. In past year, just all the people that stayed up all night. I'm glad they were up all night to be there at 8 a.m., but they weren't going to make the pro race by the end of the day, those spectators. That being said, Crybaby Hill, they just crested it. They're about to hit the first of the double bump whenever they go down towards Galveston. But right now, it is a preem lap. So again, if you're just joining us, what's the preem? It's a race within the race. And what do we mean by that? It is a race where we incentivize that race. We basically say, hey, this lap, the next time around, whoever's first across this finish line, which will show 9 to go, they'll also be $100 richer, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So again, we got the meat wagon. All of the celebrities roll on out when it's Tulsa Tough. So again, our Masters B race, speaking of JJ, Mr. Justin Heineke, back in 2024, he was on the podium here, racing with the QT Roller Dog team. He's a civilian today. Look, he's a young at heart old civilian. But here we go. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. We're looking. Here comes the Cadillac, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. As here comes the lead pack, or the leaders out of that pack. And that will be a preem winner, preem winner, preem winner by 760. That is going to be Aaron Wright. So Aaron Wright takes the preem, the $100 cash preem. So Aaron Wright, last couple years, I say last couple years. We're going to talk about his podiums and top fives. He won on Crybaby Hill last year in the Masters B. So that is a name that we need to keep an eye on. Bib number 760, Aaron Wright. Last year in the Masters B, Aaron was 5th at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium on Saturday, and then he was first place, racing with Heretic Racing. Aaron Wright, first place on Crybaby Hill last year, and he's the winner of the first preem here. Alrighty, so a little breather here. We've handed out the first preem. Again, it's a 30-minute race, so 2 preems, not as much time to decide when we're going to throw it out. So watch the front of that Masters B peloton make that right-hand turn as they head up over that crest on Galveston to get ready for the white knuckle descent. Off camber, back to the right to delve back onto Riverside Drive. Next time through, we'll see 9 to go. I believe it'll be 9 to go. It'll be 8 to go. 8 to go will the race leader see. Alrighty, here comes the pace car. So 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. The Don Thornton Automotive Group. And here we go, rolling through. Have we started to break up the bunch? Look back, you do have some stragglers off the back there, just now making their way down Galveston, but this is still the front of our Masters B. So Aaron Wright still up there. Also, 559, that will be Brian Farr, Moon Tower Racing out of Texas. So Aaron Wright, not much racing this year. After winning Crybaby Hill last year, don't have any race results in 2025, racing with Heretic Racing. But he did race a little duo last year where he went and he raced in the Cat 3 and in the Masters. So I need to go check out and see if he raced in the Cat 3 this weekend as well. But he was 5th on Saturday in 2025 and then first here on McElroy on day number 3, Sunday, Crybaby Hill in 2025. So again, someone who knows the course, Aaron Wright, used that advantage and experience to take that $100 cash preem. So again, with lap counter down, 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. So it's Matt Shannon rolling through. is Matt Shannon, Cura Racing Regent Bank race team. The new resplendent colors, the kit this year. Again, every year it's always exciting watching the kits, what changes have been made. As we'll watch them roll on. Again, some of the stragglers getting kicked out the back of the peloton as they make their way up Crybaby Hill. Richard Shaw, Chalet, Colorado, Conifer Bike Racing Team out of Colorado. But speaking of Cura, Todd Swain setting third wheel up there. And Aaron Wright, last year's winner, setting in second. So when they come through, I'll take another lap down, and we still have one more premium. Decide when to throw that out here. We have a second $100 cash premium. That one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Again, the great sponsors years after years after years being able to hand over cold hard cash when it comes to cream sponsorship. This year alone, Bicycle Tulsa BOT with over $3,000 of cream money handed out. So we're going to see 7 to go. Backside of the race course, letting our Jack Brew race team. That is going to be Sean McElroy, Latitude Racing. And here we go. Now it's going to be the leaders coming through. 7:38, I believe. Yes, so that is Drew Leffman, Mark Spinsdorf Racing out of Mississippi, BPC Cycling Team. So that Mark Spinsdorf team coming out of Mississippi. Drew Leffman, first time we've called his name as he moves his way to the front. But again, we have one more ace up our sleeve, so to speak. It is the second and final $100 premium. Checking out Drew Leffman. No racing on the book so far this year. Again, as per roadresults.com. Right now, up at the front of this one. So, there's Leffman, there's Wright, there's Swain, 1, 2, and 3. Also up there, 729. That will be Rob Dawson, Primal Audi. That Primal Audi team out of Denver, Colorado, always sending teams up. Another one of those kind of classic kits that we've seen here over the years at Tulsa Tough. But starting to get to the business end. It's a 30-minute race. Unfortunately, it looks like we may have a Tulsa wheelman with mechanical Kyle Freeman. Maybe his chain slipping on him. He had some struggles there on Crybaby Hill. Not sure if that was mechanical as he's off the back there. So again, racers starting to get spit out of the back. We started with 52 on the registration list. We'll see how many brave souls will finish this one. As we get down to 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go, we'll look for the pace car. And then next time through, we're going to ring that second bell. So waiting on them to roll through. Again, up towards the front, we had talked about Rob Dawson, Drew Leffman, Todd Swain, and Aaron Wright. There's others. It's not just the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse right now, that Masters B group up there. There are others, but they are definitely the 4 that have been most active and driving the front of this Masters B peloton. So we'll wait to see. Cresting over Galveston. 35 on the line. So 35 brave souls decided they wanted to actually follow up with their money they've invested. And that's who started this race here. So Aaron Wright, a little bit of space here. Off the front by a couple bike lengths as we're going to ring that bell, ring that bell, ring that bell. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 preem, $100 preem, a second and final, the final $100 preem lap. Aaron Wright, your first preem winner, making his way to the front there. Preem, 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 preem lap. $100, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. And here comes the attack from Reunion Racing, one of the racers out of Texas, I believe. Do not see the, could be 276. It could be Thomas Carr. We'll wait till he makes that right-hand turn. And I believe that is who it is. Thomas Carr, a little bit of a split forming. So it's going to be Thomas Carr, Aaron Wright, and Todd Swain on this preem lap, opening the gap. Here with 6 to go. The thing is, when they roll through, somebody will have $100, and we'll have 5 to go. Do they take this, a 3-man group? No, here comes the bridge. Here comes Drew Leffman. He's back there. Here comes Primal Audi's Rob Dawson making his way to the front. We got the Bandits racer there, 728, Isaac Cummings, Bike Club Bandits out of Arkansas. So thought maybe a little mini 3-man selection was going to go off the front here in this preem lap, but they're starting to draw them back as they navigate their way over the first of the double bump, double hump. That is Crybaby Hill. They'll head down towards Houston as the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, our live feed on YouTube, will click over to that camera there where, and I tell you what, actually is not Thomas Carr. That may be 727. That's Matthew Civitello with Reunion Racing. So Civitello opening up a gap. Looks like he's left, right, and left Todd Swain back behind him. Trying to bridge over is Rob Dawson, but there is a little bit of a gap as Civitello is about to make his way down Galveston. So if you're looking down to the south of our finish line here, you'll wait to see him come on down around the hill. And I tell you what, Dawson has made contact. The white knuckle descent. He'll make that right-hand turn. Take a little slow, but it's allowed Dawson to come up to him. So Civitello, Dawson, it's going to be a $100 sprint. They have not started the sprint yet. Civitello sitting there, still on the wheel, but here comes Dawson as Dawson will power through to take the $100 premium. 7:29, Rob Dawson, Primal Audi Denver. Now the question is, do you turn it into a two-man breakaway or do you let this peloton come back in? Again, Isaac Cummings, Bike Club Bandits moving towards the front. Dawson, Civitello, they're talking a little bit, but Dawson maybe shook his head a little bit to go, 5 more times by ourselves? So we will see if they slow it up or if Civitello maybe, even though he did not win the Preem, tries to take this and use it as an advantage of not winning the Preem but still being off the front as we have under 5 laps to go here in our Masters Speed. Again, all day long, make sure if you're on the podium, you stay close and come on over to the podium, which is right across from the finish line. It's right in front of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater where the famous Drunkard and Olio plays are put on there, the Tulsa Spotlight Theater. So Saint Francis Health System here with Tulsa Tough. The podium's right here across from us, and that's where we'll be recognizing our racers and leaders jersey, courtesy of Moo Moo. Moo Moo Apparel has our race leaders jersey all weekend long. Thank you to Moo Moo. But right now, under 5 to go, under 5 to go. That peloton cresting Crybaby Hill. We'll wait to see. Or actually, that may be Galveston. Actually, nope, that is Crybaby Hill. So they've just crested Crybaby Hill, and it is still the two-man group of Civitello and Dawson. Dawson now pulling Civitello in second as they're getting ready to crest, almost crest Galveston. Again, how this course is set up, everybody talks about Crybaby Hill. It is the punch in the gut, the punch in the legs, the lactic acid buildup lap after lap. But once you get over it, and it's kind of a double climb up there, and then you get to the back of it, then you have the second climb to Galveston. So again, the backside of this course, it's the climbing, a lot more elevation change when compared to the first 2 days. So from the backside of our Masters B, we'll roll on through. We'll wait to see. Here comes our race leader. So our Cadillac has already rolled through. We show 4 to go. But again, this is some lap racers moving through. But now we'll see. Here's our race leader. So 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Still Dawson and Civitello. Now they're starting to try to draw it back. Lefman moving to the front. Cummings up there as well. Todd Swain. 763. First time we've called his name. He was very active last weekend at the Maverick Criterium in the Masters race. 757. That is Bo Thiero. Natural State Racing trying to latch back on. He's lost the on that peloton group. But right now, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. As the two-man duo, Dawson and Civitello hit the hill, heading up Crybaby. So, it was Lefman trying to drive, along with Rich Wu and Todd Swain. We don't have the chase clock just yet. Next time through, we'll try to get the chase clock. All righty, starting to get some folks out in Crybaby Hill. A coffee cup in one hand and a beer in another. You're going to have to go. Coors Original Banquet. I guess he's drinking the coffee, handing out the beer. Again, no hand-ups in the junior races. And officially, it's not supposed to have any hand-ups for our cycling rules. But that being said, it is Crybaby Hill. It's going to happen. All right, so they're making their way on to Galveston. Has there been a bridge? Or is that a lap racer there? That may be the Forrest Lindsay sitting there, 741, but I think he may be a lap racer. Not sure. I say that. I think he is bridged on up. So we may have a three-man group when they navigate their way down on the Riverside Drive momentarily. It has been Rob Dawson and Matthew the last couple laps. The last couple laps has been that two-man group. But again, I think that 747, well, I'll have to figure it out. We'll get to see exactly. It makes 741. It may be a three-man group now together as they're starting to have some attacks on the peloton, trying to chase on up. And we have 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So it is broken apart here. Well, no, they're still together. Aaron Wright still driving. Todd Swain still driving. So I believe that is Forrest Lindsay, 741, who's bridging up and about to latch onto the wheel of Rob Dawson and Matt Civitello. All right, so we're under 3 to go, under 3 to go, under 3 to go. They've hit Crybaby Hill. Again, trying to make sure I'm not mistaken here, but I do believe that is Forrest Lindsay, 741. Not a lap racer. There are some out there, but I think Forrest Lindsay, he's almost there, but he's lost the wheel. So right now, Aaron Wright, Todd Swain, Matt Leffman, they are driving that chase. So they're starting to claw him back. But again, there's that yin and that yang. They'll start to claw him back. They get on the downhill, though. You got a powerhouse in the form of Rob Dawson and Matt Civitello. Larger racers, maybe not as good in the climb, but definitely the downhill. Able to hit that power segment whenever they hit Riverside Drive, but maybe starting to stitch together. Still some gaps. As it's 3 to go. Shaking to the head there by Civitello. Civitello trying to navigate around some lap racers, but again, they're still right there. Lindsay just hanging off the back. Now they're gonna hit the that second crest of Galveston. And when they come through, we should be seeing 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Next time we see them, it should be 2 laps to go. Again, this is the backside of our Masters B. 52 was on the registration list, 35 on the start line. As they'll navigate that off camber. Dawson now in front of Civitello. And we're going to see 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go as Don Thornton Automotive Group will roll through. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So, final 2 laps. Again, the chase starting to get ratcheted up. Aaron Wright, Todd Swain, Matt Leffman, they're the ones driving it. As that chase clock down to 3 seconds. So, only 3 seconds. So, the much reduced peloton has drug them back within 3 seconds, but they're about to hit the hill again. But again, that second group, the chasers of Todd Swain, Aaron Wright, Matt Leffman, more climbers maybe than a Rob Dawson and a Matt Civitello. In fact, Dawson kind of pulls off to the left there, takes a wide swing. He knows they're about to get caught here on the hill. Maybe setting the slipstream somewhere. Let somebody else do some work here. So, Forrest Lindsay as well up there. But now Civitello will try to launch off that is. Opening up a little of the gap. He is out of the saddle. Again, racing with that Reunion Racing team out of Texas. So the chase, they've caught him. They've caught the breakaway with under 2 to go. But they're sitting there. They haven't made the attack yet. Put some effort in. But again, we will know that Aaron Wright knows how to have an explosive attacks on Crybaby Hill. Aaron Wright won at Crybaby Hill last year in 2025 edition. So we'll wait to see as they navigate their way down the little bump, the little descent towards Houston, back up towards Galveston. So Civitello, though, still off the front. Say about 3 or 4 seconds, maybe. Let's say 3 seconds. So Civitello will make that right-hand turn. Lap racers move off to the right here as Civitello will go over. Now it's Todd Swain. So Todd Swain up at the front. Todd Swain moving to the front there to try to draw him back as the next time they come through, it will be our bell lap. It'll be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. All righty. Again, some of the lap racers are rolling through right now on Riverside Drive, but we're going to be keeping our eye on bib number 727, Civitello, your race leader. So we'll look back as Civitello is going to see the bell lap. It should be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. It is the final lap, final lap, final lap. Civitello, 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 but here comes Todd Swain as he has made the catch. Swain, Leffman, Wright, Lindsay still up in there. Rob Dawson, 729 still there. It says 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Bell lap, bell lap, bell lap. Who will step onto the podium? Who will step at the top step? Who will get the leader's jersey? Courtesy of Moo Apparel, our great leader's jersey apparel sponsor all year here in 2026. As we're on to the final lap, they hit the first climb on Crybaby Hill, heading up towards the Cyrus Avery Plaza. Again, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So, Swain has not only caught, but overtaken Civitello, and it's Todd Swain at the front, out of the saddle, climbing the second spiky portion there of Crybaby Hill, opening up a little bit of the gap. Aaron Wright, last year's champion, setting about fourth wheel. He is losing some space there, as it's Matt Leffman, the racer out of Mississippi with Mark Spinsdorf. That is the one that is pushing up to try to latch onto the wheel of Todd Swain. So we'll wait to see him. As it's 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Final lap, final lap, final lap. We'll look back, race leaders. So Todd Swain out of the picture, as is Leffman. There they are up. So it's a two-man group. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, gentlemen, final lap, final lap. All righty. So, got the bell out of the way. It is the final lap. Race leaders, last year's champion. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. We'll ring that bell, and then we'll get the bell out of the way for the final, because here comes your race leaders. They're making their way onto Riverside Drive. It's Todd Swain. It is Leffman with Mark Spinsdorf. As Leffman will go into second wheel, they're looking at each other. Swain looking over his right shoulder, waiting for the sprint, waiting for the attack as we look to the south. Here they come, waiting on the kick. They're waiting to the final 20 meters. Here comes the kick, late to the line, and it will be Todd Swain taking the win here in our Masters B. Swain taking it over. Leffman racing with that Mark Spinsdorf team out of Mississippi. And then again, officially, it should be Rob Dawson in third. So again, unofficial, but it looks like that is Todd Swain, Pura Racing, Regent Bank, co-owner of Bicycles of Tulsa, trying to win back some of that pre-money he's been donating all weekend long. Bicycles of Tulsa giving $3,000 of pre-money to all of our racers in the different categories, but takes the sprint. That was probably the latest sprint activation I've ever seen at Tulsa Tough. They were 25 meters. They were at the State Cycling Wheels mechanical pit. And Swain, who had led over the line, finished over the line, but led coming down onto Riverside Drive. Matt Shannon sprinting on out again. Congratulations to our Master B finishers as they roll on through. Kyle Freeman, Tulsa Wheelman, he'll roll on through. But again, Leffman there, Mark Spinsdorf, was just setting. All right, I said Matt. It's Drew Leffman. Drew Leffman, Mark Spinsdorf. Drew is setting on that right shoulder of Todd Swain. Not really half wheeling him, but was right behind him. And Leffman waited. Again, it was so late before the attack went. And when he started the attack, Todd Swain was able to hold him off by the width of a bike wheel there, able to the rubber. Maybe it was a deep dish, maybe it was an aero tire. We shall see as we get to the, kidding of course. We'll get to the instant replay on Todd Swain's win here on day number 3 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So close, so close. Swain taking the win over Leffman, unofficial of course, and rounding out the podium, that will be Rob Dawson, who was able to outsprint last year's winner, Aaron Wright, for third place. Again, if you think you're on the podium, make sure you stay close. Come on down to the finish line. Our podium is right across the road here, across the street, across Riverside Drive from our finish line and the stage. As again, rolling it out here, Masters B finishing on up as they roll on through. So again, podiums will be right across here. Make sure if you are on the podium or think you're on the podium, stay close. Make sure you stay close, stay close, stay close. We will like to recognize you and put on our leader's jersey, courtesy of Moo Apparel, Moo Cycling Apparel. Moo, our official race leader's jersey of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So coming up next, it is going to be our men's Cat 5, over 35 and under 35, so 2 different fields. So we will have 2 different podiums. These are the novices. These are our introductory racers. And I say that. If you're over 35, you're Cat 5, you had a midlife crisis. It's all right. You got out here, you bought a bike. I did the same thing. I bought a bike 16 years ago. I was about 34, 35. You know, sometimes you do it. But here we are, the two Cat 5 novices, under 35 and over 35. Again, when you're a Cat 5, you do it for pride. You do it for bragging rights. You don't do it for money. There is no cash preems. You do get your picture on Facebook on a podium if you're on the top step, but you do have merchandise. So again, we'll have some preem laps. We'll have 2 preem laps that we'll fire off for our men's Cat 5 fields. Again, it's combined over 35 and under 35. They'll be competing for the preems together, but we will have 2 separate podiums. But again, we'll have 2 merchandise preems for our men's Cat 5. Speaking of preems, Rob Dawson, he was a preem winner and finished in 3rd in our Masters B race that just finished up. So again, coming up next, 9:05, we should be staging. You should already be staging for the men's Cat 5, over 35 and under 35 coming up next. All righty, our men's Cat 5 as we roll them on out. We will see the official number of brave souls that toe the line. Registration was 16 and 28, so do the math, 44. 44 is who registered, but how many of you actually showed up today? As it will be our men's Cat 5, over 35, under 35, are moments away. Final pre-flight instructions. Pre-laps end with 6 to go. So again, if you have a mechanical or some type of crash, get back over to the state cycling wheel pit. They'll get you feathered back in. But under 6 to go, they'll still feather you back in, but you'll be a lap down. But again, if it's over 6 to go, they'll feather you back in mid-peloton, so to speak, on the lead lap. If you have a mechanical, again, go back over here to the State Cycling Wheels tent. They'll get you taken care of. Medical tent is all the way down at the end of Riverside whenever you come down off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive. And the clock will start counting up before the laps count down, and you'll see 10 to go. When you see 10 to go, there'll be 9 to go. You get it, you get it. We'll have 2 preems, guys. 2 merchandise preems. Your Cat 5s is all about bragging rights anyway. No cash, but you get some merchandise. Spread it out. And we'll have 2 different podiums. Men's Cat 5 over 35, men's Cat 5 under 35. And again, if you think you're on those podiums, stay close. Stand out here next to the start-finish line. We'll get you recognized. And with the whistle, we are underway. As we roll them out. 31 of the 44 registered. So, again, you get some levels of attrition that may happen. You sign up, you have too much fun in downtown Tulsa on a Saturday night. You decide you'd rather be cheering at Crybaby Hill and not racing at Crybaby Hill, partying at Crybaby Hill. But that being said, 31 was the number out of the original 44. So, 31 brave souls, the second wave of the day as we send them on out. As it is the men's Cat 5 under 35, men's Cat 5 over 35. As we send them out, second race of the day here. It's the McElroy River Parks Criterium 2026 edition, 20th anniversary of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the 100th anniversary of Route 66, so it's the king of the road, Roger Miller. And if you're wondering why we care about Route 66, it's down here at the end of Riverside Drive. Literally, Route 66 is at the end of this road. You got the Cyrus Avery Plaza. You got the double bump of the climb up Crybaby Hill. We have the bands up there. There's like the party zone. It overlooks Route 66. You can go see the horse-drawn buggy that's freaking out over the automobile. It's not real, people. It's a statue. Oh. Sourcey needs some oxygen. The Masters race. We need oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. Alrighty, opening lap here. Opening lap for Masters, or sorry, our men's Cap 5, over 35 and under 35. Alrighty, opening lap done and dusted as we roll them on through lap number 2. So 225. Again, this is not the Speed Merchant race course of Friday or Saturday. It's the climbers course, taxing those legs. And we're already seeing breaks in the peloton here. Men's Cap 5 over 35, under 35. Starting to spit out riders at the back of the peloton here. Lap number 1 done and dusted as they get on to lap number 2. And we will send those race leaders up Crybaby Hill for the second time. So again, McElroy is our lead sponsor here on Sunday. McElroy River Parks Criterium. The crown jewel of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough weekend, presented by a company that knows what it means to build something extraordinary from the ground up. In 1954, Arthur McElroy and his wife Panny started a manufacturing business in a small Tulsa garage. 70 years later, McElroy Manufacturing is a global powerhouse, hundreds of employees, offices on 6 continents, and a brand new $25 million facility right here in Northeast Oklahoma. Still family owned, still Tulsa made. We are proud to close out race weekend on the banks of the Arkansas River with McElroy Manufacturing. Visit McElroy.com. Again, we always say thank you to Quick Trip, our live stream sponsor. Again, Quick Trip, been here since 1958, headquartered in Tulsa, 1,200 locations. The official fueler of Tulsa Tough and our live stream coverage. Again, we'll have our leaders' jerseys, courtesy of Moo Moo Apparel, the leader jersey sponsor. All right, lap 2 done and dusted. Averaging about 220. That one was about 5 seconds faster than the opening lap. Still some breaks, though, in that peloton. Tulsa Wheelman trying to draw it on back. Again, we have 2 different groups, the men's Cap 5 under 35 and over 35. 31 total racers here. So the Zico broadcast booth, we'll talk about them as well. Another one of our great sponsors, home base for every lap. The broadcast booth, that's where you see our TV broadcasters later on in the day. That's courtesy of Zico, Tulsa Tough favorite, returning for another year. Zico is one of the world's foremost leaders in combustion and emissions control technology, serving energy, petrochemical, and industrial sectors across more than 100 countries. And they do it all from right here, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Alrighty, we do have 2 preems, no cash because they're Cat 5, it's novices. But we got merchandise. And we'll be throwing out those merchandise preems courtesy of Moo Moo. Not just a merchandise preem, they're not just a leader sponsor when it comes to jerseys. Alrighty, we have another lap about to be done and dusted. Here comes a preem lap. We're gonna ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. It is a preem lap, merchandise preem, merchandise preem, merchandise preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Gentlemen, it's a merchandise preem. Preem, 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 preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. As we'll roll them on through, leading the way will be Gerardo Salgado, Slackers Racing out of Texas. Looking for Matt Leffman. I keep calling him Matt. Drew Leffman. Drew Leffman, if you're in the area, Drew Leffman, we need you down here at the podium. Again, if you're in a race and you think you're in the podium, don't go anywhere. Hang out. I know the party at Crybaby goes all the way into the evening. You're not missing out on anything. So again, if you're on the podium, head on down. So looking for Drew Leffman. There he is. All right. I saw him. He was asking for the beer hand up on the hill, but nobody was there yet. But he's there for the party. So. Yeah, we'll get you crossed right here. We'll get the jaws of life and break open the barriers. And we'll get you over there. It is a preem lap. It is a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. And again, it is a merchandise preem lap courtesy of Moo Apparel, our leaders jersey sponsor as well, Moo Apparel, here at the 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, we'll be recognizing the podium, the Mark Taruki podium. Alrighty, here comes our preem competitors. This peloton has been shattered. 31 racers towed the line. So this should be the preem winner, 9:16. Oscar Lizarazo, Oscar Lizarazo, bicycle shop out of Texas. Butchering this here. Oscar Lizarazo. Lizarazo wins the merchandise preem here. Opening preem of 2 in our men's Cat 5 under 35. He's got his cheering section down here. It's the Oscar Awards, the Oscar cheering section down here at the finish line. Again, we're going to get some of the field. The field's split apart, so it's going to be kind of tough. But when we get a break, we're going to try to get the rest of our podium across the road here to our Moo Apparel Leaders jersey and the Saint Francis Health System Tulsa Tough podium right here in front of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater, home of the Drunkard and the Oleo. So, looking over the last couple years, men's Cat 5, you look at who's won it in years past. The over 35 guys, they're probably into the Cat 4. The under 35, they're probably Cat 3s already by a year later. But again, we'll try to look at some of the past results and also recognize our Masters B podium here. Opening race of the day. So, 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Race leaders, again, we're all spread out. We are going to have 2 different podiums. It's the under 35 and over 35 at the end of this race. So trying to keep it all straight. A lot of action going on out there. But right now, we are going to recognize our podium in the Masters B. Amy herding the cats, getting them across the way. As we have our Masters B podium here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium 2026 edition. One of your preem winners making his way from Colorado to the 3rd place step, racing with Primo Audi Denver, it's Rob Dawson. Your silver standard, 2nd place, racing with Mark Spensdorf, it's Drew Leffman, not Matt Leffman. I don't know who that guy is, but Matt Leffman got a lot of free airtime today. Drew Leffman in 2nd. And your winner, trying to win back some of his preem money that Bicycles of Tulsa has been splashing all over. It's Cura Racing Regent Bank. It's Todd Swain. I bought my first bike from Todd Swain in 2010. So again, congratulations to our Masters B. Our Masters B. We're going to bring more celebrities out of the crowd when we have our second preem coming up in a little bit. Right now, again, congratulations to our Masters B podium, Todd Swain, Drew Lethman, and Rob Dawson, 1, 2, and 3. And thank you to Moo Apparel. Moo Apparel, our official leaders jersey sponsor. Moo Apparel, they sponsored the preem, our merchandise preem here in our men's Cat 5, and they also sponsor the leaders jersey. Moo Apparel, our 2026 apparel sponsor at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Seven to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Next time we see the Don Thornton pace car come through, it'll be 6 to go. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. 8:18, so still Oscar up the front. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Glad we're ringing the bell. We bring all the celebrities out of the crowd to ring preems. Christy Hirsch, she's over here ringing the bell. She did the Fondo. Team Pandemonium, Stephanie Renee at home watching this, unless she came out this year. You got to get Stephanie out on the bike again. But again, Christy Hirsch ringing the bell here. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. The preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. They are up the road, gentlemen. Actually, not Oscar. Oscar just came through. So again, 8:18, trying to establish who it was exactly that was at the front. I remember when Rafi Santiago used to race bikes. I remember when he was an Iron Man. He's done all sorts of things. He's a basketball coach. He's an ambassador for juniors trying to hoop it up. He's a connoisseur of fine mowing, the best lawns. One of the classic names, Tulsa Wheelman, legend out here. All the legends come out for Tulsa Tough. Again, this is a preem lap. So it is a merchandise preem, courtesy of Moo Apparel. So we believe 8:18, that is going to be the contender for this preem. He was off the front by himself, ahead of that shattered peloton here in the men's Cat 5, over 35, under 35. And that is Thomas Wells. So we're looking for 8:18. If he rolls on through as the leader, he will win the Moo Apparel merchandise preem. Moo Apparel, our official race leaders jersey sponsor. There he goes as he takes the win for the preem. Not for the race, as we still have 5 laps to go. So, again, that was bib number 8:18 out of Kansas. Thomas Wells wins the Moo Apparel preem. So, second and final preem as we now get to 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. So we are going to have 2 different podiums, I believe. It's the under 35, over 35. But it's all out there scattered around this race course. Alrighty, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. I believe this may be the backside of the course. Do have a racer rolling on into the pit here. No more free laps, so roll in to get that mechanical taken care of. All right, 8:16 just rolls through. And it's going to be Benjamin Prue out of Texas. Again, down to 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. I always like to go back and look at previous year's results, who's on the podium and all that. But again, the men's Cat 5, whether it's the under or over 35, it's kind of a snapshot in time. It's one little spot in time. These are not names you're going to see year after year, because if they're good enough to be on the podium, whether they're under 35 or over 35, they're going to be catting up. They'll become Cat 4s, Cat 3s. You know, some of those younger guys that maybe a Cat 5, 16-year-old that decides he's going to race the junior and the under 35 Cat 5 race, he may be a Cat 3 by next year. Some of these kids that are racing, they definitely cat up pretty fast. Same thing for the over 35. They may be Cat 4 by the time you get to the next year's race. So again, under 5 to go. Now it's going to be 4 to go. There goes the Range Rover. The Range Rover are official pace car, courtesy of the Don Thornton Automotive Group. So it'll roll through. Again, our race leader out in the course, 8:18, Thomas Wells. Trying to keep it straight again. We have two different podiums we're going to have here, and also two different groupings. So all types of racers out there. So again, bear with us. We try to kind of keep this figured out. Same thing with the junior race, when you have multiple different categories going on, and also when you start having racers that get spit out in the back and they're all over the place. Sometimes it's tough to kind of keep that going. But what we do keep going is 8:18. He goes up the hill, heading to Crybaby Hill. Thomas Wells in the lead right here with under 4 to go in our men's Cat 5 race. So again, we've given out 2 merchandise preams in our men's Cat 5, over 35 and under 35. Both of those courtesy of Moo Moo Cycling Apparel. Appreciate them, the merchandise donations, as well as the Leaders jersey all weekend long, the 2026 Leaders jersey sponsor, Moo Moo Cycling Apparel, here with Tulsa Tough. If you're watching on the live stream, we appreciate it. We want you to come down in person, but hey, if you got stuff to do, got to run errands, I get it. And you can say thank you to Quick Trip for bringing you the YouTube live sponsor, the live stream sponsor on YouTube, courtesy of Quick Trip. Over 1,200 locations, started right here in 1958. Still headquartered in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The OG store number 4 at 3rd and Garnett was my OG location when I grew up. Go down there. They didn't have the roller dogs back in the day. That's definitely something you can get nowadays. Heck, roller dogs will sponsor a race team. Justin Heineke was on a podium at Crybaby Hill in a on Saturday of Tulsa Tough back in 2024, racing with the QT roller dog team. Yes. We're now going to see 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So 3 laps to go. Race leader Thomas Wells waiting for him to roll through as he sees 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. 3-3-3, bib number 818. So again, it's the 20th anniversary of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. The Saint Francis Health System making this possible. 20th anniversary, and again, we are racing south to north here on Riverside Drive, and at the end of Riverside Drive, well, not quite to the end, you make that right-hand turn up Crybaby Hill. You get to the end, and you find Route 66. And we're in the 100th anniversary of Route 66 at the end of this road here, Riverside Drive. Chicago to LA, an iconic road in the 100th anniversary, which is why this is King of the Road, which is our title, our theme here in 2026. Now, Crybaby Hill has their own theme year after year. Sometimes it was Lion King, there's other craziness up there. I think it's Crybabies in Space. So as the day goes on, it will be interesting because even though it's up on the hill, we see a lot of people making their way to the hill down here to the start-finish line, and they are wearing some pretty intriguing costumes, or lack thereof, to say the least. So, under 3 to go, under 3 to go, under 3 to go. Again, race leader is Thomas Wells. Off the front, he is racing in the men's under 35 category, Cat 5. Group of a main peloton that will roll through. Again, trying to make sure where all these people are. They're all still kind of together. Oscar's cheering section continues to get loud every time he rolls on through. Oscar Lizarazo. I just keep saying Oscar, 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 Oscar. They cheer. Got his own cheering section. All right. Again, but right now, race overall leader Thomas Wells makes his way down off of Galveston. That right-hand turn onto Riverside Drive, and it's going to be 2 to go. Here comes the Range Rover. Courtesy of the Don Thornton Automotive Group, our pace car. Here comes the lead moto, and here comes our leader with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Thomas Wells, Thomas Wells. Wearing a Quick Step jersey. Not sure he's Luke Lamperti's teammate. But that being said, he is rolling through, and he is your race leader right now. Luke Lamperti, famously racing for the European Sudal Quick Step team, and also Tulsa Tough champion. Coming back from the European continent a couple years ago to take a couple sprint wins here, showing it how the Europeans do it. And then everyone else showing them how American crit racing does it. Elbows up in the corners, NASCAR on 2 wheels. So, under 2 to go. Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, that live stream, YouTube, it will zoom in as we see Thomas Wells lapping the backside of the men's Cat 5 field. He's gonna make that crest on Crybaby Hill, the first bump of the double bump, double hump over Crybaby before he makes his way up towards Galveston. As we are moments away from the bell lap. So, again, we continue to roll through the men's Cat 5 under 35. They will roll through. A Coors Original Banquet up for the taking, but nobody is taking it. That may have been, let's see who that was. Maybe Brian McKinney, not sure it's Brian McKinney. Was rolling through Crybaby Hill. The gentleman with the coffee cup earlier also had a cold cooler, original, up for grabs, but decided not to partake yet. It'll happen. There's famous videos, the pros, they finish up a race. But here comes our main field rolling through. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, gentlemen. Who are we? Sound Pony. Bib number 803, Christopher Doak. He's up there in the action. But again, the action is getting ready to come our way, and it's about to be our race leader. 818, Thomas Wells. He's been off the front for a while, won the second preem, and he's about to hear the bell, bell, as it's about to be 1 to go, 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 1 to go. 1 to go. A wave to the crowd, but you still got one more trip around the meat grinder. One more agonizing climb of Crybaby Hill ahead of you, Mr. Thomas Wells. Racing out of Kansas, coming to visit us down here in the 47th state and trying to take the win here in the men's Cat 5. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap. We do need medical. We need medical here at the finish line. If you can hear me, you're part of the medical team, please head on down to the finish line back behind us on Riverside on the trail. We do medical on the trail. If we have it, please hear my voice. Here we go. Go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So final lap, backside of our men's Cat 5 over 35, under 35. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Again, we're looking for 818. Thomas Wells, he's been off the front for a while and looking to solo on in for the overall win and also taking the win in the men's Cat 5 under 35. So keeping an eye out there. He's about to make his way up over Galveston, about to lap the backside. He's already lapped a couple racers. Coming close to the backside of that main group there. Thomas Wells better be a Cat 4 next year. Upgrade points ahead of him with this dominating performance. We may make him upgrade today. No, that's illegal. You can't upgrade today. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap. Here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. Here comes Wells. He will navigate it. He has a little bit of time, so plenty of space. All right, we're going to finish those guys up, but we're going to look for the race leader as Thomas Wells will roll through. Thomas Wells, the winner here, takes the win. Thomas Wells again, congratulations to Thomas Wells, your men's Cat 5 overall champion and Cat 5 under 35 champion. Again, we'll have two different podiums, under 35, over 35. As again, our racers continue to roll on through. Finishing on up, that was Craig Pearson, Grind City Racing out of Tennessee, as he finishes on up. Again, we are wrapping up our men's Cat 5. Coming up next, it will be our women's 4-5 at 9:40. And as always, we are on year 3, I think, Jersey. I'll have a special guest, I think it's the 3rd year in a row, to talk Divas. And we'll do that momentarily as I'll have Jersey Lee. It's actually Jersey Wolf, but come on, Jersey Lee sounds so much cooler. It's her celebrity name. We'll have her on the mic in just a couple moments. Again, we are wrapping up. We're finishing up the men's Cat 5. Again, still a close course as our men's Cat 5 continue to finish on up. Tulsa Wheelman will roll through as we roll through. Finishing up our men's Cat 5 race. Next is the women's 4-5. And we should be staging. You should be staging already for the women's 4-5. Because we're going to have some Diva cash, some Diva preems in a very hefty amount that we'll talk about in just a little bit with Jersey Lee and the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. So again, we are finishing up our men's Cat 5 as they roll on through. Looking at the Jumbotron down at the end of Riverside, you see some of those Cat 5s taking the deep breaths there. 8:19, that's Connor Wheeler, Boston University Cycling Club. As we're sprinting it out, finishing up our men's Cat 5. A closed course. Christopher Doak, he'll roll on through. 9:12, that was Kenneth Jackson, Grind City, another one of the Grind City Racing bikers coming out of Tennessee. But again, men's Cat 5. Coming up next, the women's 4-5. It looks like we're going to roll out the Lexus, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. As again, finishing up our men's Cat 5, last couple racers. You should be already staging. If you're in the women's 4-5, you should be already staging. Coming up. And as we finish up the men's Cat 5, coming up next will be the women's 4-5 momentarily. All right, final pre-flight instructions here for our women's 4-5 field. 19 racers on the registration list. Probably almost 19 here. I think the brave souls signed up and actually showed up here. All right, so final instructions. Free laps end with 6 to go. So 6 to go free laps. They end at 6 to go. And again, before that, if you have a mechanical crash, go to the state cycling wheel pit over here, and they'll feather you back in. But again, under 6 to go, 3 laps end. You're not able to get back in on that opening lap. 3 laps do end at 6 to go. They'll do the clock. We'll count up before we count the laps down. And again, you should start seeing it at 10 to go is when you should start seeing the lap counter counting down. We're going to have some preems. We've got 3 preems. And I believe it's only a 30-minute race. I'll get that official time, but that means pay attention. We're going to be ringing a lot of bells here. We got some Diva cash to hand on out here to our women's 4-5 field as we are moments away from getting this started. Again, the medical tent is down at the end of Riverside when you come down off of Galveston. Laps 10 to go, 3 laps in and 6 to go. We're going to waiting on the whistle. And once we hear the whistle, our USA Cycling Race officials will get us underway. Ladies, welcome to the hill. Moments away from this start. Make sure we have all our motos. Also need to clear the course. We're about to have an active race. The Lexus will be our pace car. Our motor commissars out as well with USA Cycling. And with the whistle, we are underway. It's the women's 4-5. They got a lot of energy, pent-up frustration. They were some of the casualties yesterday of the rain and lightning in the morning. We had to cancel some races. And unfortunately, the women's 4-5 was one of those 3 races canceled. But they are here today. They're excited. They're ready. And they got some energy and some spunk in the legs. So ready to hit that hill, Crybaby Hill. We're sending them your way for the first time. Our women's 4-5. We'll have 3 preems. We're throwing out a lot of cash. The Diva preems are here. When you don't have a race on Saturday, you got to combine it. And guess what? You have more money on Sunday. It's more of a Super Bowl feel. Again, I've been doing all these cross sports references all weekend with halftimes and kickoffs and all that. But that being said, the Super Bowl of crit racing in North America, it's here. It's this weekend. It's Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's Diva Cash. And speaking of Diva Cash, I got my friend 3 years in a row, local celebrity, teacher, educator, mom, woman, hear her roar.
Yes, sir.
Diva Queen, Jersey Lee. Welcome.
Thank you for having me again this year. I'm very excited.
Yeah, so I know we're getting into the racing, but you hear some of the fans over here. I asked you about it off mic. We got some people already asking the question. You had kind of a busy year as an educator this year. Why don't you tell us about some of those plaudits, your own Paul Mars, so to speak, your own podiums.
Posting myself.
Posting yourself. How was 2025 and 2026 for Jersey Lee?
I won Teacher of the Year in my school and then went and won District Teacher of the Year the year before. So then I got to be at a Teacher of the Game where I got selected. We had kind of a 100 games. So I had like 4th row, 4 seat, 18,000 people there. That was this year. It was a busy year, but it was awesome.
And then in all that time, all of that going on, you still had the time for the Divas. So again, if you're just joining us, you're not sure what the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough Divas are. It's a group. I can't give it enough credit. You need to give me the plug. Tell me this. What are the Divas and what is it? Mission, what they do, all that with Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
So this is our 13th year. And it is an all-inclusive women's cycling group for anyone ages 18 and above. And when I mean all-inclusive, I mean literally everybody. Any speed, ability, we take everyone, and we have just built this program up year after year after year. I try to keep adding more to it. We've got phenomenal sponsors. The community has just backs us. We've got good support from our local bike shops. Awesome program for these women to be able to come and meet together.
Right, it's community. There's a lot of these things we talk about. We're in year number 20, Tulsa Tough. It started in 2004, St. Francis Health System. It's about building healthy movement, activities, community. Community keeps coming into all of these things. So the community of cycling, the community of the Divas, the community of bike club for kids as well. All these things, that is one common theme that goes on through here. It's going to be community. So again, it's great. And speaking of community, we're going to go early on. Speaking of community, we're going to be doing the first of our preem laps. It'll be the $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycle. We're going to do the Diva preem. So we'll wait to say. So when they come through, we'll get it figured out. But here's the thing. We're going to have a bell ringer who's very passionate about this because you know why? We have handed out some cash. And we're not going to tell him yet. I don't want him to hear on the backside of the course. I don't want someone to make an attack too early. But when they roll through, it'll be our first of our 3 preems. But it's going to be nice, to say the least. So we'll get
Nice.
whenever they cross over Galveston and start making their way down, then we're going to ring them up. But we'll start telling them. It'll be too late for someone to make an attack early. But that being said, what does the Diva Preem, what does it mean to these racers and these ladies?
So it's the only place in town where these women combined with the Cat 4, Cat 5 can get this kind of prize. And we raise money just from the Divas from our own purses. I raise money with all my girls this whole week. My women stepped up and donated. We raised $1,400. $1,400.
Wow.
Just from our Diva breakfast, the Wednesday night before the ride, they Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and everybody chimes in to be able to give these local racers some opportunity to win some good preems that they would not be able to get anywhere else.
Well, that's awesome. As our leaders here in our women's 4, they make that right-hander off of Galveston, the white knuckle affair as you make that turn back onto Riverside Drive. So this is a preem lap. We're going to ring the bell. We're going to ring the bell. It's going to be a $500 preem, $500 preem. It is a Diva Preem, a $500 Diva Preem. We got another celebrity coming out of the crowd to ring the bell. $500, $500, $500. This is a Diva Preem, Diva Preem, Diva Preem, a $500 Diva Preem. Again, we rolled out the big cash, a $500 preem lap, $500 preem, $500 preem. As we bring a diva out of the crowd to ring the bell for the Diva Preem. So, again, the women's 4-5, we're rolling them on out here. They're about to hit Crybaby Hill for the first time. So, looking at some of these names, we got some Sound Pony. Who are we? Sound Pony racers, like a Katie Eisenhower out there. Also, Nicole Haramza, Emily McKenzie as well. So,
Emily and Katie are actually 2 of our divas, so I'm super excited for them to be in this race as well. They helped raise this money that they're trying to win right now.
They are doubling up their team duties, so to speak, both as a diva and as a Team Sound Pony racer. Again, we'll kind of keep an eye out there. Rock City Cycling got some racers out there. Peyton Williams, also with Helena Poklovich, trying to see Jessica Helmka. Jessica Helmka, very active. Jessica Helmka, very active last week at the Maverick Criterium. She's in a lot of different moves. Speaking of moves, looks like we do have a racer coming off the front on this preem lap. She wants $500, $255. That's going to be Lauren Lucas. So Win Republic Racing, Lauren Lucas. I think she's got the points to upgrade after this weekend to the women's Cat 3. But as the rain starts, she's going to be trying to navigate her way down off of Riverside to try to take this $500 cash Diva Preem lap. So a little bit of rain, it stopped, but it's going to be like this all day. It won't be the torrential downpours we had yesterday, but we probably are going to have a lot of cloud cover, which is great compared to previous years, but you're going to have maybe little mini waves of rain that comes and goes, which will probably be more slick, definitely, but maybe not that torrential downpour lightning. So here it is, Lauren Lucas. Take the first for 5. Money feels really good in the back of this jersey pocket. And speaking of jerseys, Jersey Lee joining me for the 3rd year in a row. So we talk divas again. It's not just about the riding and all that. So tell me what a typical Wednesday night ride is and how that all set up for the divas.
So we have 6 speed and ability groups. One group is just strictly trails, our slower paced women that are entry-level women, and we go all the way up to, as you can see, we've got racers out here. So it really does include everyone. There's a spot for everybody. We set up at River West Festival Park every Wednesday night. We've got 6 big, beautiful flags that designate the different teams. This group could not function without my amazing ride leaders and sweepers. They just kill it every week. And we're out there having
We'll give them shout-outs. You got names, or is there too many to name?
There's a ton of them, but they're great. They all just step up and help out. And even women that aren't official ride leaders, they step up and help out everybody.
So again, the Divas, Jersey Lee with the Saint Francis Tulsa Divas. We rolling out the first of our preems. Who are we? Sound Pony. I believe that may have been Katie rolling on through there. No, Emily McKenzie as she rolls on through. So right now it's Lauren Lucas, Win Republic Racing. Last year in the women's 4-5, we talked about this year. She just won the $500 preem. She's off the front leading this women's 4-5 race. She's actually got the points. I was talking to Brian Duvall on Saturday. She's got the points. Unfortunately, you can't cat up on the weekend of the race. She has enough points, so she'll be the Cat 3 category coming on up. But looking last year, she won here at Crybaby Hill in the 2025 edition. She was 4th on Saturday last year at the FC Tulsa District, Saturday, day number 2. But again, Lauren Lucas winning on Crybaby Hill last year and off the front here this year in 2026. So we have 2 more preems we need to throw on out. We're going to throw out the $100 Bicycles of Tulsa preem. We have it coming on up next because, again, we're down to 8 to go, and we still have 2 more preems to throw out. And right now, this lead looks pretty big. We'll have to figure out if it's going to be a field preem or not, but we have a little bit of time with 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Again, Win Republic Racing's Lauren Lucas off the front, opening up quite the gap as she'll cross through with 8 to go. You ring the bell. Here we go. We're going to field preem. This is a field preem. So field, you are a field preem, A $500 Diva preem for the field. Diva preem, Diva preem, Diva preem, field preem, field preem, field preem. If you're just joining us, field preem, field preem. If you're asking what's a preem, Travis, I had to listen through all your explanation of what a preem is, but you didn't tell me what a field preem is. What's that mean? A field preem is what we're doing here, where if a racer is off the front or there's a breakaway that has a big lead, you try to incentivize the chase. On this, a much-reduced peloton of around 5 women here, they're on the chase. We have preemed them. We have preemed the field, which means they, whoever's first out of that group of 5, first time they roll through, it'll be $500 Diva preem for them. And also, hopefully, we've brought the chase down and maybe pulled Lauren Lucas back into the fold as we get down towards under 8 laps to go. So I don't ride my bike enough. I acknowledge that. I got an 11-year-old about to be 12. Well, actually about to be 19.
I feel you.
And a 10-year-old. But that being said, getting them back on bikes. They got bikes. They ride to school. All that. How's your riding? Are you able to participate in the Diva rides on Wednesday? Or are you doing all the administrative stuff behind the scenes?
I'm doing all the everything. Can I jump on my bike? Yes. Have I been able to yet this? No. I'm the last one to leave the lot. If there's anything going on in the lot, I stay. If we have sponsors out there, if we've got a bike that's not functioning, I try to hang out. So I'll try to.
So you're a Shade Tree mechanic as well?
Well, no, absolutely not. I point them to our mechanics. Our mechanics are awesome. As a matter of fact, BOT, who's given creams this whole weekend, they're one of our cycling shops. Spoke House, they're here. We've got a tent down here. They do a ton for us. City Cycles and Fat Tire. Those are our 4 shops that rotate to help us out.
Awesome. All right, so this is a field preem. So again, our leader, Lauren Lucas, she's getting ready to roll on through here. So this preem is not for her. It's for the field. And again, but she is in the lead off the front here. We'll try to get the chase clock here. We'll see if we maybe drawing that lead back. And so she's going to see 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So she'll roll through here. We'll document the time. We are going to try to recognize our men's Cat 5 podiums coming up in just a little bit. I still need the official results. Okay, awesome. All right, Amy always having to do the cat wrangling here. She's solo this year. Well, she does have a volunteers helping. Well, she was solo yesterday on Saturday, but she called in reinforcements. So here comes the sprint. This is a $500 preem sprint.
Let's go, ladies.
As this field preem is going to be taken by 2:58. That'll be Chloe Exner, I believe out of Saskatchewan, Canada, as she takes it. 27 seconds. That is the deficit. with 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. But that second preem, the $500, second Diva preem, $500 courtesy of the Divas, won by Chloe Exner out of Saskatchewan, Canada, taking the preem. Again, Tulsa Tough, 2004 organization. It was just the Warrens, Malcolm, Chris Sinthofer. They were just back of a cocktail napkin. I don't know. I kind of made that. May not be the lore, but I'm making it the lore. And then in 2006, you start doing it. It's Divas. How long? It's how many years?
This is our 13th
13th. Yeah, you said that. Yeah, so 13. So 13 of the 20 years is being part of it. But again, coming on out, throwing out the big cash. Glad we're able to source all that, like you said, literally from your own pockets.
Yes.
Be able to pull that money up. And what was the total for the weekend again? $1,300? $1,400. So again, out of that, a lot of that money thrown out just right here with those two $500 cash preems. Again, kind of combining those preems because we couldn't have a chance to race yesterday, but because I raced it today, able just to make those preem laps a little more spicy, so to speak. So we do have one more, as we're going to go 6 to go next time we see the race leader roll on through. We have one more preem. It's $100. We will see what the gap. It was 37 seconds. Has it come down from Lauren Lucas back to that much reduced 5-woman peloton? All righty, 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. We tried to incentivize the chase. Now we're going to incentivize your race leader off the front as we're going to go preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 preem, Lauren Lucas. All righty, we'll be recognizing our podiums for the men's under 35 and over 35. Hustle, 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 hustle. We're going to get you across, get you across, get you. We got a bob going across. 6 racers and 73 fans. All righty. Here we go. We're going to recognize our two. Hey, all you folks, you got your cheering section. They are here. Just don't get hit by a bike. All righty, we'll be recognizing our podiums coming up as we're under 6 to go. It is preem lap. Keep an eye on Lauren Lucas at the front of this, trying to win her second preem. It's a $100 cash preem to see a bicycle. So, without further ado, we're going to recognize our men's Cat 5 under 35 podium. In third place, it's Will Lyles. In second, Anthony Singh. And racing out of Kansas, he was off the front for a while, looking for his Luke Lamperti Sudal autographed jersey. It's Thomas Wells. Your men's Cat 5 under 35 podium. Thomas Wells, Anthony Singh, and Will Wells. And again, race leaders' jerseys, courtesy of Moo Moo Cycling Apparel. All righty, we're going to keep an eye on the Jumbotron here as we recognize this podium. As we'll have Thomas Wells put on the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel race leader's jersey as your winner here, men's Cat 5 under 35 on day 3 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. But right now, we're keeping an eye on Lauren Lucas, Win Republic Racing. She makes her way on down the hill momentarily, and when she comes through, she should see 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Again, congratulations to our men's Cat 5 under 35 podium. We're going to wait just a second, gentlemen, on the over 35 as we're going to let our race leader roll through as she's going to see 5 to go. Here comes the Lexus, courtesy of John Thornton Automotive Group. Lauren Lucas rolling through. We're going to tell Lauren 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. 5 laps to go as she takes the $100 cash preem. 2 of them in her pocket, $600 cold hard cash. Lauren Lucas ready to do the upgrade to the women's Cat 3 after this weekend and taking $600 home. So they'll roll on through the chase. It was 37 seconds last time through. It may have grown. We shall see. But right now, as they roll through 5 to go, we're going to recognize our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium. So in third place, making his way to the podium, it will be Kenneth Jackson. In second place with his own cheering section, coming all the way supporting the Bicycle Shop race team, it's Oscar Lizarazo. And your winner in the men's Cat 5 over 35, it's Matthew Johnson. Your men's Cat 5 over 35 podium, Johnson, Lizarazo, and Jackson, 1, 2, and 3. Your men's Cat 5 over 35 podium. For our women, we're 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. And again, Matthew Johnson has a chance to put on the leader's jersey. Matthew, you're going to be putting on the Moo Cycling Apparel's leader's jersey. Our leader's jersey race sponsor all weekend long. Moo Cycling Apparel, one of the great sponsors here at the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So we're down under 5. We'll be down to 4 to go. We've given out all of our preems. Jersey, a lot of money. Again, the great effort. I love having a chance to bring you up. Talk about your sponsors, though, when you get a second. Again, the amount of money you've been able to bring, talked about $1,400. And again, it's possible by crowdfunding, literally from the Divas.
Absolutely.
But you also have some sponsors we want to recognize as well.
Yes, we have sponsors. We could not do this program and keep the membership at the price that it is without our sponsors. We've got New Story Brewery, Tailwind Inspections, Interior Logistics, Tito's, Malcolm Law, Eisenhower Family Giving, Williams Company, Healthcare Private Bank, Fruit Hotel, Finesso Coffee House, and Massage Health. Lots of people helping us out.
Exactly. Speaking of sponsors, McElroy, man, you don't get money from Crybaby Hill. You just sink money into the Crybaby Hill. But that being said, McElroy River Parks Criterium, McElroy, our leading sponsor here. But again, all the great sponsors, we like to recognize them. And a chance for you, Jersey, also to recognize the Diva sponsors as we're now down to 4 to go. Again, Lauren Lucas has been off the front looking for those upgrade points to move into the Cat 3. She's already there. She's getting even more points here and more money, having won $600 of cash preem, winning one of our 2 Diva preems, $500 variety that we gave out here in our women's 4-5 race. Again, unfortunately, due to the weather yesterday, the women's 4-5 unable to race at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So guess what? We just made it a lot more incentive when it came to the preems here on day number 3.
And the good thing is we have another $400 preem that's going to go out to the Cat 2-3s since yesterday's race got rained out. So those ladies will have a chance to get a nice preem too. So
Lauren Lucas, again, we talked about she's racing with the Win Republic Racing, but she's also, you can find her down at Conquer Fitness at 6th and Utica. Lauren Lucas at 6th and Utica, Conquer Fitness. Tony Russell, the man's behind the scenes of everything. You've seen him on TV, local affiliates. He's also doing all his independent stuff now. You see him with the camera crews down, covering Thunder playoff games, regular season games. You see him here. He's behind the scenes, been part of this for many, many years. As we go 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go for our reduced peloton here in the women's 4-5. And again, thank you to Tony Russell. Keeping me honest. Let us know about Lauren Lucas and Conquer Fitness down at 6th and Utica. Thank you to our men's Cat 5 podiums. Amy was giving you plaudits here. The most responsible, ready. They were like, hey, man, I'm on a podium. I'm here. Get me taken care of. You didn't have to go chase them down. They weren't getting into the hedonism of Crybaby Hill yet. They hadn't gone back to the hotel to take a shower. They were there. Thank you to our men's Cat 5 podium. Professionals to the hilt. All righty, so under 4 to go. So when Lauren Lucas rolls on through, we will see 3 to go. And again, that chase group had been kind of shattered, so to speak. And it was only about 4 or 5. We're trying to keep an eye out again. Trying to figure out the rest of our podium here in our women's 4-5. 19 racers on the registration list. Yeah, so we were talking about Lauren Lucas also. She's a trainer, as we said, at Conquer Fitness, and she's training for Ironman. She qualified earlier this year. So Lauren Lucas, who's going to have 3 to go, maybe 2 to go, well, possibly 2 to go next time we see her. She rolled through just now. So she's about to start this lap. So she's got 3 laps to go. She's about to make her way up Crybaby Hill. She has qualified for Kona. So congratulations to Lauren Lucas, not just for winning all this preem money, but she's also qualified for Kona for the Ironman Championships out in Hawaii. For later on this year. So again, she's a trainer at Conquer Fitness, and also she is looking to become a Kona Ironman finisher later on this year. So 3 laps to go. We'll send her up the hill, up Crybaby Hill. She's got a lap racer that's hanging out with her a little bit there, trying to stay on her wheel. That will be Juliet Azpieta Gonzalez, racing with Hub Youth Cycling out of Tennessee. Very active cheering section yesterday in downtown, down at the FC Tulsa Artistic Criterium, the Hub Youth Cycling team, Hub Cycling out of Tennessee. The volunteers, they were on podiums as well. So under 3 to go, under 3 to go, under 3 to go. Again, we know Lauren Lucas is off the front. We're trying to identify next time through, we want to make sure we're recognizing the rest of the podium. Alrighty, so yeah, that is a lap racer. They're still in the fight, still out there, Juliet with Hub Youth Cycling, but she is a lap down. So right now, Lauren Lucas driving the front of this race. Again, getting the extra pedal strokes in, training for Kona Ironman, and we're going to keep an eye when she rolls through, and then we'll try to make sure we identify the rest of our podium contenders. Again, we had 19 on the start list. Oh, sorry, the registration list. I'm not sure how many were actually there, but that being said, it is a much reduced peloton. We're going to keep an eye out there. Again, some of those cheering section for the Hub Youth Cycling team out of Tennessee, they're rolling on through. They'll be racing some more races coming up in the day. All right, here comes the Lexus, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive. And here comes your race leader, Lauren Lucas, as she's going to see 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So here comes the back moto. Again, lots of different racers out here trying to keep them still in the race without pulling everyone. But it's 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So 2 more laps, penultimate lap, Crybaby Hill. I know it's not full roar, it's not full party, but we're sending Lauren your way 2 more times here in our women's 4-5 race. Again, people think it's the sponsor. Build. A small garage 7 years later. Low power. Thank you. Family owned. Still Tulsa made, McElroy River Parks, or McElroy Manufacturing, are Lauren Lucas as she crests Crybaby Hill. As that camera pans back, still not full party mode yet. Again, you're going to see later in the day, either you're here, you're in the 8 to 10 deep on each side of the barriers, or you're going to be watching on the Quick Trip YouTube live stream, and you're going to see the 8 to 10 deep on each side. But right now, it is going to be our race leader seeing 1 to go. We're waiting to see Lauren Lucas. She's making her way up that double bump on Galveston, so still about a half a lap to go. Again, trying to figure out the lay of the land and kind of the differences from Friday to Saturday to Sunday. Friday's the figure 8 technical fast course. Saturday's an L-shaped course that has that Sound Pony Hill just sapping the legs every lap. It's not Crybaby, but it's enough as you head up towards the iconic King's Ballroom to just take the energy out of the lap. Yep, we got a bell right there. But then on today, Sunday, as we're gonna ring the bell. Bell lap, it's 1 to go, 1 to go. They are the Mountain Goats come into play. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Right here comes our race leader. She's making her way off of Galveston. Plenty of space between herself and the chaser so she can take that nice and easy and not find herself in the barriers at the end of Galveston on Riverside Drive. But it is 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Your soon-to-be Ironman, Lauren Lucas, has one final lap. One final lap. Lauren Lucas, Win Republic Racing. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. She'll be a Cat 3 next time she races. But right now, she's about to win the women's 4-5. One more time around the meat grinder. One more time up the hill as we send her your way. Crybaby Hill. Again, it's all in the training with Conquer Fitness's Lauren Lucas as she gets ready to get more pedal strokes in as she trains for Kona and the Ironman Championships in Hawaii later on this year. But right now, she's looking to become Crybaby Hill champion here at the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. One to go, one to go, one to go, one to go. So again, we do have some of the lap riders mixed in, so we're trying to make sure we recognize the rest of the podium. We'll wait for official results once we finish the final lap. But one thing we don't have to wait on is the CE or race leader. Look into the Jumbotron that's set up all through this race course and on the YouTube live stream, courtesy of the Roller Dogs down at Quick Trip. It is Lauren Lucas as she's making her way. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Women's 4-5. Jersey Lee with the Divas. Third year in a row, you've joined me up here. Third year in a row, we've talked about it. It's been on for 13 years, but the amount of money, $1,400 of pre-money donated this year from the Divas, and we gave $1,000 of Diva Preems alone in this race here today.
Yeah, very excited to be able to do this for the women. It's a highlight of throwing around that breakfast, our hand-me cash. We love it. It's great.
So Lauren Lucas, a winner of $500 of that $1,000 Diva Preems here in this one. She also won a Bicycles of Tulsa $100 Preem as well as she makes her way around Climax Corner onto Galveston, starting to do that crest. Again, the way this course is set up, it's the double bump hill. Everybody talks about the pain and suffering of climbing that two-tiered Crybaby Hill. There's also the climb back up from Houston up to Galveston before you do the white knuckle descent. And that right hand off camber back onto Riverside Drive, and that's exactly what we're going to wait to see. As we'll look off to the south, if you're down here at the barriers, get off your duffs, get on your feet, and cheer on Lauren Lucas as she's got one more right-hand turn before she makes her way onto Riverside Drive. As it's going to be Lauren Lucas, plenty of time between her and the chase as she navigates the final 200 meters from Galveston to our finish line here, the king of the road, it's the queen of the road, Lauren Lucas, taking the win in the women's 4-5. Congratulations, Lauren Lucas, with the win. Now, again, like I said, trying to figure out the rest of our podium as they're kind of spread back through here as a little bit of raindrops start to form here. But again, we'll wait for official results again because nobody else is across the line yet as Lauren Lucas with the big lead and the big win and the big payday when it comes to the Preems. $600 of cash Preems, courtesy of the Divas and Bicycles of Tulsa. Rain coming in a little bit out of the west now. We're going to have this probably off and on as the day goes on. As again, our women's 4-5 finishing it up as our pace cars move to the side to let the race finish up. It's again a closed course. Coming up next will be the women's 2-3 and women's masters. You should already be staging for that one, but it still is a closed course as we are finishing up our women's 4-5 race. Women's 4-5 race continue to finish on up. As I believe that may be our podium rolling on through again out of those racers. We'll get that officially for you. If you think you're in that podium, make sure you stay close all day long. If you think you're in the podium, don't go anywhere. Stay close, hang out. We want to make sure we recognize you, and that way Amy can find you right here. Here's the thing, the gold standard was set by the men's Cat 5. Come on, if the men's Cat 5 can do it, the rest of these groups can do it as well. Make sure you come on down. We can recognize the podiums, again, when our official results are posted. But if you think you're on the podium, stay close down here at the finish line, because again, we're right in front of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater is our Saint Francis Health System podium, the Tulsa Tough podium, and that's where we're going to be recognized. All of our podiums all day long, and also Moo Cycling Apparel will be our sponsor when it comes to the leaders jersey. Will also be recognizing those race leaders all here on day number 3. Alrighty, again, unofficially, our podium in the women's 4-5, Lauren Lucas, Peyton Williams, and Chloe Exner. Chloe Exner, another recipient of a Diva Preem. She won that $500. So, Jersey Lee, again, joining me 3rd year in a row, 13 year of the Divas. Thank you. Always great to see you.
Always great
You've had
to
a
be
busy
here.
year, both in the diva side, also in the personal/professional side.
That is true.
Again, congratulations on all those awards and plaudits, your own Palmars, your own podiums you've had in your professional side.
Thank
and again,
you.
thank you for joining us again up here on the stage
Every
at the
year.
McElroy River Parks Criterium.
That's right. We'll see you next year.
Alrighty, finishing up the women's 4-5. Again, it's a closed course. We should be staging. In fact, we're now rolling them up. The women's 2-3 and women's masters.
Jumping down on these knees.
All right, as we roll up our women's 2-3, women's masters. Final pre-flight instructions, same as yesterday. Free laps in with 6 to go. Free laps go away at 6 to go. We will count the clock up before we count the laps down. So you should see the laps start at 10 to go, 10 to go. That's when we'll have the lap counter at 10 to go. Again, free laps end at 6 to go. You go back to the state cycling wheel pit. It's on your left, back behind you on Riverside Drive here. Medical tent is at the end of Riverside, back to the south of us, where Galveston comes down onto Riverside Drive. And again, pay attention to USA cycling race officials. We're T-minus 30 seconds. Jumbotron's there, and we have preems, 3 preems. We've got some diva preems, some high-dollar ones as well, so keep your ears open for the extra preem bells that will be ringing in the middle of this race. Waiting on the whistle. And with the whistle, we are underway. The women's 2-3 and women's masters field. The next wave of the day, making the way towards Crybaby Hill here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium. Again, we want to recognize the women's 4-5 podium. We already have the unofficial results. Lauren Lucas, Peyton Williams, Chloe Exner. If you're any of those 3 names, stay close. Come on down. Try to stay out of the rain. I get it's raining. We have some trees over here next to the start-finish line. Keep you out of the rain, but we do want to recognize the podium coming up momentarily once we get the official results posted for our women's 4-5. Again, right now we've just started. We're about 40 seconds in to the women's 2-3 and women's masters as they hit Crybaby Hill for the first time. Again, we're going to have 3 different preems, one of them being the Diva Preem, a high-dollar one. So, again, we're keeping an eye out on that as the 3 preems are coming our way.
Find your hammer. Get out the riders. Tell them I get off the course. Early in the first class, there's all the time. Get off the course.
Alrighty, we're about to have the first lap done and dusted. Now, here's the thing. Probably a pretty cautious first lap because the rain just had started. So the thing is, you probably don't have a lot of oil and grit in the road because it was washed away by the torrential biblical downpours that we had yesterday here in Tulsa. With that being said, still a little bit of grease maybe on there. So our women's 2-3 and masters, take it a little simple, a little easy, a little cautious before they start ratcheting up as first lap done and dusted here in our women's 2-3. I saw Gabby Henry up there, as well as, I think, bib 146. That's Avery Kavner, who won yesterday in the women's 2-3, I believe. We get a organized yesterday's podium as well. Alrighty, we have 3 preems we talked about and a big money diva preem. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna fire out the big money diva preem on this lap as we're 2 laps in. It's a $400 diva preem. We're gonna ring the bell this lap. We are starting a $400 diva preem, diva preem, diva preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $400, $400. $400 preem lap, $400 preem lap, $400 preem lap. Preem, preem, preem. This is a start of a preem lap, a $400 diva preem. Here for our women's 2-3 and masters. Alrighty, so this is the first of our 3 preems. Rain kind of coming and going as the day goes on. But right now we are going to be looking at the front of this race because this is a $400 preem lap, a $400 preem lap. So they're all together. Start list was 36 on the women's 2-3 and 6 on the masters. We may actually have almost 40 out of the 42. That's probably our highest show-up percentage so far this weekend, outside of maybe the men and women's pro pelotons. But right now, this is a preem lap, so it's a $400 preem lap. All righty, so get ready to make the crest over Galveston. Again, it's a double bump, double hump climb of Crybaby Hill / the climb into Galveston. So everyone kind of always talks about, man, your legs get ripped off you, by the way. Yes, whenever you go up Crybaby Hill. But when you come on down, or you have to climb up Galveston, that's a second little area where if you attack, it definitely can be advantageous. All right, it's a $400 sprint, a $400 sprint, 3 to the line. That is a 3-woman sprint coming to the line, and I believe that may be Piedmont. Is Emma Frost with Piedmont University taking that $400 Diva Preem. So again, I believe she's on the podium yesterday in the women's 2-3, and now she takes the $400 Preem. Bib number 569, Emma Frost. So again, if you're looking for results all day long, go to TulsaTough.com. And you have go find the crit section, click crits, and it'll have results. And you can check out the McNally's Group Blue Dome District Criterium results. You can check out the FC Tulsa Artistic Criterium. And you can check out the McElroy River Parks Criterium as well. Because that's what I'm doing right now myself. Look it up. Again, I believe Avery Kavner was our winner in the women's 2-3 yesterday. I'm nerding out all week. Congratulations, our winner, Lauren Lucas. Looking for the rest of our podium for the women's 4-5. Coming down to the start line, we'll get Peyton Williams and Chloe Exner. Peyton Williams, Chloe Exner. You head on down, we'll recognize you at the podium across the street. So again, yesterday's podium in the women's 2-3, it was Avery Kavner with Team Rio Grande winning it, Susie Martin in second, and Emma Frost, your Diva Preem winner, was in third yesterday. As we're coming back together here, another lap done and dusted. It is a 35-minute race, about 9 minutes in. So we haven't started doing the laps just yet. But we do have 2 more preems to throw out as they're going to feather back in. Bib number 557, that is Stephanie Luff, CRCA, Dave Jordan Elite Road Team, coming out of the State Cycling Wheels tent. So again, we are still over 6 laps to go, so we still have free laps. So if you have a crash or mechanical, it'll feather you back in. So I'm looking for Peyton Williams. She's across the way, and then Chloe Exner, I just saw you walk by. If you come back over here to the barriers, we'll get you crossed. And then Lauren Lucas was around here as well. So we'll recognize that women's podium coming up. All righty, so still counting the clock up before we count the laps down. Who are we? Sound Pony. Nicole Wyant, Corinna Redard, they'll roll through. Also rolling through, that's Jasmine Naya, Cycle, Mommy's race team out of California. All righty, again, just over 10 minutes in this 35-minute race. 2 more preems, but momentarily we'll be recognizing our women's Cat 4, Cat 5 podium, recognizing the 1, 2, and 3, and also recognizing some of those preem winners. The Diva Preem. We threw $1,000 of cash, courtesy of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. $500 going to Chloe Exner. $500 of the Diva money going to Lauren Lucas. So we're going to roll the Cadillac, courtesy of the Don Thornton Automotive Group. And here come our race leaders, navigating Galveston, still able to get down there fine. But we are starting to shell racers off the back out of our Masters and Women's 2-3 fields. So another lap down, and now we show the lap counter. So 10, 10, 10, 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. At the front driving, that is going to be Tatum Brown. We called Tatum Brown's name a lot yesterday out of Tennessee. She did not finish in the top 5, so looking to try to make that step up to the top 5 here on day number 3. Crybaby Hill, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. All righty, we're going to recognize our women's podium. Get them across the road momentarily. So again, the results, if you go to TulsaTough.com, there's going to be crits. That'll be one of the buttons you crits, and then race results or results. It'll take you on down, and it'll show, it goes way back in the day. But if you're looking for this year, it's up in the main section, and there's some pull-down menus that'll give you Friday, Saturday, and Sunday's results, and the second pull-down menu giving you all the categories. Portia Marie rolling over there to help cheer on. Lauren's got her own cheering section. Alrighty, we'd like to recognize our women's 4-5 podium recipients of $1,000 of the Saint Francis Diva Cash and Diva Preems, helping incentivize our women's 4-5 race. First, coming from Canada out of Saskatchewan, winner of a $500 Preem, her 3rd place finisher, it's Chloe Exner. In second, racing out of Arkansas with Rock City Cycling, your silver standard, it's Peyton Williams. And your future Kona Iron Man, Iron Woman, the queen of the road, racing with Win Republic Racing, it's Lauren Lucas, your winner in the women's 4-5. So your women's 4-5 podium, Lauren Lucas, Peyton Williams, and Chloe Exner, 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty, under 10 to go, under 10 to go, under 10 to go. Lauren Lucas with the win, Peyton Williams in second, and Chloe Exner in third. Alrighty, next time through, we're going to do our second preem. Alrighty, next time, we're going to start ringing the bell. It's going to be a preem lap, a $200 preem, $200 preem, $200 preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. $3,000 is what they've given out this year. Preem lap. some of our merchandise streams as the day goes on. Thank you to Cycling Apparel, our leaders jersey sponsor at the 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. And if you're just joining us, where have you been? We're already on race number 4 of the day, year number 3, as we head into the final 9 laps of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough McElroy Manufacturing Women's 2-3 Women's Masters Fields. Alrighty, as we get down here to the final 9 to go. Next time through, it'll be 8 to go for the race leaders. But right now, looking at the preem, it's a preem lap. Whoever comes across first the next time wins $200. A $200 cash preem courtesy of Sickles of Tulsa. But just wait, we still have one more. The Tulsa Tasting Tours preem, a $100 cash preem. The third and final one coming on up. It'll be a $100 cash preem. But right now, this is going to be the race for a $200 Bicycles of Tulsa preem, making their way down and making that right-hand turn onto Riverside Drive. All righty, here comes the sprint. It is $200. $200 is a $200 preem sprint. Here comes the sprint to the line for $200. And it is going to be bib 574. That will be Hayden Hudzinski. My apologies, Hayden. Hayden Hudzinski, Fem Kermessa team out of Colorado. Hayden taking the win, a $200 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. As we're going to wait a little bit, but we have one more preem as we have 8 to go. It'll be a $100 cash preem, courtesy of the Tulsa Tasting Tours. Alrighty, we are down to under 8 laps to go, under 8 laps to go, under 8 laps to go. Again, if you're on the podium all day long, make sure you hang. Amy's here. She wants to recognize you. We want to put on the Moo Cycling Apparel Leaders Race Jersey, our official Leaders Race Jersey sponsor of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So under 8 to go, under 8 to go, under 8 to go. That last preem. Again, I believe that was, I butchered our Colorado racer, Hayden Hladzinski winning that $200 preem. We got one more to go. We'll wait a couple laps, but it'll be a $100 cash preem courtesy of the Tulsa Tasting Tours. What's that? Tulsa Tasting Tour, as we roll through the peloton here with 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Again, I believe the website, tulsatastingtours.com. Is that right? All right, that's what it is. So again, food tours around Tulsa. They're our sponsor for the third preem, which we're waiting to fire that off in a couple more laps. We'll fire off that third and final $100 preem, courtesy of tulsatastingtours.com. Again, one of our great sponsors. Everybody talks about Bicycle Tulsa. Everybody talks about Smith Farm and Garden. They've been here forever. The Divas, they started putting more money in the last couple years, right? You get people that come out, the crowdfunding, so to speak. And then you have people roll up like TulsaTastingTours.com, and they're out here putting their money where their mouth is, helping promote and support cycling here, especially women's cycling here in the city of Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, as we go to the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We're about midway through, not quite, of the day, as we go 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go, as we're about to have free laps in. The next time when it shows 6 to go, free laps will end, so not able to get feathered back in. So again, we've gone and given out a couple preems already, one more to go, the TulsaTastingTour.com one. We'll wait for a couple laps on it. Starting to see the crowd arrive on Crybaby Hill, as Sound Pony racers make their way over Crybaby Hill. Again, the theme this year, I think, is babies in space, crybabies in space. So we will see what type of Tron-esque interesting things we'll see as the day goes on. Crowds starting to form up on Crybaby Hill. But right now, the women's 2, 3, and Masters, we are under 7 to go. When the race leaders roll through, we'll see 6 to go. I believe that may be the OG Space Baby, Andy Wheeler. It is the OG Space Baby. A little upgrade, the disco ball helmet. As we're now going to see 6 to go, as there goes the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace cars that rolls on through. And it's going to be 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. And a little bit of a gap starting to form, but not that much here with 6 to go. We shall see. It's going to be 564. That will be Emily Strange, Nashville Local Cycling, moving her way to the front. So again, Moo Cycling Apparel, our official race leaders jersey sponsor. Who will be donning that jersey, the Moo Cycling Apparel jersey, at the end of this women's 2-3 and women's Masters race? Because we will have 2 different podiums. We shall see. We've thrown out a couple preems. We got one more to go, but they're all back together. There's a little bit of an attack, though. Don't think that was the green of Piedmont University. And they zoom on in, 551. That's Bristol Albright. So Bristol Albright was very active, but not in the top 5 yesterday. Bristol Albright racing with Fount Cycling Guild out of North Carolina. But here it is. She's making an attack here with 6 to go. 6 more times around the race course. 6 more times up Crybaby Hill, the meat grinder of the McElroy River Parks Criterium. But we still have one more preem. And we're going to fire it off here. Next time the race leaders roll through, as they're starting to be fracturing at the front of this race, as they make their way towards Galveston, starting to try to draw her back. But there's definitely some gaps opening in that front group of around 15 to 20 women's racers in the 2-3 Masters field. But right now, when they come through, it'll be 5 to go, and it will be the 3rd and final preem. It'll be a $100 cash preem courtesy of Tulsa Tasting Tours. Go to TulsaTastingTours.com, our sponsor here on our 3rd and final preem in our women's 2-3 Masters field. So, we'll wait to see the race leaders making their way down. I believe that may be a lap rider there. It is. So they've drawn her back, who was the leader, Bristol Albright. She tried to make that attack on Crybaby Hill. They have drawn her back, and now we're about to ring the bell, as it's going to be a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. This is a $100 cash preem lap, $100 cash preem lap, courtesy of TulsaTastingTours.com. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100, $100 in cash. Moving to the front, you're going to see Jenna Mayer. First time we've called her out of Utah. But also, who else is going to be active? You know you're going to have the Fount Cycling Guild's racer, Bristol Albright, again, up towards the front. They're making her do the pull, making her do the majority of the work here after she made the attack the last time around on Crybaby Hill. They drew her back within the backside of the race course, as it's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Next time around, whoever's first across the line will win $100 in cash, courtesy of TulsaTastingTours.com. So again, Bristol Albright pushing to the front, but now moving back there as well. That will be 304. It's one of our Masters racers, I believe. That's Abby Krawczyk out of Missouri as she makes her way up there to that second wheel. Also up there, you're going to find Margot McBurney out of Coalition Cycling out of Washington. So Coalition Cycling, first time we've called her name, Margot McBurney, today. Don't think we called her yesterday either, so a little more active here. Maybe she's more of a climber when it comes to Crybaby Hill and the difference of the race courses Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But right now, it is a preem lap. And right now, so Bristol Albright has been gathered back in by the peloton, and some new names and faces now moving to the front. We'll zoom on in there. 160. That is going to be the first time we've called Emma Kazahamas. Emma Kazahamas. First time we've called her name this weekend. Last weekend, very active, the Maverick Criterium on the podium both days, winning preems down in Norman, Oklahoma on the iconic Campus Corner course. We're in year number 2, but that is the iconic area, the Campus Corner of the University of Oklahoma. And Emma Kazahamas, very active in that Maverick Crit last week. Podiums, preems, you named it. And right now she is towards the front as they make their way down onto Riverside Drive. So this is a $100 preem, a $100 sprint as a racer comes off the front. Is it still Kazahamas? We shall see. Head down, rotating through. Looking for the bib number as somebody's going to be $100 richer. And it's going to be 574. That's actually Hladzinski. Hayden Hladzinski wins the preem. That is her second preem of the day as she takes $100 courtesy of TulsaTastingTours.com. So you ramp up the heart rate. You get all excited. Let's cool it down a little bit because you have 4 more times around this race course. 4 more times up Crybaby Hill. 4 more white knuckle descents on the off-camber turn from Galveston on the descent onto Riverside Drive for the final 200-meter sprint to the line. 4 more times in our women's 2-3 and Masters. Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way 4 more times. Now moving to the front, that is going to be Amanda Alston, Nashville local cycling. First time called Amanda's name this weekend out of North Carolina. It says North Carolina, it says Nashville. You can race for a team outside your state. Amanda Alston up towards the front, but they've all come back together. Those little fracturing at the front, they'd gone for the preem, which was won for the second time here today by Hayden Hladzinski. But now they are all back together with 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Again, if you're watching on the Jumbo, it's the YouTube live stream, courtesy of Quick Trip. When you need to fuel up fast and get back to the action, there's only one place to go, and that's QT. Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations. Fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Quick Trip started in 1958, still headquartered here today. I grew up at 3rd and Garnett next to one of the OG locations, single digits. I believe it was store number 4. Somebody was saying maybe it was store 6.5. I'm not sure if exactly that's how you number it, but, you know, it's a great joke. So anyway, one of the OG locations there, but again, now 1,200 locations nationally with Quick Trip. When I went down to the University of Oklahoma as a freshman about 7,000 years ago, all my friends down there, they told me about Loves. I said, boys, you need to find out a place called Quick Trip. Always representing the 918. So we're going to be 3 to go. Race leaders navigating their way down. Again, the rain's come and gone. Slight rain showers off and on all day, not super heavy, but we do have 2 racers that came together on that descent. Again, it is kind of slick in that apex. So the course marshals and some of the officials trying to separate the bikes and get them out of the way because that is a kind of a dangerous area, but they went down, but they seem to be no worse for wear. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So no more free laps. They'll have to just get back on their bikes and roll on through to finish this one out. But they did not look too worse for wear, those 2 racers that crashed there at the basically at the entrance of Riverside Drive off of Galveston on the hill. So 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. They'll get wheeled back out, and we'll focus here on the race leaders. It is 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Look at that. May have been 301. Not sure if Michelle Moen was involved in that. She was in the podium yesterday in the women's Masters race. Right now, towards the front, you are going to see Margot McBurney again, Coalition Cycling out of Wisconsin. Also, Fount Cycling Guild, Bristol Albright up there as well. So again, yesterday's top 5, it was Avery Cavner, it was Susie Martin, it was Emma Frost, it was Amanda Alston, and Ariel Mancias. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who will be on the podium here today in the women's 2-3? And again, also the women's masters race. Podium top step was Nicole Wyant yesterday. Michelle Moen in second and Chassie Kirby in third. Who's on the masters podium as well? As we watch, some of the lap racers about to be caught on the backside of the course before they make their way up to Galveston. So, under 3 to go. Next time they roll through, it'll be the penultimate lap. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. As we are nearing the business end, the tip of the spear here of our women's 2-3 Masters here on day number 3 at the McElroy River Parks Criterium. It is Crybaby Hill. It is the descent off Galveston. It is the finish of our women's 2-3 Masters coming up. Get off your duffs, get to the barriers, cheer them on, let them know how much you appreciate how hard they're working, because they're working harder than you, I can tell you that much. Heart rate up as we get down to the final 2 laps. It'll be the penultimate lap coming on up. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. The pace car rolls on through, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive. Looking to the Jumbotron, 200 meters off to our south. It looks like everybody makes it safely this time around, coming off that off-camber onto Riverside. But now it's 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, but we are all together at the front. 2 laps, 2 laps, 2 laps to go. Racers looking at each other. They're 5 to 6 wide. Masters and women's 2-3 all together there. But they're 5 or 6 wide, not that long, thin line, which would tell you that they're trying to blow the peloton apart. So again, the attack's going to come on the climbing sections. Who's got the descents? Who's got the risk reward calculated when they make that white knuckle descent off of Galveston onto Riverside? But right now we are under 2 to go, and the next time you see the women's 2-3 and the women's masters, we will be cooking. You know, somebody's cooking. They got the grill going up there on Crybaby Hill. They'll be cooking on the final lap with 1 to go. Right now, though, still have the second to last time up Crybaby Hill. Margot McBurney, again, up there. Tatum Brown, moving on the left side, racing out of Tennessee. Right side of the peloton there, Bristol Albright, Fount Cycling. Again, she was outside the top 5, has been very active today and looking to try to make her way to the front and get closer and closer. That is going to be Aya's racing Emmy Solis. She'll roll through. She's got 2 to go. But right now, we'll look to the Jumbotron. They'll do the second hump and the double bump, double hump, a backside climb of this course. Crybaby Hill is the sting in the legs, but the climb from the descent from Houston back up to Galveston is also a upwardly mobile section. So again, not an easy spot. You see them, they're breathing out of the eyeballs. They're making that right-hand turn onto Galveston. Also moving to the front, I believe that may be 155. It is Alex Wiggins. Rock City Cycling out of Arkansas. Alex, very active again last week. Talked about some of these racers like her and Emma Casahemas. Very active last week in Norman, both on Saturday and on Sunday. Where's the bell? We need to ring the bell. Here's down there. So it's going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Bell ringer is here. We're going to ring the bell for the backside of the course, but we'll be looking for the race leaders as they get ready to make their way around the corner onto Riverside Drive. Again, Alex Wiggins, very active last week at the Maverick Criterium in Norman. So it's the final lap, the final trip around the meat grinder of Crybaby Hill, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium, as it's 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap, final lap, final lap, final lap. Moving to the front, the familiar names, Wiggins, McBurney, Tatum Brown, all moving towards the front. Bristol Albright as well. I think also, again, one of our masters still up there as well, towards the front. They have their own podium, but Michelle Moen also towards the front. It's the 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Alexandra Christofalos, Nashville Local Cycling. She rolls on through. As it's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. St. Vitus. If you went partying on a Saturday night or Friday night, maybe you went to St. Vitus. Down at the McNelly's Group Blue Dome. St. Vitus racer there at the back. She's trying to make her way back, but she will not be part of the equation here, the final group. They're all still together. The attack, there should be a separation section. It has not happened yet on the climb up. So what usually happens, maybe someone busts an O-ring, a gasket, blows a motor at Crybaby, and then you see the climb back up to Galveston. We shall see as the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, fueling the racers, fueling your cars, fueling the lead moto as it rolls through. It's Tatum Brown at the front. Starting to be a little bit of a gap forming. Tatum Brown as well as 5:30. That's not the number. Did not see the number there, but it's going to be Tatum Brown. But there's now the long, thin line forms as that peloton has been strung out as they make their way towards that crest of Galveston. So, come to the barriers, look off to the south. We'll be looking for our leaders in the women's 2, 3, and masters. Make that right-hand turn on the descent. It's a 200-meter sprint. How do you navigate the turn? Knees out to the inside. Racers go down out of that top 3. She will not be part of this equation. Who was the second wheel? Did not get the number, but here we go to the line. As we look to the south, we're going to have sprints coming our way. Is this the final lap? This is as they are going to be sprinting to the line here. They all come back together, 3 or 4 wide as they come to the line. But here comes a leader to the line, and it will be 5:60, Margot McBurney, Coalition Cycling out of Washington. Did not call her name yesterday. She may not have been in the race yesterday. She definitely was in the race today as she takes the win with Coalition Cycling on the sprint, navigating that final turn. More high rate of speed, a little bit of water on the course. And again, we saw it, did not see who it was. One of our racers had gone down. That was part of that top 3. But again, our women's 2-3 finishes up with a sprint as Margot McBurney, Coalition Cycling out of Washington, takes the win. The Quick Trip Roller Dog rollback as we looked at the Jumbotron and the YouTube live stream. Coming to the line, Gabby Henry was in there in the mix, but was not able to overcome that final kick by Margot McBurney with Coalition Cycling. So again, congratulations to our women's 2-3, as they roll on in. Next race coming up, it's going to be the men's Cat 4. Men's Cat 4, we should already be staging. If you're in the men's Cat 4, we should already be staging. And congratulations, our women's 2-3 and masters. They continue to roll on through and finishing this on up. Coming up next will be the men's Cat 4. Men's Cat 4 coming up. Next race of the day. All right, as we roll out our men's Cat 4. Gentlemen, welcome to the hill. RJ Young rolls to the front, Tulsa Wheelman. Kopak's in there, Miles is here. Miles of Smiles with the bridge yesterday. As we're gonna roll out, there's 58 of you on the registration. Let's skip all 58 brave enough to make their way here on day number 3 for the 2026 edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So, real quick, final brief flight instructions, same as yesterday. We're going to jump the clock up before we count the laps down. We'll start the lap with 10 to go, that'll be your lap counter. And then 6 to go, 3 laps go away. 3 laps go away with 6 to go. Again, if you have a crash or a mechanical, they'll feather you back in, back here at the state cycling wheel pit, back on your left. The medical tent is at the end of Riverside, actually behind you, beginning of Riverside, coming down off of Galveston on Riverside Drive. Again, we'll keep an eye out. Lap racers that are doing all that. Brief instructions there. Less than 2 minutes, less than quite a minute away from the whistle. We'll send you on out. The hill awaits, gentlemen. Crybabies in space. will be pulling riders. And we also will be having drinks with the bells. Gentlemen, we got 4 drinks. We're going to keep you busy. Lots of bells in this short course, or short race time compared to earlier in the weekend. So the crowd's starting to file in. As we're under 30 seconds, we'll wait on the whistle. Again, it's our men's Cat 4. Men's Cat 4 coming up next. On the whistle, we will send the men's Cat 4 out. Crowds continue to file on in to McElroy River Parks Criterium. Up on Crybaby Hill, down here along Riverside where the adults are at. Y'all set up over on Galveston, Climax Corner. Again, great to see all family, friends, and just aficionados of great sport coming out to support and cheer on the racers. This next wave, the men's Cat 4. Congratulations, you guys get paid. The men's Cat 5 is all for pride, bragging rights, and get some payouts now. As with the whistle, we are underway. Our men's Cat 4 onto the race course. So again, we mentioned that we'll be having 4 different preems here in the men's Cat 4. $300 ones and a $60 one. Bicycles of Tulsa doing 300 of that, 360. And then a preem Santa Claus dropping down through the chimney for that final $60 preem. So again, not a long race. A 40-minute race with 4 preems. So we'll be firing this on off momentarily. We'll get it figured out. Again, we're going to count the clock up before we count the laps down, but we have 4 preems that are ahead of us. You can go to TulsaTough.com if you want to see results all through the weekend. Also, as the day goes on, that's where the results are officially posted. Looking yesterday at our men's Cat 4 podium, it was Miguel Angel Gare, Gerardo Sosa, Kevin Kopak, 1, 2, and 3. Rounding out that top 5, it was Lucas Mackey and Miles Taylor. Lucas Mackey in 4th, racing with fast times, pro after party. And the pro during party is up on the hill. So Crybaby Hill, it's up there. We see Kenneth Smith with Who Are We, Sound Pony, tail gunning at the back of the peloton right now as they make their way, about to wrap up lap number 1. So again, that's a white knuckle descent. And you'll see guys trying to make sure they get that right all day long. You had a rider maybe overcook it a little bit there, had to hit the brakes and went wide left. Able to keep it upright, but definitely not the best attack. Here we go. Speaking of attacks, we got 1, 2, 3 racers off the front. Curl down very tight. That's actually going to be David Libre, Podcast del Ciclista out of Texas. David Libre, very active last week at the Maverick Criterium. Mr. Libre on the podium in the men's 4 race last week. So he'll head on up on his wheel. That'll be 6:05. That is Marshall Davis, the Gravity Collective. And then 6:14. That is Elliott Hamilton, Paragon Racing out of Texas. So here's the thing. We've called a bunch of different names. None of those racers were in the top 5 yesterday. So already early on, we're having a lot of action here from some new names and faces out of this peloton in the men's Cat 4. The registration had 58. We'll see what our participation rate was as far as how many towed the line and rolled the 2 wheels up the line. But a little breakaway starting to form. Again, David Libre, Elliott Hamilton, 3rd racer, I believe, again, that was Marshall Davis. Little 3-man break, now maybe trying to become a 4-man break. That could be Lucas Mackey. It is. So yesterday's fourth place finisher, Lucas Mackey, they've opened up an early gap. So we're on lap number 2 here of the men's Cat 4. On lap number 2, and already a 4-man group here. So counting the clock up before we count the laps down. We are 2 laps in. We have come back together. That's, 6:05, Marshall Davis. He rolls through that 4-man gap, though. Looking like they're trying to draw it back, though, and try to shut that down. Trying to look there. Maybe Miguel Angel Gari in that group, possibly in that front group of the chase. Definitely see Kevin Kopak, bib number 620, trying to draw them back in. So not a big lead as they make their way to Crybaby Hill for the 3rd time here today. So again, this is a 40-minute race. We do have 4 preems, and we'll try to get those recognized, or thrown out, that is, coming up. We are going to do our podiums coming up for the women's 2-3 and women's masters. We will wait a little bit, make sure we get the official results. Now there is going to be a break in that 4-man group, as that looks like Paragon, Elliott Hamilton. It's either Elliott Hamilton 614 or 615. We'll get a look there. It is bib number 614. So Elliott Hamilton, Paragon Racing out of Texas. He has broke away from that group of 4, which is now really, it's really a group of 2, that chase. So one of your 4 racers probably looks like they got gobbled back up into the chasing peloton, being driven by Fat Tire Racing out of Oklahoma, Kevin Kopak. But Elliott Hamilton out of Paragon Racing out of Texas is the one who went on the attack. So about to have 3rd lap done and dusted here. Averaging a little over 2 minutes, maybe around 2:10 or so, 2:05. But it will be, again, Elliott Hamilton, Paragon. He rolls through. It's going full-time trial mode. Lucas Mackey now taking up the chase with David Libre. But here comes Kopak, who's got a teammate with him there, as that'll be Fat Tire Bike Shop's Clayton McConville. So right now, the chase that's trying to draw back the 2-man, kind of no man's land area, and draw back your breakaway racer, Elliott Hamilton. That is being driven by Fat Tire Racing as Kevin Kopak and Clayton McConville. Alrighty, we do want to recognize our women's 2-3 and women's masters podium coming on up. If you are in the area, you should be in the area, because we want you to make sure you come down here. If you think you're in the podium, stay close, and hopefully you are close. I'm looking for Margot McMurney, Emma Frost, and Amanda Alston, as well as Abby Krawczyk, Michelle Moan, and Chassie Kirby. Again, I'm looking for Abby Krawczyk, Michelle Moan, and Chassie Kirby, as well as Margot McBurney, Emma Frost, and Amanda Alston. All right, who are we? Sound Pony. Kenneth Smith just rolled through. We're about to ring the bell next time for our leaders for the Kenneth Smith Preem. He donated $60 of cash for this first Preem for our men's Cat 4. He's tail gunning. He's saving for the rest of it. As when the race leader comes through, we're going to ring it to Preem lap, Preem lap. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. Preem lap. $60 Preem, $60 Preem. $60 Preem, $60 Preem, $60 Preem. It is Elliott Hamilton. Elliott Hamilton rolling through, but here comes Miles Taylor as it's a Preem lap, Preem lap, Preem lap. $60 in cash, $60 in cash. Colombia in the house. If you're going to come to Tulsa and race, bring your own cheering section. Alrighty, so this is a preem lap. It's Santa Claus preem, courtesy of Who Are We, Sound Pony, Kenneth Smith. Again, we are looking for Margot McBurney. Okay, we got you. Emma Frost. Amanda Alston. Also looking for Abby Krajcek, Michelle Moan, and Chassie Kirby. We do want to recognize our podiums here for the Women's 2-3 and the Women's Masters. As it is a preem lap. Alvaro Hernandez from Colombia up on the Jumbotron. He's waving to the crowd. He's like, "Cry Baby Hill, I'm here." Alrighty, next time the race leaders roll through is a $6 preem. See if Elliott is still off the front with Elliott Hamilton with Paragon, or has he been gathered up? I see another Paragon racer in that group there. But it may be one of his teammates. It may be. We'll look and see as they get ready to make their way down off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive. There he is. He is off, still off the front. So Elliott makes his way down onto Riverside Drive, looking to take the $60 cash preem, courtesy of Preem Santa Claus, Kenneth Smith with Sound Pony. So congratulations, $60 in the pocket, about 25% into this race. We are looking, Margot. Michelle Moan and Chassie Kirby, Masters podium. Michelle Moan, Chassie Kirby, there's Chassie, Michelle Moan, and also need Amanda Alston. Amanda Alston, head on down. We're going to recognize our podiums. So we need Michelle Moan and Amanda Alston. Please head down and start finish line. We'll get you across to the podium. Looking for Amanda Alston and Michelle Moan. Michelle Moan and Amanda Alston, head on down. We will recognize our podiums in the Women's 2-3 and the Women's Masters. Still looking for Amanda Alston, and Michelle Moan. Alrighty, so we are one of our 3 preems. Let's fire off a second preem next time through, but not for our race leader. Let's do a field preem. Not a super big lead, but thing is, we don't want it to balloon out of control and then just end up giving Elliott Hamilton all the money. So he'll roll through. We're going to do a field preem. It'll be $100. So we'll let Elliott roll on through. Still only not quite 13 minutes into this one. It's a 45-minute tilt. But now when they roll on through, when that peloton makes their way down onto Riverside Drive, we are going to bring it for them. It's going to be a field preem, field preem, field preem. It's going to be a $100 preem. It's a field preem, $100 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Field preem, field preem, field preem. Gentlemen, this is a field preem, field preem. This is a field, you guys are in it. A field preem, field preem, field preem. We're doing a field preem for $100 in cash courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. We are looking for Amanda Alston. There we go, got the hand up. We are still in the protest period, but at least we're getting everybody gathered up. So not doing the podium just yet. Making sure we're getting everyone gathered up momentarily as we are now 13 and a half minutes in as it's a preem lap, $100 preem. Field preem, field preem, field preem. And as Diaz Silva, the cheerleader of the Maverick Criterium, Diaz Silva, bib number 670, He had the megaphone down in Norman, Oklahoma last week. He was cheering everyone on. Diaz Silva, his own personal hype man, cheering on the racers here in the men's Cat 4. He's part of this field, but you'll hear him all weekend long with the megaphone cheering on. Michelle Moan. Nope, there we go. Give us a little bit. We're getting the podium set up. As here comes the Range Rover, king of the road. Before we recognize our queens of the road, our women's 2-3 and women's masters podiums coming up. And the time trial continues for Elliott Hamilton. Field cream is what we have because he's already won the first Santa Claus cream, the Kenneth Smith cream. But here comes the sprint. It's going to be a $100 cream, $100 cream sprint, $100 cream sprint. Who's going to take the $100? Coming to the line, I believe that may be Marshall Davis, and it is Marshall Davis. Racing with the Gravity Collective out of Arkansas, taking the $100 Preem Sprint, Field Preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So, 2 of our 4 Preems are done. So again, we are 50% of the way through our Preems. 2 more to go, but we still haven't started counting the clock down, or counting the laps down. Counting the clock up, we're 15 and a half minutes into our 45-minute race. We've done 2 of the Preems. We still have two $100 Preems, so a total of $200 to give out coming up in the next 20 to 30 minutes. We are ready momentarily to recognize our women's 2-3 and our women's masters podiums. Over there, getting the podium set back up. All righty, we would like to recognize our Masters podium first. Masters podium in day number 3, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. In 3rd place at Arkansas Racing and BMC Walmart Cycling, it's Chassie Kirby. Making her way back to the podium in back-to-back days in 2nd, racing with Full Send Racing, powered by Burro Athletics, it's Michelle Moan. And making her way to the top step, coming from St. Louis, your first place winner in the Masters Women's Day 3 of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, it's Abby Krawczyk. So Krawczyk, Moan, and Kirby, 1, 2, and 3 here at our Masters podium for day number 3. And here's our Moo Cycling Apparel Leaders Jersey. Moo Cycling Apparel, our Leaders Jersey sponsor here at the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Thank to Moo Cycling Apparel. Paragon Racing's George Hamilton, I believe that's younger brother of Elliott, who's up the road, our race leader with a big lead so far here in our men's Cat 4. Again, congratulations, our Masters podium. Krawczyk, Moan, and Kirby, 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty, we'll recognize our women's podium here in our women's 2-3 here at the 20th edition Crybabies in Space McElroy Manufacturing, River Parks Criterium in third place, racing with Nashville Local Cycling. It's Amanda Alston. 2 days in a row of giving us an education, racing from Piedmont University. In second place, it's Emma Frost. And coming out of the Pacific Northwest, out of Washington, racing with Coalition Cycling, it's Margot McBurney. Your women's podium, Margot McBurney, Emma Frost, and Amanda Alston, 1, 2, and 3. Looking back, our men's Cat 4 making their way back off of Galveston, back onto Riverside Drive again. Looking to keep it all rubber side down. .28 seconds. That is the lead right now for Elliott Hamilton. 28 seconds. Again, thank you to Moo Cycling Apparel. Moo Cycling Apparel, our race leaders jersey sponsor, as Margot McBurney dons the Moo jersey. Moo Cycling Apparel, as your Coalition Cycling racer, Margot McBurney takes the win in the women's 2-3. Comes Elliott Hamilton out of Paragon Racing Team out of Texas. 28 seconds last time through. We'll start the chase clock again. He's been off the front for a while, having won the first frame. So racing in the men's 3-4 as Paragon Racing, Elliott Hamilton racing at Pace Bin Omnium. He was 9th, got a top 10 in that. Looking back, amount of history, just getting started his racing career. Got some top 10s in some races. Texas State Road Championship. But here we go. We're going to preem the field. This is a field preem, field preem, field preem. We are preeming the field. $100, $100, $100. Field preem, field preem, field preem. Another $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, as we preem the field, preem the field, preem the field. Probably still around a 30-second, half-minute mark is the gap, but will the preem bell for this $100 in cash activate the chase, activate the field, activate the peloton, set the washing machine on agitate, to try to draw back that lead? That's at 30 seconds. Looking at our racers starting to make the rim hill. I believe that's yesterday's winner. It is Miguel Angel Gare, bib number 672, winner on Saturday in the men's Cat 4. He's leading that chase group as the field makes their way up and over Crybaby Hills. We're now 9 laps to go, 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go in our men's Cat 4. Again, thank you to our Moo Cycling Apparel leaders jersey sponsor all weekend long. When our leaders roll through and make their way to the top step of our podium, they don the Moo Cycling Apparel leaders jersey, our official leaders jersey sponsor of the 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, we are premiuming the field, premiuming the field, premiuming the field. It's a $100 cash cream, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Let Elliott roll through again. Buck, we're looking to the field as this is going to be a sprint for $100. A sprint for $100 out of the field with 8 to go. We've creamed the field. Are they able to draw back the time? Still around 30 seconds, as it looks like that is going to be taken by 6:55. That was close at the line. Did not know if the Fat Tire Racer pipped him at the line, but that may be Henry Williams, the Tulsa wheelman. The young man, I think, actually not. Big toe back. That's going to be Miles. Miles of Smiles. Miles Taylor, driveway Devo racer out of Texas. I don't think he pipped Henry Williams at the line, but we shall see. I have to go to it. So it was a solid free win for the young man. He's 28 years. So Henry Williams taking the preem, winning the $100 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So we've given out 3 now of the last 4 or 5 laps. Now getting to 8 to go, 8 to go. The final 8 laps ahead of us here in the men's Cat 4. As we'll see the Paragon Racing. White kit with the yellow arms doused over the day. The wins out. This is the lead. The last 3 or 4 laps, we'll see if it changes. We'll look back to the south on Riverside Drive, looking for the chase as the rest of our gradually reduced men's Cat 4 peloton make their way down off of Galveston. Still waiting to see them as we're already at 20 seconds. They're just now coming into vision here, coming up towards the state cycling wheel tent. So he has extended the lead. That last lap, the preem did not draw back the time at all, as it's now 34 seconds. But here comes an attack by Paragon. So Elliott Hamilton making his way 34 seconds, let's say, still maintaining that just that half-minute gap or so with 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. But it looked like it was a Paragon racer, a teammate of his, going to the front. Now here's the thing. He kind of attacked on the far side of barriers, made his way to the front, and here's what you do in the team tactics. Muck about. Muck about when you're up there, young Paragon man. If you still are at the front, slow pedal, stay at the front, not take any hard pulls. All right, they've already kicked him out. So Gerardo Sosa, who was on the podium yesterday, tried to move to the front and slow up the pace. And as they made that first climb up Crybaby Hill, the peloton said, not today, Satan. As Gerardo Sosa was kicked off to the side, unable to do the team tactics here. And the chase now trying to draw it back. But here's the thing, that chase has not been able to make a dent in this lead. If anything, they've lost time. They lost another 4 seconds last time through, as it went from 30 to 34 seconds is the lead. Next time we see him come through, it will be 6 to go. Alrighty, 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. 34 seconds, that was the lead. Elliott, you put another 4 seconds in last time through. I'm your own coach here, in your ear. We got a little what's race radio say, Elliott? Elliott, you got 4 more seconds. Elliott, you can do it. You can do it, Elliott. Take the gels. Drink. Elliott, make sure you do this. You got to Crybaby Hill more times. Here's my worst European race director voice ever. But Elliott Hamilton. 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. And the lead, again, looking back to the south. Here comes that peloton. Now they're starting to get in that long, thin line. But the lead is continuing to grow. It was 28. It was 30. It was 34 seconds. Now it has grown again, as it will be 39 seconds. 39 seconds. So he's put another 5 seconds into this chase as we go 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. So looking back, that will be the men's reduced Cat 4 peloton navigating their way down. And that will be Lucas Mackey at the front. Fast Times Pro After Party as he heads towards the biggest, not after party, current party all weekend long. That'll be starting up on Crybaby Hill as more and more folks head up. Crybabies in Space, the theme this year. King of the Road, the official theme of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. But if you look to the Quick Trip Jumbotron, Quick Trip YouTube feed, you will see Crybabies in Space, 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 space. So yesterday's podium was Miguel Angel Gare, Gerardo Sosa, Kevin Kopak. Have not called Gare or Sosa's name all that much. Sosa's still at the back of that group. Maybe he can make his way back to the front as we near the final 5.5 laps here. But that lead was 39 seconds last time through for Elliott Hamilton. Take your water. Drink your water, Elliott. Take the gels. Power up. You can do it. Go fast. Heads down. Time trial. Elliott Hamilton. I'm his race director in his ear here as he'll roll through, and we're going to preem him. Our fourth and final preem. So it's our professional chase clock letting us know that we will see, has he been able to grow it out even more? It went 28 to 30 to 34. Last time through, it has grown to 39 seconds as we still don't see the peloton come on to Riverside, and Elliott Hamilton. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Going to be over 40. Up the road. You are 47 seconds. Put another 8 seconds into him. Maybe a combination of two things there. One, him putting a little bit more time trial push up the front. Also, the peloton kind of playing around and maybe not working together. They're looking at the rest of the podium steps here and not really trying to chase him down as we now go under 5 to go, and that lead well over 40 seconds as it continues to grow. Alrighty, so we are under 5 to go. Crybabies in space, 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 space. Andy Wheeler in space, space, space. The theme on the hill is Crybabies in space. The theme on the road is King of the Road. It's the 20th edition, the 20th anniversary of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, as we throw another $100 bill, $100 bill, $100 bill, y'all, to our race leader, Elliott Hamilton. He's won 2 of our 4 preems. We've preemed the field twice to try to draw it back, but they have not been able to draw back this deficit, which has ballooned over 40 seconds as we go under 4 laps to go for our race leader, Elliott Hamilton. With Paragon Racing out of Texas, we'll keep an eye out as we're waiting on the peloton to make their way down onto Galveston as Elliott already starts the climb. Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way 4 more times. The peloton just now making their way down onto Riverside Drive. When they roll through, we'll tell them 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go as well. Four to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Team Topeka, first time at the front. Believe that's maybe Josh Collins. I'm not sure that's Josh because I don't see the beard. No, it's not Josh Collins. Team Topeka does have a racer up the front. Did not see the bib number. Maybe Daniel Nichols. I think that's Daniel Nichols, 675, up towards the front. Right there on the wheel of the young 28-year-old. Keep calling him a young man. Henry Williams, Tulsa Wheelman, up at the front. But right now, it's Elliott Hamilton, time trial specialist and climber. Able to go, make the early attack, hit the hills with pace, maintain consistency before he hits Riverside and goes full time trial, taking advantage of the flat that is Riverside Drive on this course. As he gets ready to make his way back down, and he will see 3 to go when that race leader rolls through. Again, we're down to 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go here in our men's Cat 4. So we are redoing our women's Masters podium. We did have a correction on that as it's 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go here in our men's Cat 4 race. But on the women's Master, we did a correction to the podium. Still Abby Krawczyk in first, but in second is Nicole Wyant with Sound Pony Triad Bank, and then in third is Michelle Moen. So if you're here, head on back down. We'll try to recognize our corrected women's Masters podium. Abby Krawczyk, Nicole Wyant, and Michelle Moen, 1, 2, and 3 on our women's Masters podium. To the business end here of our men's Cat 4, though. Down to the final 3 laps for our race leaders. And also just trying to find the peloton as here they come down. We may be nearing 50 seconds on this one as they come through the start-finish line with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. 55 seconds. As Elliott Hamilton off the front, he's up. He's already over the top of Crybaby Hill by the time the remaining men's Cat 4 peloton rolls through this finish line with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So again, we have already given out all of our preems in the men's Cat 4. Now we're looking for Elliott Hamilton to finish up the final 3 laps in our 45-minute race here for our men's Cat 4. Little Arguro, Dead Mouse, jamming us into the final 3 laps. All righty, with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. There goes the Range Rover, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. And here comes Elliott Hamilton. Elliott, you're doing great. Keep drinking. Take your gels. You're doing great. Drink the water. Race director in your ear. Race radio says 55 seconds. 55 seconds. So 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Again, not sure if Elliott did race yesterday in the men's Cat 4. He was definitely not in the top 5, but he's definitely making his way to the top step, trying to keep it rubber side down as it's 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Crybaby Hill, get full roar, get full throat. We're sending them your way 2 more times. Two to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Clayton McConville moving to the front, but it looks like that is our breakaway bridge up specialist from yesterday, Miles Taylor, Driveway Devo, going on a solo affair here with under 2 to go now. Now 2 to go in the men's Cat 4. As Elliott Hamilton almost a minute up on the peloton, up the road, but in second right now, Miles Taylor launching out with the solo attack, trying to lock in his second place finish. But again, still 2 more times up Crybaby Hill. 2 more times down onto Riverside Drive off of Galveston. 2 more times down the finish line truss before we'll find who will be champion who will be silver and who will be bronze here, our men's Cat 4 in this 20th anniversary edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We've got our podium of anniversaries this year. It's 20 years of Tulsa Tough. It's 100 years of Route 66, and it's 250 years of the United States of America, an anniversary year for all three, as here at the 20th anniversary of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we are literally down here on Riverside Drive, taking us up to Route 66. Again, the Cyrus Avery Plaza at the end, the party zone overlooking. As we are about to ring the bell, Elliott Hamilton. Go, Elliott. You can do it. You can do it. It's great. It's your race director. Race radio says, one to go. Final lap. Race radio says, you are in the lead. Elliott, please keep going. Please, keep pedals. Be consistent. Be very risk reward. Do not worry about the risk reward, Elliott. You have it. Final lap for the Texas racer out of the Paragon cycling team. He's been off the front. Now he's a little upright. Not doing the time trial. He's not trying to be going full time trial. But here comes that attack, though. I tell you what, a big move here by Miles Taylor as he has dropped the peloton with one to go. So final lap. Miles Taylor with Driveway Devo. Tell you what, Elliott up out of the saddle. I think he heard the hunt. He heard Joshua Downs is on the march. He heard there's Yetis, there's crybabies in space, there's chupacabras all around as it's one to go. As we will see Miles Taylor now make his turn there onto Crybaby Hill. Elliott Hamilton on his way towards Galveston climb. But who is chasing in that peloton? One to go. Who's chasing the peloton? It is Fat Tire. It's Kevin Kopak. It's Clayton McConville. And it is Marshall Davis out of Arkansas with the Gravity Collective. It looks like that will be McConville. 6:28, Clayton McConville with Fat Tire Bike Shop here in Tulsa. Going over the top, trying to get a podium spot for himself, because right now, Elliott Hamilton looking to lock up first place. But Miles Taylor making the attack to lock up second. So here comes Elliott. Deep breaths as he crests Galveston. The white knuckle descent, the right handoff camber back onto Riverside Drive. He takes it nice and slow and easy as Elliott Hamilton is 150 meters from glory. Here is your men's Cat 5 champion. Free air behind him, free air in front of him, and a little bit of a tailwind to take him on in. Your champion with Paragon Racing, Elliott Hamilton. So he'll take the win. We'll look back. Launching out last time through on Riverside Drive was Miles Taylor with Driveway Devo. We'll keep an eye out as we look off to the south. Here comes Taylor trying to hold off a hard-charging third-place racer behind him, but Miles will take it, as it will be Miles Taylor and then Clayton McConville, unofficially, of course, rounding out our podium here in the men's Cat 4. So Hamilton, Taylor, and McConville, unofficial podium in the men's Cat 4, 1, 2, and 3. Again, congratulations, Elliott Hamilton. Paragon Racing, as he takes the win, and 2 of our 4 preems here today in our men's Cat 4. Again, this is a closed course. But coming up next will be our juniors, our junior racers coming on up. As much as we talk about Crybaby Hill, be gentle. They're underage. No beer hand-ups for our juniors. That race coming up next. It will be the juniors at 11:40. So again, we are still finishing up our men's Cat 4. Men's Cat 4 finishing on up, as our juniors should be staging right now. Again, men's Cat 4, they will roll on through. Year 20. Anniversary of Route 66, and again, you keep on going on Riverside Drive here, you make that right up Crybaby Hill, but if you kept going, you would find Route 66. in its 100th anniversary. The junior 10 to 14, or sorry, two different races, men's and women's juniors 10 to 14, as you will be going off on the whistle to get us started for our next wave of the day. The juniors, men and women 10 to 14. Again, waiting on, we'll get the moto through. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for moving to the side a little bit there. Let our lead moto get on through. Our commissars, USA Cycling moto officials, will be going on the whistle. When you hear the whistle, we will send you out. Getting final clearance from the course. Make sure we are all free and clear. That our Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car is ready. We'll see what they roll out this lap. We've had the Lexus, we've had the Range Rover, we've had the Cadillac, we've had the Lexus. All righty, with the whistle, we are underway. The juniors, 10 to 14, men's and women's, as we send them out onto the race course. First lap. First lap here of the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. So we are going to try to recognize our women's masters podium again. I think first place may be gone, but Michelle Moan, if you're down here, and Nicole Wyant with Sound Pony, if you're down here, we will try to redo the podium, retake the podium, as Nicole Wyant officially third place in the masters race. So I think Abby's already long gone on the road heading back to St. Louis. So we are going to try to do the podium picture for our second and third place, which is Michelle Moan and Nicole Wyant. again, a shorter race today than on Saturday for the juniors because it's a tougher course. It's shorter for everybody, trust me. As they send them up Crybaby Hill on day 1 and 2, you're doing the figure 8 down at the Blue Dome. You're doing the L-shaped drag race down in the Arts District on Saturday. This, get the mountain goats out there, get the climbers, a different race course as they continue to send the juniors up, 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 over and over Crybaby Hill. So, I believe these are junior race leaders rolling on through. I think that was yesterday's overall junior winner. We'll recognize those guys in just, I think that was maybe Jorge, that was up towards the front. Yep, Jorge Medina Hernandez is part of that 3-man group. Croft up there as well. But again, getting underway. Now we're going to have 6 laps to go. Again, it's a shorter race today. So 6 laps to go. 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go here for our juniors. So 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. So that is Croft up there with the OK Flyers, as well as Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, and yesterday's winner at Desert Fox Race Team out of Mexico, Jorge Medina Hernandez. So again, I believe that was your overall men's podium yesterday as well. And now it's not just as those 3, it's a 3-man breakaway with all of your podium finishers yesterday in this junior race. But they'll continue to roll on through. Deacon Masters, OK Flyers. Again, this is a 10 to 14 field, men's and women's juniors. Again, 10 to 14, 4-year age difference. You also, how fast kids can grow in a year. So you're going to see some of these 10-year-olds that barely as tall as their bike, and then you have these 14-year-olds already turning into young women and young men. So again, lots of different categories of skill level as well out here as they roll on through. As we're going to see our racers make their way up the hill. Again, backside of this peloton, keeping an eye on all of those racers as they roll on through. Here's the Team Crispy print. Sonic Boom, Riker Guile, Street Fighter 2. He'll roll through again with the Sonic Boom. Riker Guile. Hollywood action. Right now, the stars are the 3 off the front. Our podium from yesterday, our winner from yesterday, Jorge Medina Hernandez, along with Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, and Mr. Willie Croft with OK Flyers. Our podium from yesterday, all together as they roll through with 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, as they come through our start-finish line chute. And again, that's, watch it on the live stream. That is courtesy of Quick Trip, our YouTube live stream sponsor. When you need to fuel up fast and get back to the action, there's only one place to go, and that's QT. Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Starting here in 1958 and still headquartered here today. Quick Trip, the official sponsor, our YouTube live stream. So I see Elliot Hamilton, our winner in the men's Cat 4. He's over there. Alrighty, Team Pickle Juice, Turbo Velo Pickle Juice, Max Mendoza, he makes his way up Crybaby Hill. Again, a lot of these racers will keep recognizing their names, but looking for the front of the junior women race as well. Need Miles Taylor and Clayton McConville. I think, Clayton, you're right around the corner from us. Miles Taylor, Clayton McConville, head on down. We want to recognize our podium. Please head on down. Miles Taylor, Clayton McConville, come over here right next to the start-finish line. We'll get you across the street when it is safe. As we recognize our podium, there's Clayton right there. Miles Taylor, Miles together. As it's Willie Croft, Jorge Medina Hernandez, and Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. They roll through. And other juniors roll through. There's Riker Guile. Sonic, boom. Trying to make sure we recognize our leading junior female, junior woman. Not sure that may be it. 6'12". I don't think that's Scarlett at the front. And I think Brooklyn Becker is probably at the front of our junior women's race. Okay, okay. All right, to the front of the junior men's race. Again, they're hitting Crybaby Hill again, making their way back towards Galveston. Looking for Miles Taylor. Miles Taylor. For Miles Taylor. Miles Taylor, head on down. We'd like to recognize the podium. Miles Taylor. I know you got to drive down to Austin with the Driveway Devo team, but please come on down. Miles Taylor, Miles Taylor, Miles Taylor. We're getting ready to do the podium. Head on down. If you hear me, Miles Taylor, come to the podium. Miles Taylor, Miles Taylor, Miles Taylor. Going once, going twice. I'm going to go. Suddenly, I'm second. I'm second if Miles doesn't show up? All right, I'll get on the podium in the men's Cat 4. All right, Miles Taylor, please head on down, Miles. You hear our voice. We'd like to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium coming up in less than 3 minutes. Miles Taylor. Hang out. Again, this is a reminder for everybody all day long. If you're on the podium or if you think you're on the podium, don't go anywhere. Stay close. Stay here. We want to take care and make sure you're honoring other people's time. So again, Miles Taylor, head on down. You're the last one we're waiting on here for our men's Cat 4 podium. So, under 3 to go, under 3 to go, under 3 to go. As we send Willie Croft, Jorge Medina Hernandez, and Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman up Crybaby Hill for the third to last time. And think our women's junior leader is either Maddie Baker or Brooklyn Becker, if those numbers are still out there. Trying to keep an eye out here for it. As Sergio Contreras, he'll roll through. A little three-man peloton there with Cat Cutie and Dathan Webb. Dathan was on the podium yesterday. As we are 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go here in our junior race. Sonic, boom, Riker guy. Teammate of Medina Hernandez, that is Leonardo Ortiz with Desert Fox race team out of Mexico. He rolls through. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Miles Taylor, last call. Miles Taylor, last call. Miles Taylor, last call. We're getting ready to do our podium in our men's Cat 4. Miles Taylor, last call. All right, we're about to go to when the race leaders roll through. They will get 2 to go, and on cue, here they come. Croft, Medina Hernandez, and Romero Guzman. Gentlemen, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. All righty, no Miles Taylor. We're going to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. In third place with Fat Tire Bike Shop, it's Clayton McConville. In second, racing with Driveway Devo, it's Miles Taylor. Trust us, he was here. He was second. And making his way to the top step, the time trial specialist who went and put this field away. Racing out of Texas with Paragon Racing, it's Elliott Hamilton. So your men's Cat 4 podium, Hamilton, Taylor, and McConville, 1, 2, and 3. And again, the Moo Moo Racing Apparel Leaders Jersey goes on the shoulders of Elliott Hamilton, your winner here in the men's Cat 4 at the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. Leader jersey courtesy of Moo Moo Cycling Apparel, our leaders jersey sponsor all week long. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go as we are ringing the bell for the field and everyone. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. It is the final lap, final lap, final lap. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Again, our podium, the men's Cat 4, Elliott Hamilton in first, Miles Taylor in second, and Clayton McConville in third. 1, 2, and 3. Your podium in the men's Cat 4, Elliott Hamilton wearing the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel Race Leaders jersey. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. We got a Croft at the finish line. Will we have a Croft at the finish line in first place, though? Proud Papa waiting for this final lap. So 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Again, we know the leaders of our men's junior. Again, I still think it's Brooklyn Becker at the front of the junior women. 1 to go, 1 to go. All righty, here you goes. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Jorge Medina making an attack. Romero Guzman second wheel and Croft in third as they have one more trip around. The McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. One more time for Riker, Guile, Sonic Boom. All right, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. As we keep an eye here on this group, this should be your race leaders for the women juniors. As Renee Guerrero in there, 6'10". She was on the podium yesterday in our junior women. Addie Baker off that, so I believe it's going to be Brooklyn Becker and Renee Guerrero battling it out for the win here in the women's junior as they are together in that group that rolled through a couple seconds ahead of Maddie Baker with Team Crispy Print. Final lap, so next time those race leaders roll through. So, backside of the race course, we'll keep an eye out for that. Again, we see bib number 30, Max Mendoza, Turbo Velo Pickle Juice, in the middle of this junior pack. But we're keeping an eye on the three off the front. Your podium from yesterday, OK Flyers, Willie Croft, Desert Fox Race Teams, Jorge Medina Hernandez, and Zapopan Romero Race Team out of Mexico, Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. That was your podium yesterday. It's been the three-man breakaway that Jeremy Stitt's been chasing all day long. As we're down to the final lap here for our men's and women's juniors. As we look for those race leaders to make their way on to Riverside Drive. It looks like we've had a fracturing of that group of three. And it looks like yesterday's champion, Jorge Medina Hernandez, has emerged out of that group of three. Hands to the air like you just don't care. About to roll through the line here as Jorge Medina Hernandez put the power in on the backside of the course to take the win. Now, we're going to round out the podium as this should be Willie Croft with the OK Flyers taking second place. And rounding out our podium in the men's junior, it will be bib number 36, Zapopan Romero Race Team out of Mexico. It's Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. Your 1, 2, 3, Medina Hernandez, Croft, and Romero Guzman in your junior men's 10 to 14. So our women's junior 10 to 14 podium, at least the top steps. Again, it's going to be a battle, I believe, with Brooklyn Becker and Renee Guerrero. As we'll keep an eye, they were in that group together. As we'll keep our eyes open as they come towards the line here on the final lap of our junior men's and women's 10 to 14 category. Sprinting it out. That's Deacon Masters. Again, looking for first place here in our junior women. I think Brooklyn Becker, that is who it is, making the attack out of that group with plenty of space to spare here on the finishing shoot here. Brooklyn Becker, your unofficial junior women's winner. As Renee Guerrero, unofficially second in the women's junior 10 to 14. Again, congratulations to our juniors as they continue to ride through Sonic Boom Riker Guile. I mean, there is a Street Fighter movie coming out, so I don't sound like an old nerd when I talk about a video game from the 90s called Street Fighter 2 with a guy named Guile, had a crazy blonde flat top, and the Sonic Boom. All right, again, congratulations. It is a closed race course. It should just be the juniors finishing on up. But we should be staging our next junior group. It'll be our junior 15 to 16 and junior 17 to 18. As I believe that's a chase. That's a Lucy chase rolling on through. Scarlett Zerme, again, also rolling on through as our juniors, men's and women juniors, finish on up here on day number 3 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. So coming up next at 12:05, they should already be staged, is our juniors 15 to 16 and 17 to 18, men and women. Next race of the day. Yesterday they were competing for the American Criterium Cup Race Leaders Jersey. It was just a one-day deal. It's race number 1 of the 6. Today they'll be looking to put on the Moo Cycling Apparel Race Leaders Jersey by making their way to the top step in first. As we'll roll those juniors to the line here. As we're moments away from getting started, the next wave of the day, the men and women juniors, 15 and 16 and 17 and 18. Speaking of Maverick Criterium, Race Leaders Jersey there on the shoulders of our junior women. Winner last week. So here's the thing. You've got 3 laps with 6 to go. Go back to the state cycling pit. If it's 6 laps to go or more, then you can get feathered back in. Back on the lead lap. 10 laps to go is when you'll start seeing the lap counter. We'll count the time up before we count the laps down. Medical tent is at the beginning of Riverside Drive, coming down off of Galveston, down onto Riverside Drive. And we'll have 4 different categories. Again, 15 to 16, 17 to 18, men's and women's junior categories for both of those 2 different age groups. So 4 different podiums. So 12 of you will be on the steps over here across from us in front of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater. And the top step for each of those 4 will be putting on the Moo Cycling Apparel Race Leaders Jersey. We're waiting on the whistle before we send you on out. So waiting on the whistle to get us underway, the next wave of the day. Alrighty, 30 minutes of racing ahead of you. Roll up the final few. Gentlemen had just finished up the previous juniors race. We're going to roll them out here. 30 on the registration list. We'll see how many are actually here today. 23 brave souls. 30 registered, but 23 decided to put their money where their mouth is, or their parents' money where their mouth is for the registration fees. Or their allowance, that's true. True. Have people that can earn their own cash. The junior 15 to 16, 17 to 18. It's a 30-minute race, and we'll wait for the whistle to send them out. racers ready. And with the whistle, we are underway. Our juniors, 15 to 16, 17 to 18, men's and women's, will have 4 different podiums, but one mass start as we send them out onto the race course. It's a half hour of pain and suffering. I mean fun. Climbing Crybaby Hill is fun, a lot of fun. A lot of pain in the legs. It's fun. If you're a mountain goat, this is your course. Right off the gun, already an early attack. Okay, Flyers. I believe that's going to be Croft, and it is Benny Croft. He was inspired watching his brother get second in the previous race. But now Benny off the front early on, putting some pressure on the rest of this junior field. I believe that may be 8:28. No, not at 8:28. Maybe 3:28. Yep, 3:28. Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado out of Puerto Rico. He was your winner yesterday. He's got his own cheering section down here from Puerto Rico. As it's himself and Benny Croft, the first two, as they roll past the Red Bull DJ booth there down at Houston as they make their way up onto Galveston. So Croft actually now back in the group of the Chasers. So he's setting third wheel. Possibly 991, not sure. We'll have to figure it out. Maybe 981. Could be Roman Gonzalez, Violet Crown Sports Association. We shall see. It is the opening lap as our men's and women's juniors, 15 to 16 and 17 to 18. Opening lap as we send them around the course, up and over Crybaby Hill, and about to make their way down to Riverside Drive in a few, about 20 to 30 seconds. Maybe less than that as they make their way down onto Riverside Drive. Here they are. Opening lap, done and dusted. Or almost. Actually, I'm a little early with that. Now first lap, done and dusted. So 981 is who it is. Up there it is, Roman Gonzalez, Violet Crown Sports Association, and yesterday's winner, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, with Sports Science Racing and Development out of Puerto Rico. And as the party goes on up the hill, you got the Red Bull DJ booth. Head on over to Houston. If you go on the backside of the course to Houston, there's a stage. They will be Jamicano, power to the people. Steve Pollard in the pot will be over there entertaining the crowds. Alrighty, we will getting our junior podiums 10 to 14. Get that recognized. All right, we got a bandit podium here. They're going to come on up. It's unofficial, but you know what? We didn't pull you out of the rule book there, or out of the official log, Miles Taylor. We'll now get the photo here. Driveway Devo. So in first place again, Elliott Hamilton, Paragon Racing. In second, Miles Taylor, Driveway Devo. And in third, Clayton McConville, your men's Cat 4 podium here at the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We will be doing our junior podiums, 10 to 14, men's and women's junior coming up. Alrighty, another lap done and dusted there. We are 2 laps in, averaging about 206. 205 to 206 on the laps here, our junior fields. I need Brooklyn Becker, Renee Guerrero, Maddie Baker, Jorge Medina. Actually, yeah, Jorge is in the race that's in right now. He's racing too. All right, so we'll have to take a little bit of time to be able to do podium, the 10 to 14, because two of those racers, I believe, definitely Jorge Medina Hernandez, he is in the 15 to 16. You go, how can that be? How can he be in the 10 to 14 to 15, 16? We definitely can do the girls' podium. We need Brooklyn Becker, Renee Guerrero, and Maddie Baker. Please head on down. We want to take care of that junior podium. Brooklyn Becker, Renee Guerrero, and Maddie Baker. But again, how can Jorge Medina Hernandez race in two races? So he turns 15 this year, but he's 14 now, which means per USAC regulations, he could race in both races. So that's what he's doing. So he won the 10 to 14 junior race, and now he's out there in the men's 15 to 16. So it'll be a while. We'll have to combine the junior 10 to 14 podium later on. Sorry, Willie. You're going to have to take some time here and hang out because the other guy. Why didn't you double up? Oh, it's because you didn't want to race your brother? I'm kidding. Unfair. So unfair. Blame your dad. If I didn't know your dad, I wouldn't be giving you so much grief there. Give him some grief all week long. Don't do your homework. Stay up too late. Eat his share of dinner. All right. All righty. So, again, we are about to wrap up lap number 3. So we are wanting to get Brooklyn Becker, Renee Guerrero, and Maddie Baker. Come on down. But right now, taking a look at the front of this race, I believe that's the Violet Crown Sports Association racers at the front. That still is Roman Gonzalez. We are reducing this peloton. Originally 30 on the registration, 23 is who joined everyone. I believe that maybe 990. That is Who Are We? Sound Pony. I believe 990. Cadence Miller racing with Team Sound Pony, Triad Bank, as Crybabies in Space. Is still the theme up on Crybaby Hill. Right, Maddie Baker, Team Crispy Print. Come on down. We want to recognize our podium. There she is right there. Stay where you are. Come on this side here. That's what I mean. I said she can stay on that side, so you're good. Maddie, go to the podium right there. In front of you. You're good. You're on the right side of the road. All right, so without further ado, we're going to recognize our women's 10 to 14 podium coming up momentarily. Miranda Thompson out of Indiana, she'll roll on through. Actually, sorry, that's Sloan Becker, bib number 703. Gilbrooke Spirit of Sport out of Wisconsin. Sloan Becker, our junior race. Again, we've got our podium ready momentarily for our women's 10 to 14. If you're going to cross, you can cross. All right, we'll close off the barriers now. Without further ado, we're going to recognize our podium and our junior women 10 to 14. In third place, it's Maddie Baker. In second place, Renee Guerrero. And make your way to the top step with Gilbrooke Spirit of Sport, it's Brooklyn Becker. Your women junior podium, 10 to 14. Becker, Guerrero, and Baker, 1, 2, and 3. Here on day number 3 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. And Brooklyn Becker now gets to put on the Moo cycling apparel race leaders jersey. Moo Racing Apparel, our leaders jersey sponsor here at the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Moo Apparel, thank you again for taking care of all of our race leaders all weekend long. Again, our women's junior podium, Brooklyn Becker, Renee Guerrero, and Maddie Baker. As Bristol Albright, she rolls through. She was racing earlier in the women's, I believe, 4-5 race. Babies in space, 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 space. Again, as you watch all the interesting characters, cast of characters, make their way up to Crybaby Hill, you'll see the Jumbotrons, courtesy of Quick Trip in the live feed, the YouTube live stream. You're going to see interesting, to say the least. Muy interesante is what we're going to be saying at the very least. When it comes to the accoutrements, the costumes, all of that, up on the hill, as it is Crybabies in space, 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 space. The theme this year at the 2026 edition of the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. All right, here comes our junior leaders. They're going to see 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. 9 to go. Race leaders will see 9 to go as we are into single digits. 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. Again, some of our podium from our junior 10 to 14 are out here competing in the 15 to 16. Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman and Jorge Medina Hernandez. They are out here battling it out in the 15 to 16 as we have 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. As that'll be 877 Elizabeth Hernandez, OK Flyer. She was on the podium yesterday. So the race leaders making that right-hand turn, that is, on to Crybaby Hill. As we'll see Jorge Medina Hernandez up towards the front. Also Roman Gonzalez. Actually, it was not Roman Gonzalez. That will be 326, his teammate Joaquin Gonzalez. There are 3 racers from Violet Crown Sports Association in the purple jerseys there, making their way up the hill. Overall junior A podium from yesterday was, as we mentioned, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado out of Puerto Rico with Sports Science Racing and Development Team, Finley Sonneman, CXT Trek Bikes, and Lucas Gonzalez with Violet Crown Sports Association. Again, there are other podiums to be had. We're going to have the men's and women's junior both, 15 to 16 and 17 to 18. Alrighty, we're going to have 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Again, I think that's Joaquin Gonzalez. Nope, it's a different, his teammate. That will be Lucas Gonzalez. You have 3 Gonzalez's, Joaquin, Roman, and Lucas with Violet Crown Sports Association. This time through with 8 to go, it was Lucas Gonzalez leading the pack as they have 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Go, 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. So a reminder, we're here at the start-finish line. If you hear my voice on all the different Jumbotrons and speakers all through the course, where are we? Down here on Riverside Drive, right across the street from the Tulsa Spotlight Theater, home of the Drunkard and the Oleo for years. Come down to the Tulsa Spotlight Theater, check out the website, see the shows. Local theater, local art. Make sure to spend some money with them, as they also have they got ice cream down here, selling some other accoutrements, probably some beverages. Don't know if it's adult libations, but they definitely may have some water down there and ice cream. They got a full bar on the inside of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater. And, I mean, this is the junior race, so we don't want to talk Crown Royal for the Violet Crown Sports Association race team. But the Gonzalez trio have been very active out of Texas with Violet Crown Sports Association. They've been all over this race course. Last time through, it was Lucas Gonzalez. 2 laps ago, it was Joaquin Gonzalez making the attack on Crybaby Hill. Tyler Locke knows how to make an attack. Preem sniper yesterday in the Masters A race. A double up, bump up, double up Preem winner with Methods the winning race team. As we are under 8 to go. Now a 7 as we see the race leaders roll on through. It will be 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So 7 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps. We're 2 or 3 wide here. A little cessation of hostilities in the peloton as they're about 2 to 3 wide as they roll through with 7 to go. Speaking of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater, we talk about the architecture. It's a Bruce Goff architectural design, the Tulsa Spotlight Theater, right here across from the start-finish line on Riverside Drive. And so the Goff Center is presenting the Bruce Goff Birthday Bash by the Goff Center for the Continuous Present. That's a name right there, for the Continuous Present, being here in the moment. From 12 to 6 p.m. today, enjoy the live stream of the Tulsa Tough races, coffee by Coracle's Coffee, ice cream by Cherry and Bark. They got a full bar on the inside, air conditioning and clean bathrooms, face painting and other activities, historical information and displays about Tulsa's own architect, Bruce Goff, and the Bruce Goff historical information and displays on the inside of the Tulsa Spotlight Theater. Born in 1904 on June the 8th, Goff was the visionary architect behind the Riverside studio, now known as Spotlight Theater, and many other iconic Tulsa buildings. Spotlight Theater has performed The Drunkard every Saturday night since 1954 and is home to many other local theater and community groups. It's the Tulsa Spotlight Theater Bruce Goff Birthday Bash. Right here across from our start-finish line, the Spotlight Theater Bruce Goff Birthday Dash from 12 to 6. Live stream at Tulsa Tough, courtesy of Quick Trip on the YouTube live stream. Coffee by Coracle Coffee, ice cream by Cherry and Bark, the full bar, air conditioning, face painting, other activities. And again, the historical information about Tulsa's own Bruce Goff. Alrighty, so when those race leaders roll through, we will be under 7. Next time we see them, it will be 6 to go. So, keeping an eye, some of the backside of our junior course. Again, we have 4 different groups racing, 15 to 16 men and women, 17 to 18 men and women, but we do appear to have an attack going off the front, as it will be yesterday's champion, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, out of Puerto Rico, making the attack, but being matched there by, I believe, Desert Fox Racing's Jorge Medina Hernandez, who won the junior 10 to 14 category, trying to go double up. Literally, it's a double up, because he just finished the junior 10 to 14 race, literally changed bibs, wheeled on out, and jumped in, tail gunned at the end. He was the last one coming down to join the peloton before we blew the whistle to send out our 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 junior men and women categories around Crybaby Hill and the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. All right, so looking up the hill, looks like they have brought them back. So Sanchez Alvarado, as well as Medina Hernandez, they are brought back here as we're under 6 to go. So a beautiful day, a little bit of rain here or there, small little waves early on, but not the torrential biblical downpour that we had yesterday. But the cloud cover is oh so nice. If you've been down here, you worry about the dehydration of the racers, and well, you worry about the dehydration of the partiers up on Crybaby Hill as well. They're not hydrating, they're dehydrating up there. Speaking of the hill, we have the Cyrus Avery Route 66 Plaza. That's where you have some of the bands. You go down a little further, go up over the crest of Crybaby Hill, head down to Houston on the backside of the course. You're going to find another musical stage. You'll see Steve Pollard, Jamicano, Power to the People. Steve Pollard and the boys with Jamicano. They'll be playing, I think, coming up maybe at 12:30, possibly 1 o'clock. But they will be out there up on Houston, 1308 Houston, I believe, is the address of that. As we now go 6 to go. Here comes the race leaders. So they will see 5 to go. Looks like they have come back together. Our junior leaders in this one. Back together here with 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. So 977's there. First time we're going to call Joe Boroff here today. Joe Boroff, it's for the birds. It's the acronym Boise Young Rider Development Squad, BYRD, the Birds race team. Joe Boroff, he was up towards the top and on the podium yesterday, racing in that 15 to 16 age group. He's at the front there of that group of, let's call it 9, actually 8. So, the front of this race, 8 racers. 8 racers that are at the front of this. Again, we have other podiums all being contended out here. Rolling through 702, that's Miranda Thompson out of Indiana. So there are 4 different podiums. The men's and women's juniors, 15 to 16, and the men's and women's juniors, 17 to 18. So we'll have 4 different podiums. So it may take us a little bit to get it all sorted out. So your patience is appreciated. As rolling through, that'll be OK Flyers Benjamin Hole. He rolls through with 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. So again, the race leaders' jerseys will be brought to us by our sponsor, Moo Moo Cycling Apparel. Moo Moo Cycling Apparel, the official race leaders' jersey sponsor. Benny Croft, OK Flyers, he'll roll through. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. We look to the Jumbotron on the backside of the course. They've made their way past Houston as they make their way up onto Galveston. That is the climb there right in front of Kira Race Regent Bank Team Tent. Right there around the corner on Galveston. See Team Topeka. They got their race 10 as well. Texas Roadhouse right up there. Hodges Bend. That's the Speakeasy Racing Team. RIP to the Hodges Bend, but now reborn as Speakeasy Racing. Justin Davis and the crew down there. So Kyle Cusick looking for that Thursday night dad ride, the thirsty ride on Thursday nights. We got to fire that back up, boys. Lonnie's retired at Vincent Anthony Jewelers. We got to get the Thursday night ride fired back up again. The dad ride, mom ride, 8:30 at night. Go down, have a libation. As we now get down to 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. So, juniors, kind of a cessation of hostilities. Everyone looking around. As it will be Medina Hernandez sitting there, looking to the side going, guys, what are we doing? What you're doing is you got 4 to go. So there's been a couple of attacks. They've brought everything back. They've kind of shredded this peloton. You're always going to have that happen. The different age groups, 15 and 16, 17 and 18, the men's and women junior groups, 4 different podiums. So right now, that is a contingent of 8 racers still at the front. And I say 8, maybe 9. They may have a lap racer that maybe got gathered back up with them. That possibly could have happened. And that's exactly what happened. So there's 9 together, but one of them is a lap racer. So here comes the attack with 4 to go. It is yesterday's champion, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado from Puerto Rico, racing with Sports Science Racing and Development Team, putting a huge attack up Crybaby Hill, trying to be matched by Jorge Medina Hernandez and the Violet Crown Sports Association. I think that's Lucas Gonzalez, 982. But have they cracked their other compatriots in that front 8? I think they may have. So, a little bit of a lull in the action until the TV picks them up coming down into that dip at Houston, making their way back up. And it will be Sanchez Alvarado. It will be Medina Hernandez and Gonzalez. 982, Lucas Gonzalez. But I tell you what, starting to run out of a little bit of gas. Jorge Medina Hernandez slowed down, and Sanchez Alvarado is opening up a gap here. Again, got to remember, Medina Hernandez just finished up the junior 10 to 14 race. He has spent 20 to 25 minutes going up and down this course, up Crybaby Hill, and now trying to match the fresh legs of Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, who's going to roll through here, and we're going to show 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Sanchez Alvarado, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. He's made the attack. He's caught the other group, the group of 8 unawares, and they have to chase. Gonzalez and Gonzalez Incorporated, law firm, 981 and a 982. Lucas Gonzalez up in second. Roman Gonzalez in third. Teammates with Violent Crown Sports Association. But under 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. That's Joaquin Gonzalez, the third of the three Gonzalez racers from Violet Crown. He just rolls through. He is off the back of that group. Some conversations being had with Sloan Becker and Juliet Azpieta Gonzalez with Hub Youth Cycling out of Tennessee. Again, there's 4 different categories, 4 different podiums that we'll have. The men's and women's 15 to 16 and the men's and women's 17 to 18. But right now we're looking at the front, the overall leaders in this race, as they have 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, making their way up Crybaby Hill for the third to the last time. Again, a reminder that the Spotlight Theater is having the Bruce Goff Birthday Bash from 12 to 6, right across the street from us here at the Spotlight Theater, presented by the Goff Center for the Continuous Present. Live stream of the races. Coffee by Coracle Coffee. They got a full bar, ice cream by Cherry and Bark, air conditioning, face paint, and historical information for Tulsa's own architect, Bruce Goff. The Tulsa Spotlight Theater, the Bruce Goff Birthday Bash from 12 to 6 here on day number 3 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So, looking back, those race leaders are starting to go back and forth across the road. Medina Hernandez trying to go back and forth, but again, we're going to be looking to see if Sanchez Alvarado still has that lead, and he does. He makes his way down onto Riverside Drive, and when he rolls through, we're going to have the penultimate lap coming on up. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Yesterday's champion, Sanchez Alvarado, launched out on Crybaby Hill a lap and a half ago, and he has opened up that gap. The chasers are all back together trying to bring him back in, as that will be Joe Boroff with Birds Racing Team, Boise Young Rider Development Squad. It's for the Birds. Joe Boroff driving that chase. Now Boroff looks over his shoulder and goes, boys, let's work together here. I'm not going to do this. You got to get up the road, especially because there are 2 members of the Violet Crown Sports Association Racing Team. Bib number 981, Roman Gonzalez. Bib 982, Lucas Gonzalez up there. But now they'll make their way onto Crybaby Hill. So, Sanchez Alvarado up towards the front of this as he makes his way over the top of Crybaby Hill as the chasers just making their way. Tell you what, they're onto the second portion, the second part of the climb. Boroff having to drive this, though. Not getting much help right now from the tired legs of Jorge Medina Hernandez. But then again, Jorge maybe just trying to bring the heart rate back down to make an attack. Because again, he just finished up winning the 10 to 14 junior race literally minutes before rolling out here in the 15 to 16 category. But again, on the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, our YouTube live stream sponsor, as it's 1 to go, 1 to go. We'll be ringing the rest of the field here. Our race leader, he's not back on the Riverside, but we'll go 1 to go, 1 to go for the rest of the field. 1 to go, 1 to go. All right, we'll roll them on through. As we will look to the Jumbotron and look to the exit off of Galveston, that white knuckle descent down onto Riverside Drive. But we will be ringing everyone. It'll be 1 to go for everyone. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Looking for our overall race leader, Sanchez Alvarado. He will make that right-hand turn down onto Riverside Drive, keeps it Riverside down, as it's going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Yesterday's champion from Puerto Rico with Sports Science Racing and Development, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado. You have 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Now we'll look as the chasers just now making their way onto Riverside Drive. They'll be about 100 meters from the finish line here. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. 1 to go. Roman Gonzalez driving the chase. Joe Boroff in there. Roman Gonzalez in there. Jorge Medina Hernandez also in that group as they will roll through here on the final lap as they start heading up. Crybaby Hill starting to get fuller and fuller with the reveling fans. Crybabies in space, 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 space. That is the theme. They're 5 to 6 wide on the left side. And look at Sanchez Alvarado. He's like, Get your hands up. Get your hands up on the final lap. Looking to take the win in back-to-back days here in our junior 17 to 18 category as it's one to go. Final lap. We're ringing the backside of the course, the front side of the course. We're ringing the whole course as we'll be finishing them out here on this final lap. As we see Sanchez Alvarado, who's making his way down past Houston. Make sure you head on over to Houston, 1308 South Houston. One to go. All righty. All right, that should be the last of them. This is the final lap. No more bell ringing as we are on the final lap for everybody. But keeping our eyes out for Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, your race leader, your champion on day number 1. I tell you what, the chase is coming up pretty hard and fast. It'll be interesting to see when they make their way down onto Riverside what that gap is. So here comes Sanchez Alvarado. Here comes the chase. I tell you what, they're a lot closer than maybe we thought they would be. He keeps it rubber side down, but it's a 150 to 200 meter sprint coming on up. As we will watch Sanchez Alvarado keep his head down, but here's going to be the battle for the rest of the podium. As Sanchez Alvarado will take the win, but who will round out the podium as we're taking it to the line? Joe Boroff in second, and I believe Roman Gonzalez in third. Your unofficial podium, Sanchez Alvarado, Boroff, and Gonzalez 1, 2, and 3 in the overall Junior A race. Of course, we got to score 4 races, so we will have 4 podiums. That was the overall top 3 we talked about. Sanchez Alvarado racing in the 17 to 18 category, Boroff racing in the 15 to 16 category, and Roman Gonzalez racing also in the 15 to 16 category. So again, we'll have 4 different podiums here as the revelers and partiers continue to make their way up to Crybaby Hill. They have their Nanu Crybabies in space. I don't know. Nobody knows Nanu. It's like me saying Street Fighter 2. Mork and Mindy, we got Street Fighter 2 references. Thank goodness for all the Gen Xers out here with me. As the Tulsa Spotlight Theater is letting you know, who cares about a Street Fighter game? You got to care about the Spotlight Theater. Again, home of the drunkard and the Oleo for years. It's the Bruce Goff birthday bash. Bruce Goff, happy birthday. Born June 8th, 1904, the visionary architect behind the Riverside studio, now known as the Spotlight Theater, and many other iconic Tulsa buildings. Reminder, head on over. You can go inside for a live stream of the Tulsa Tough races. They got air conditioning. They got a full bar. That's one thing they got going for them, in addition to air conditioning. Coffee by Coracle Coffee, ice cream by Cherry and Bark. Head on over. The Bruce Goff Historical Information, as again, it is the Bruce Goff Birthday Bash presented by the Spotlight Theater and the Goff Center for the continuous present. As again, we are finishing up our junior race as we were rolling them on through. Coming up next will be the Masters A, next race of the day. Masters A coming up. Alrighty, so it is a closed course as all the juniors are done from that race, and we're about to roll out the Masters A as we roll them on out. Masters A. Alrighty, gentlemen, final few seconds here. We're going to final instructions. 6 laps to go. That's when the free laps end. You'll have the lap counter will start at 10 to go. Again, the medical tent is at the beginning of Riverside Drive down when you come down off of Galveston. The comedy festival's back here with Carl. He'll tell all the jokes. And then the wheel pit is where they'll feather you back in with 6 to go. But under 6 to go, you lose the free laps. But it's the state cycling wheel pit back here behind us. That is where we'll feather you back in. As you wait for the whistle, we are almost underway here. Day number 3, the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Listen for the whistle. It's Crybabies in space, gentlemen. Just their imagination can run wild. It's Crybaby Hill. A lot of you guys have been here before. You've seen it all. Literally, you probably have seen it all. As with the whistle, we are underway. Masters A, 45 minutes as we send them out. Opening lap here. Opening lap here for our Masters A. The McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. So again, it's a 45-minute race here for our Masters A. And we will have 3 podiums. 3 podiums. We have 4 podiums for the juniors, and we have 3 preems. 3 preems here for our Masters A. 3 $100 cash preems. First courtesy of Bicycles Tulsa. Second courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Third courtesy of S5 Networks Incorporated. So again, one of our new sponsors helping bring preem laps out to our Masters A field. Again, we are going to have 4 podiums. And we'll also be recognizing our junior 10 to 14 as well, coming on up. As again, we had at least the men's junior 10 to 14 podium, as some of the racers in the 10 to 14 also raced in the 15 to 16. So anyway, all that coming up. All right, I need Jorge Medina Hernandez and Angel Romero Guzman. Please come down to the podium. I know you guys just finished up a back-to-back, double it up, back-to-back race. But we need to recognize you for the podium in the 10 to 14 before the Crybabies in space roll on through. So again, opening lap, around 2 minutes here in our Masters A race. Masters A, as we roll them through. Opening lap. So here is Romero Guzman. There he is. We're looking for Medina Hernandez. So Jorge Medina Hernandez, please head on down. We want to recognize our podium. Hey, come back here. Hold on. Come here. Oh, you're looking for Medina Hernandez? Okay. I was like, we'll let you cross right here. Just give us a second. We'll get you to cross here. Yeah. So again, look. Hey, right here. Don't worry. We got you. We got you, brother. We got you. I'm looking for Jorge Medina Hernandez. Jorge Medina Hernandez, need you back over here, because we want to recognize you for our podium for the 10 to 14 men's junior category. I know you and your compatriot here, the double-up sadists, they like the pain and suffering of Romero Guzman to going out back-to-back races. But we do need Jorge Medina Hernandez back so we can recognize our podium in the 10 to 14. Jorge Medina Hernandez, please come down to the finish line. Jorge Medina Hernandez, please head on down. We want to recognize our juniors 10 to 14 podium. So we're here on lap number 2, about to wrap up lap number 2 as we watch our Masters A field off the front, early attack as the Audi rolls through, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive. So we will roll it on through lap number 2 done. as that's going to be 314. No, that's not 314. Trying to capture who that was. He was tucked in on the near side. Usually racers stay to the middle or far side. First time we've had him tucked so far on the left side of the barriers that we couldn't even see the numbers as they rolled through. Looks like Methods to Winning's probably going to try to draw him on back. But again, we're trying to find that number. That's 314 possibly. No, it's not 314. Trying to keep an eye on that, figure out who that was. But again, we're on to lap number 2. About 2:10 or so is the average lap time. Looking for Jorge Medina Hernandez. There is our Desert Fox race team. The winner in the men's junior 10 to 14. All right, so without further ado, gotta let Amy get across the road. All righty, we're gonna take care of our junior podium, 10 to 14. Putting the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel race leader jersey on the shoulders of our top step. So, here at our junior men's 10 to 14 in third place, racing with Zapopan Romero race team, it's Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. In second place with the OK Flyers, it's Willie Croft. And in first place, racing with Desert Fox race team, it's Jorge Medina Hernandez. Your men's junior 10 to 14 podium, Medina Hernandez, Croft, and Romero Guzman, 1, 2, and 3. As we're now about to finish up lap number 3 of our Masters A. Lap number 3, rolling through. Again, we do have 3 preems, but we'll wait to fire those off just yet. As they roll on through, Tyler Locke back towards the front. He was your double preem winner yesterday in our men's Masters A race. Again, Masters A, it's 40 plus, aged with category 1 and 2 men. So again, yesterday it was Spencer Tanner, the teammate of Locke with Methods to Winning, coming through and winning his first trip, I believe, to Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, Spencer Tanner. In second place, it was Stalin Gutierrez Cuello with CRCA, David Jordan Elite Road Team, and then David Richter in third. David Richter having been second on Friday night. Sean Watson was first on Friday night in the Masters A race as he had gone away and hid on that figure 8 course down at the McNelly's Group Blue Dome District, but not in the top 5 on day number 2. And again, try to keep a track of the Omnium as well. We'll recognize not just a podium for the Masters A, we'll have a Omnium as well when we finish all this up at the end of this race. So right now, we've recognized our junior 10 to 14. Next up will be our junior 15 to 16 men and women, and junior 17 to 18 men and women, those podiums. So if you think you're in the podium, hang out, stay close. If you're in the men's and women's 15 to 16, 17 to 18, stay close. We'll call out some names in a little bit when I get the official results. But if you're in those podiums, stay close, come on down, don't go anywhere, as we'll get you recognized as we have 4 podiums coming on up shortly. Right now, though, we're looking at the Masters A field, making their way around that curve. Looks like that is Texas Roadhouse again. They were very active yesterday. Again, David Richter second on Friday, third on Saturday, as it will be Texas Roadhouse. Bib 352, that's Miles Billings racing with Texas Roadhouse at the front. We had 67 on the registration. I'm not sure if we saw the exact number of how many actually showed up. Pretty good participation rate, 49 or 50 out of the original 67. They put their money where their mouth is as they're taking in on the course onto lap number 5 here. Again, if you wonder what the theme is, it's King of the Road. The 20th anniversary of Tulsa Tough, the 100th anniversary of Route 66. The theme on the hill, though, for Crybaby Hill, it is Crybabies in space, space, space. They're going to have all type of nanu, Martian hats, everything else, the green hair, the silver, as our revelers and partiers make their way to the hill. We got the stage set up over at the Cyrus Avery Plaza over there on that in the middle of the two climbs of Crybaby. But down at Houston, head on over 1308 South Houston. That's where we have another stage, and you'll find Steve Pollard and Jamicano. The boys with Jamicano, Power to the People. They'll be playing up there at 1308 South Houston. Jamicano, Power to the People, playing this afternoon up there at Houston. Again, backside of the course, they have the party. You have the double hill, the double bump, Crybaby Hill. You go down towards Houston, then you come back up the climax corner, that right-hand turn onto Galveston before the white knuckle descent down onto Riverside Drive. So, yeah, we're almost about to wrap up lap number 5. Starting to open up some gaps. Again, Texas Roadhouse to the front. I think that may be, that's going to be a different Texas Roadhouse racer, I believe. I think that's Chad Bertzelauskas, possibly bib 406. We shall see when they roll through. As we are now 5 laps in. Yes, it is Chad. And up there with him is Elevates Mario Arayave, 401. But Methods the winning, sitting there trying to draw them back. That'll be Yi Fing, Methods winning. Yi Fing, bib number 414. But right now at the front, it is Texas Roadhouse's Chad Bertzelauskas. And he's up there with Mario Arayave with Elevate Racing out of Texas. So 5 laps done. We have 3 preems. It's a 10 minutes into this 45-minute race. Let's fire off the first one. So we do want to recognize our junior podium. So we're going to be looking for Sanchez Alvarado, Joaquin Gonzalez, Benjamin Holm, Joe Boroff, Roman Gonzalez, Lucas Gonzalez, Bristol Albright, Evie Alvarado, Sloan Becker, Margaret Tennant, Elizabeth Hernandez, and Jocelyn Wright. Those 12 names are our 4 podiums. So again, looking for Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, Joaquin Gonzalez, Benjamin Hull, Joe Boroff, Roman Gonzalez, Lucas Gonzalez, William, you're in 4th. Good job. You're not on the podium. Also looking for Bristol Albright, Evie Alvarado, Sloan Becker, again, Margaret Tennant, Elizabeth Hernandez, Jocelyn Wright. Bringing them on down. Our 12 podium participants here in our junior men's 15 to 16, junior women 15 to 16, and the junior men and women 17 to 18. So some new names and faces at the front. Tucking in here on the left side, that is 429. That is going to be Matt Stevens. First time we're calling his name today. Wearing the white jersey of the Parks Law Firm. As we are going to fire off a preem next time on through for him. All of our junior podium guys come to the actual podium. Roll on over. Gentlemen, let's go. Men and women, podium, come on over to the podium. Or if you're on this side, the opposite side of Riverside Drive, come over here next to the stage, the start line, and we'll get you across the street. So next time through, we're going to ring our first of our 3 preems. It'll be the $100 cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. But again, trying to recognize our junior podiums. Gentlemen, if you're on the junior podium, please come to the actual podium. Come on down. Roll on down. Again, we are looking for Sanchez Alvarado. I believe Joaquin Gonzalez, you're 326. Not see him. We need Sanchez Alvarado, Joaquin Gonzalez, Benjamin Holm, Joe Boroff, Roman Gonzalez, Lucas Gonzalez, Bristol Albright, Evie Alvarado, Sloan Becker, Margaret Tennant, Elizabeth Hernandez, and Jocelyn Wright. So if you hear me calling your name, make sure you're over here near the stage where we're going to be recognizing our podiums in the men's and women's junior 15 to 16, 17 to 18 categories, 4 different ones. All righty, we're going to be ringing the bell for our first preem. Just give me a second. We'll figure out which of our podiums are ready. This is a Preem lap coming on up as we are 14 minutes into our 45 minutes, almost a third of the way in. So, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Tomer Alpert at the front at the maybe wrong time as they're going to let him pull the entire peloton along. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 in cash, $100 in cash, $100 in cash. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. So which podium are we ready for? All four? All right, we're going to do all four of our junior podiums. First, we're going to do our junior 15 to 16 men's podium. So our junior A men's podium in 15 to 16 category. In third place, racing with Violet Crown Sports Association, it's Lucas Gonzalez. In second place, also with Violet Crown Sports Association, it's Roman Gonzalez. And racing is for the birds. It's the Boise Young Rider Development Squad racer Joe Boroff taking the top step here in our junior men 15 to 16 category. So again, congratulations to our junior 15 to 16 as it is Boroff, Gonzalez, and Gonzalez. Joe Boroff will put on the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel Race Leaders jersey. Right now, we are on a preem lap. That looks like maybe Matt Stevens attacking over the top of Galveston. We'll keep our eyes to the south as we wait for those racers to peel onto Riverside Drive to see who wants to take this first $100 preem in our Masters Day race. He'll make his way down the hill. Too fast for the camera. As we'll look at the chase, here comes the peloton, and we'll keep our eyes out. Who's going to win our first of our three $100 cash preems? It's the $100 preem. I said 300, sorry. First of our three $100 preems. So 374 taking it. Jared Ridge, Black Swift Cyclotron Racing Team out of Colorado, takes the first of our three $100 preems. That was a $100 one there. All right, next junior podium, the junior women 15 to 16. Junior women's podium 15 to 16. In third place, out of Wisconsin, racing with Gail Brooke, Spirit of the Sport, it's Sloan Becker. In second place with Fim Kermessa, it's Evie Alvarado. And in first place, racing with Fount Cycling Guild Team, it's Bristol Albright. For our junior 15 to 16 women's race and podium, it is Bristol Albright, Evie Alvarado, and Sloan Becker. 1, 2, and 3. Now we'll put onto her shoulders. Miss Bristol Albright will have the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel Race Leaders jersey in our junior women 15 to 16. All right, congratulations once again to our junior women's podium. Now we're going to recognize the junior men's 17 to 18 podium. The junior men's 17 to 18. The OK Flyer, local hero, in third place, Benjamin Hole. Or Gingerman, one or the other. Benjamin Hole in third place. In second, out of Texas, racing with Violet Crown, it is Joaquin Gonzalez. And your double winner, racing from Puerto Rico, Sports Science Racing and Development Team, it's Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, your winner in the junior men's 17 to 18. Friday night's winner in the Masters A, looking to take an attack off the front. We'll try to get back to that race as we recognize the rest of our podium here. But again, our junior men, Sanchez Alvarado, Gonzalez, and Hole, 1, 2, and 3. And Julio Andres gets the chance to put on the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel Leaders Race Jersey. Moo Moo Cycling Apparel, our race leaders jersey sponsor all weekend long in this 26th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, our final podium. Our final podium here in our Junior A race. It's the Junior Women 17 to 18. Final of our 4 podiums. In third place, it's Jocelyn Wright. Jocelyn Wright. She may not be up here, but we are ready for our podium. We're going to get in second place. Here comes Jocelyn Wright. Looks like a Dracula with a top hat. Already in second place, the Oakley Flyers. It's Elizabeth Hernandez. Back-to-back days on the podium here in our Junior Women 17-18. And taking the top step out of Tennessee, the volunteer, the Hub Youth Cycling Racer, Margaret Tennant. Your champion here in the Masters Women 17 to 18 category. So your podium, Tennant, Hernandez, and Wright, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to the Hub Youth Cycling Racer. She'll have her team kit shown now, but now she gets to see the Moo Moo Cycling Apparel race leader's jersey, courtesy of Moo Moo Cycling Apparel. Friday, we are about almost midway through our Masters A race as there's a 4-man break. Tyler Locke's up in there. I believe that's Drew Christopher, Team Topeka. Texas Roadhouse trying to bring it back. Actually, no, that's Squire Lawrence. That is Team Topeka. Squire Lawrence, royalty in the house. The Knight has brought his Squire Lawrence, part of that group up there, trying to chase him down. So, again, we're going to try to get an idea. All right, it is the 2026 edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. About this part of the race yesterday, the heavens opened up, and we had to pull the Masters A off up due to a lightning strike that was within 5 miles. A lot better condition here. You're able to let them just get out and race the whole race. No rain right now. We've had off and on bands of showers, light showers, not heavy rain, so far all through the morning, as we're now into, again, uncharted territory if you were in yesterday's Masters A race, because you kind of turned it into a football game. You had an opening kickoff and a second half kickoff. But right now we're nearing the midway point. We have not started counting the laps down yet. It's just counting the clock up as we're almost 22 minutes into this. Go up towards the front. Now we'll see Drew Christopher, bib number 409 with Team Topeka. Squire Lawrence was up also trying to pull that chase. But keep an eye here. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on. Going back and forth, a lot of stars and stripes going on as we're looking at those racers at the front as we'll wait for them to roll over to Riverside Drive. So we've already fired off the first preem. We have 2 more $100 preems, not doing them just yet. So we'll keep an eye here. We're going to keep an eye on this group up the front here. Matt Stevens is in there. I didn't get those numbers. They're too fast. Again, that will be Drew Christopher, Omnium winner last year in the Masters A. Possibly still Yifeng when Method's winning. Not sure. We'll have to keep. Nope, Yifeng is back here in the peloton. So again, we are nearing the midway point here of the Masters A race. We had talked about some of these familiar names in previous years. Drew Christopher having won on Saturday last year, Omnium overall, 2025 in the Masters A. Sean Watson went on a long solo breakaway for double-digit laps on Friday night in the Masters A. Back in the McNelly's group, Blue Dome Criterium at figure 8, more of a technical fast figure 8 course. You get the L-shaped drag race that is Saturday, which is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Get on Reconciliation Way, and it's a 320 meter sprint. And then you get the shorter sprints, which are what you have here on day number 3. It's the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium, Crybaby Hill. Josh Gifford, he's just down here hanging out. He's a dad now. Us dads, we just grow beards in the winter. Some keep them in the summer because they like the itch. Dad bods for life. With the party, we talk about Crybaby Hill. You saw that social media post. They talk about the origins of Crybaby Hill. Josh Gifford just being merciless to Joe Schmaltz, Well, really, it was Joe Schmaltz's mom that was merciless to him. And then so Josh got permission just to be merciless the rest of Sunday. But here we go. We're going to have 10 laps to go. All right, we still have 2 more preems to go. 10 laps to go. We're going to do a preem here. Second of 3 preems. We're going to preem it right now. Start of this. Preem. Gentlemen, $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem. It is a $100 preem lap. $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem. Preem lap. $100 preem, $100 preem. Smith Farm and Garden, $100 preem, $100 preem. So again, Sean Watson was the winner on Friday night. Spencer Tanner was the winner Saturday. Who's going to win this one? Not just the preem, but the overall Masters A race. We will find out as we are now under 10 to go. So again, we'll also be keeping an eye on the Omnium competition. So Stalin Quitiero Cuello, he was second yesterday, and he was in the top 3. I believe he was third maybe on Friday night. So he is definitely one of those names. You got to keep an eye out for David Richter. David Richter, Texas Roadhouse. He was second on Friday night, third yesterday in the Arts District. So trying to keep an eye out there. I've not called his name yet, so trying to make sure that Richter is out there. Bib 373 for Texas Roadhouse. We've seen plenty of other Texas Roadhouse racers out there, but is 373 out there, and will he be competing for the overall Omnium here in our Masters A race? So it is a preem lap. Our second of 3 preem laps. This one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden, as we're about to hit single digits. Next time the race leaders roll through, it'll be 9 to go as we keep sending them up the hill. So up towards the front in that group, it was Matt Stevens, mostly known for cyclocross for me. Does all types of racing. Seen him in plenty of cyclocross races, though, over here at Ruts and Guts, down at the Pan Am Cross Championships in Garland, Texas. Also up there, Philip Tinsman. If you heard me wax poetic about Masters A, you know I've talked about Philip Tinsman as he has won this thing 4 times, the Masters A. I think twice here on Crybaby Hill. But definitely 4 wins in the Masters A over the last 11 years as we go 9 to go. And it will be the Titan duo here that's going to split this $100 preem. As rolling through will be Philip Tinsman and also Chris McDonald. Chris McDonald with Titan Racing, Cadence Cyclery. Did a lot of domestique work yesterday for his teammates in Titan. But Philip Tinsman up there. All right, here you go. Roadhouse. I believe that was 373 David Richter, the aforementioned Omnium competitor. Also up in there, Drew Christopher, last year's Omnium champion in the Masters A. He was in the top 5 on Friday night, but he was outside of the top 5 was Drew Christopher on Saturday. There's the Squire Orange with Team Topeka. He rolls through. I think Sean Watson back at the back of that peloton. But right now, this is a very dangerous situation. Philip Tinsman, again, in the last 11, 12 years, he's won the Masters A race 4 different times over Tulsa Tough weekend. And he's had, I think it's 15 podiums over that same time frame. So he knows what the top 3 steps are here in the Masters A race. Used to race for Monster Media Elite, now racing with this Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery team. Philip Tinsman and Chris McDonald, 2-man duo up the front. 9 laps to go. And this is a type of race course, especially someone who's a good climber like Tinsman, are able to stay off the front for a while and try to run away and hide. And that may be what we can see here. Again, a much reduced peloton. Originally it was 67 on the start list. We'll find out exactly how many actually showed up. We have not had a 100% participation rate from registration to actual start. A lot of DNSs this weekend. Again, some of the rain and some of the attrition of just racing. Tulsa Tough, night after night after night, especially now for the Masters A's, as they are definitely part of the 3-day Omnium, the 3 days of racing. Now for about 4 or 5 years, I believe, is how long we've had, maybe 3 or 4, that we've gone Masters A on all 3 days of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, as we're going to see 8 to go. So let's do the chase clock here as we're going to watch our duo off the front. They'll roll through with 8 to go. Here comes the chase. What is the deficit from McDonald and Tinsman back to the chase? A much reduced chase, I might add. We are, let's say, 14 seconds. 14 seconds is the deficit back to that group of 5. Now, Matt Stevens is in there. David Richter is in there. Another, possibly methods of winning. Can't see that 5th wheel, though. We'll see. Oh, the 5th wheel is Drew Christopher, local hero with Team Topeka. So they'll make that right-hand turn. Matt Stevens up in there with David Richter, Drew Christopher, again, a couple other racers. And the rest of this peloton has been shredded here in the Masters A races. We're now down to under 8 to go. All right, that is Jared Ridge. So Jared Ridge is bib number 374. He's up there. Matt Stevens, put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air, Matt Stevens. Trying to get Crybaby Hill rowdy. Trying to get them full roar. Trying to get them full gas as they make their way up. Crybaby Hill again, but again, it is a 14-second deficit. That is a deficit from our duo up the front, the team, Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery race team, the ex-Monster Media Elites, McDonald, as well as Philip Tinsman up there. They were 14 seconds last time through. We'll do another chase clock when they come through when they see 7 to go. But that chase group of 5, again, David Richter had been in that area. Actually, that's Miles Billings. So it is not David Richter. It is Miles Billings, I believe, that's in that chase group of 5 that were 14 seconds back last time through. So we'll start the chase clock again. Here comes the dynamic duo, Chris McDonald and Philip Tinsman. We will let them roll through, and we will start the chase clock with 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go here in our Masters A race. So they will roll through with 7 to go. We'll look back. That 5-man chase group. Again, I think it could be Miles Billings, 352. Wasn't sure if it was David Richter. We'll keep an eye on that, make sure we get it identified. David Richter is bib 373, those teammates. And it is 352, and that is a 20-second gap. So they've put about 6 seconds into this chase group. Again, it's Matt Stevens, it's Jared Ridge, it's Drew Christopher, Miles Billings as well in there. And I am missing one out of that group of 5 that are now about 20 seconds back. So they've lost 6 more seconds as they go under 7 laps to go here in our Masters A race. Philip Tinsman, the name has been all over the podiums here in the Masters A race. Doesn't matter if he's racing with Monster Media Elite or now racing with the Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery race team. He has always been a stalwart of the Masters A race here at Tulsa Tough. I always say he keeps a calm demeanor, but it looks like he's chewing on a railroad tie. He's always got that piece of gum stuck on that right side of the mouth, just chomping and chewing like he's destroying steel. And right now he is destroying, along with his teammate McDonald, this peloton as we go nearing the 6 lap mark. When we see them, it'll be 6 to go. All right, Chris McDonald, he has done his duty. The domestique super for Titan Racing Cadence. Chris McDonald, he's done. He has done his effort. He has pulled off. He's going to make his way over Galveston, but he is now in second wheel and will be dropping back as Philip Tinsman is going on a solo affair, trying to make his way to another podium, trying to take a 5th win in his career at the Masters A race at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Tinsman, it was 20 seconds last lap. It was 14 seconds 2 laps ago. We'll watch him roll on through as again, what is the lead now with 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go? So he will roll through. 6 laps to go. McDonald, the domestique. He's trying to stay on for the podium. Are they going to go 1-2? We shall see. Here comes the chasers, though. Possibly finally bringing it back down. That 5-man group, they're going to come down. I believe they've cut some time. They have. That is 4 seconds back in the other direction, the wrong way for Philip Tinsman. So it gone up to 20. That lap now down to 16 seconds. 16 seconds is the deficit of that 5-man group. Again, he's got a teammate, Chris McDonald, in that little no man's land in second. But right now, that hard-charging group of 5 with last year's defending Omnium champion, Team Topeka local hero, Drew Christopher, along with your preem winner, Jared Ridge. Along with Miles Billings with Texas Roadhouse. They are rolling through, and Matt Stevens with Parks Law Firm. Here comes the peloton as they are going to roll through. All righty, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Philip Tinsman. That chase, I tell you what, it's gone back up. Don't have the official, I did not have the clock started, but I think it's gone back up. It was 16 seconds. No, we're doing. So we're gonna let them roll on through with 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. So we are gonna preem the field back here. They're working hard. This group back here, the rest of the chasers in the field, we're gonna field, preem, field, preem, field, preem. So as we look at the Jumbotron, Philip Tinsman has gone his way up Crybaby Hill. He's got 5 more times. We're sending him away, Crybaby Hill, 5 more times. Your Masters A race leader, Philip Tinsman with Titan. Here comes Tyler Locke. All righty, here is the field. We're gonna preem this field here. We have to ring the bell here. $100 preem, $100 preem. This is the field preem. Gentlemen, this is the field preem. This group here, field preem, field preem, field preem. All righty, here we go, here we go. Alrighty, so it is a field preem. Again, trying to make sure we maintain exactly who was in that field as they roll on through. Alrighty, here comes Phil Tinsman again. What is that chase clock? We got a celebrity, a former bell ringer, Kate Ripley, rolling on in the house here with 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. So, Tinsman, what is that deficit? We will see as he rolls through with 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Tell you what, it was yo-yoing between 14 to 20 seconds. And I tell you what, it may be growing. So, we're at least 10 seconds as we just now see that chase group rolling on through. As they are gonna roll through, it is 22 seconds. 22 seconds, that is the deficit. Now we're gonna look back. I think Tyler Locke was in a no man's land, kind of in the middle there, so it's not part of that field preem just yet, I don't think. But wait to see. Alrighty, so coming out of the field sprint, they finally turn that corner. Here they come up the road, and this will be the final preem of the day, and it's going to be Squire Lawrence with Team Topeka, takes the $100 preem out of the field. So we've knocked out the 3 preems, we've got them out of the way, and now we are on to the final 4 laps of our Masters A race. Yesterday, it was a halted effort as midway through the Masters A race, we had to pull them off due to lightning in a torrential downpour. We pulled them off with 25 minutes. We gave them a 30-minute cool-down period, and then we threw them right back out into the meat grinder in a deluge, biblical downpour that was happening in the second half of the Masters A race yesterday. Today, much more beautiful weather as we roll into the final 4 laps. And the next time you see Philip Tinsman, who has been in the lead of 22 seconds now, the largest lead of the day for Philip, it will be 3 laps to go. So, on cue, if you look at the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, if you look to the end of Riverside, off to the south, you will see Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery's Philip Tinsman as he's going to make his way down Riverside Drive 3 more times. Last time, the lead had gone up to 22 seconds. It had been down to 16. He'd gone the right way for him, the wrong way for the chase group. So we start that chase clock again. Matt Stevens and that chasing group of 5, they'll make their way onto Riverside Drive. Drew Christopher, last year's Omnium winner, hanging out in that 5th wheel, tail gunning that group of 5. But again, as they roll on through, I believe it may be nearing, it is right at 20 seconds. So again, 20 seconds. Jared Ridge, actually, who was leading that group, he moves off to the right, forcing Matt Stevens and the other chasers to move to the front, including Miles Billings. righty. So the fifth one in that five-man group, it was the former, it was the former compatriot, the teammate of Philip Tinsman, Chris McDonald, who has rolled in, and he's in that group of five there. So again, you know he won't do any pulling there, the teammate of Philip Tinsman up the road, and they're at 20 seconds. That gap is 20 seconds from Philip Tinsman. Philip looking to try to break that tie on the Masters A champions. He's tied with local legend Chad Cagle. Both of them have 4 Masters A championships in the history of Tulsa Tough. And with this, if Tinsman's able to hold on, he will have 5 Masters A championships as he looks to try to take a solo spot that is, at the top of the Masters A championship category in the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough annals of history, in the lore, as we're here in year number 20, the 20th anniversary of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. It's King of the Road. Roger Miller will be proud as it's the 100th anniversary of Route 66. As here comes our race leader again, Philip Tinsman, 20 seconds. So he'd lost 2 seconds last lap, as now it's the penultimate lap. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. We are going to roll him on through. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Steady Eddie, Philip Tinsman looking to try to get his 5th top step in the Masters A fields here at Tulsa Tough. And he has 2 more laps around the race course. Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way. Full roar, full cheers on as we go to the final two. And again, it is 20 seconds. So he's been able to hold that lead still at 2-0. 20 seconds is the lead for Philip Tinsman. Again, he's tied at the top of the Masters A all-time championship list for Tulsa Tough with local hero Chad Cagle, looking to get his 5th and break that deadlock to try to be the mano a mano numero uno all-time winning first place champion of Master A races at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough in our 20 years of existence. We bring all the celebrities out of the crowd. We bring legends from the past. Kate Ripley, she's here to ring the bell. She was a product of this stage. She was here year after year. Glad to see her back. Gentlemen, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Sir Christopher Dakin, Squire Lawrence. We have all the royalty, the royal court from Team Topeka out here in this chase group. But right now, they are not going to be competing for the podium, as the podium is going to be coming from the breakaway, Philip Tinsman, and the chasing group of 5. So next time Tinsman rolls down through, get on your feet, get to the barriers, cheer him on, because we're about to ring the bell for the final lap of our Masters A race at the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Health System Tulsa Tough McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. Here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group. It's the Audi. And it will be Philip Tinsman chewing the railroad tie, just chomping down, breaking glass, kicking ass. It is Philip Tinsman. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. We will start the chase. And I tell you what, it has come down. That is 11 seconds. They have cut this thing in half. With 2 to go, the chase group, which is splintered apart now. Chris McDonald, the teammate of Tinsman, off the back. Miles Billings, Texas Roadhouse, off the back. So the group of 5 is now 3. They have cut this in half. Tinsman, lactic acid building up in the legs. One more time up the hill of Crybaby as we're the final lap of our Masters A race. Will Tinsman be caught? 11 seconds, up out of the saddle, pushing. So that chase should be Jared Ridge, Drew Christopher, and Matt Stevens. That should be the final 3 out of that group of 5 that are still left. There's Matt Stevens. There is actually David Richter. So David Richter, where did he get into that? Is he lapped? He can't be lapped. Oh, the Texas Roadhouse racer is up there. Again, he's not part of that original equation that we talked. Oh, somehow David Richter was hiding out. We'd seen the Texas Roadhouse Miles Billings Kent, and he's been kicked out the back. But here we go. There is the chase. We will see Matt Stevens. We will see David Richter. A little mini two-man gruppetto. They have gapped the 4th and 5th place racers on the road. But where is Philip Tinsman? Has he crested Galveston? Has he made his way down? We're going to look to the Jumbotron. Here he comes. He is topping the top of Galveston. The white knuckle descent off camber. Back on that right-hand turn. High rate of speed with a lot of free air and clean air in front. And an even more clean air behind him. Philip Tinsman racing with Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery. Takes the top step and breaks the record book. 5-time champion of the Masters A races, as he now is solo at the top with 5 wins in the Masters A race. All right, here's the sprint for the rest of our podium, and it will be the Stars and Stripes of David Richter that rolls on through ahead of Matt Stevens. Unofficially rounding out your podium, Philip Tinsman, David Richter, and Matt Stevens, Masters A, 1, 2, and 3, Super Domestique. Chris McDonald finishing in that top 5 or 6 there, helping launch Philip Tinsman. It got a little hairy at first, or not first, at the last. I thought maybe he was going to get caught. That lead had been around 20 to 22 seconds for about 5 laps, and it was literally cut in half from 22 to 11 seconds between lap number 2 and the final bell lap. But Philip Tinsman able to hold on and take the win. Again, breaking the all-time record. He was tied with Chad Cagle at the top of all-time Masters A championships over the Tulsa Tough weekend. He now has 5 and now make it, I believe it's 16 podiums all-time in the Masters A at Tulsa Tough for Philip Tinsman, your champion here at the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium, day number 3 of the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Health System Tulsa Tough. Again, this is a closed course as we let our Masters A's continue to roll on through and finish on up. Coming up next will be the Men's Cat 3 at 1:30, sure to be staged, as we'll be rolling out the Men's Cat 3 coming up next.
All right, Category 3 riders, listen up. Final instructions. You're doing 45 minutes of racing today. 4 or 5 minutes. We'll be counting up on time. Once we figure out an average lap time, we'll start counting down on laps using the red LED board above you and to your left. 3 laps today will expire at 6 laps to go. You must be out of the pit when the lap counter is showing 6. You may cut the course in order to get to the pit. However, do not ride backwards on the course at any time. Riders out of contention today will be pulled by our USA Cycling officials. If you are pulled here on the line, please remove yourself from the course immediately. We'll be looking for our top 3 riders immediately to podium following your race, and we will have some preems for you as well, so listen up for the bell, and we'll let you know what we have on the line over the PA. Any questions, guys? Inside 30 seconds until you start the best day of the year. We're going to make sure everyone's got a foot down on the start line, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, we've got the all clear. Gentlemen, you are underway in 3, 2, 1. Category 3's off and racing. Have a good one, guys. One lap down for Category 3's on course. The selection already trying to be forced up on the front. Parks Law Firm going to put 2 up there and drive through the line here. No big gaps yet in the field. These guys fighting to hang in there, looking good out there. Cat 3's coming off the bottom of the hill, sorting out the order here. And this time, group going to be led through by Nathaniel Hamilton. Had a great ride yesterday for Paragon Racing. We saw Hamilton spend a good bit of his race in the gap, trying to bridge across, and that looks like Mr. Hamilton feeling good again today. That's him riding up on the front of that white jersey. Coming up on 6 minutes into it for these guys. Boulder Junior Cycling up on the front. And this is probably going to stay single file pretty much all day long. Tavi Snop is the Boulder rider up there who has also been omnipresent on the front of this Category 3 field. So it looks like Tavi going to have another good day out there for BJC. They had an awesome lead out on night number 1. Tavi rode super strong in a break yesterday, and now we're going to see what he can do on the hill today for Boulder Junior Cycling in the red jerseys up there. Going to be getting ready for our Masters A podium coming up here pretty soon. So we'll be looking for our top 3 on the day, along with our top 3 overall. These Spencer Tanner, Stalin Kitario, and David Richter for our Omnium podium. Let our Masters men know we are going to be doing 2 Omnium podiums for 40 plus and 50 plus. So my list just got bigger than I needed the podium. We're looking for David Richter, Stalin Catario, Spencer Tanner, Matt Stevens, Phil Tinsman, and Miles Billings to the podium, please.
And welcome to Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. I'm Gabe Lloyd with Daniel Holloway, and special guest today, Malcolm McCollum, our Executive Director of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Malcolm, welcome to the 20th edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. How does it feel to be standing here 20 years after we had our first weekend of racing in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Well, I've had a lot of 20-year reflecting going on, but yesterday was a day. Yesterday was a day. In 20 years, we've never had a day like yesterday, between the thunderstorms in the morning with the fondos, flipping to all the lightning in the afternoon with the crisp before we even had the course built. And then just as we thought we had all those bullets dodged, we started receiving photos from the fondo crew that was setting up the Sunday fondo course. It was completely flooded. So we had to make up courses on the fly, and at the end of the day, our crew was amazing. All the communications got out. We were able to reroute everything. From 11 o'clock on, we got every single race on schedule, and full race happened. So, and of course, as you guys know, the racing was amazing.
Racing really was amazing. Daniel, what are your thoughts, and with Malcolm here, about just sort of how the caliber of racing has shifted over the past 20 years? You won the first edition of this. 20 years in, how has racing shifted a little bit? And let's have you two think about that.
Yeah, I think the racing has only been more exciting. This week, I think, is all-time. Night one in the women's race, closest finish in history, so it took 20 years to get there, but it was amazing to see. The men are racing lights out. I think it's very dynamic. Everybody's keeping their cards really close to their chest this year. And year one, right? If I remember correctly, on this day, crazy storm came in. All the barriers were in the road after we finished, luckily, but there was no real procession after that. It was like, thanks for coming, you all got to leave. So it's funny, 20 years later, some crazy weather is continuing to happen in Tulsa, but as your team from year one with no experience to 20 years with experience are handling like professionals.
And how is 20 years in, what's the evolution of the crew been over the past 20 years, right? So what was the crew in year one, and then where are we looking at right now? I know it's a very big question, but like broad strokes here, because honestly, it's incredible. The build guides that we receive, all of the information that we receive as staff now, it's unparalleled, really. So, but what was it like 20 years ago when you first did this?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at me, because the whole question about the crew 20 years ago is almost laughable. We had no clue what we were doing. And yeah, we made it work. And the crew, we have grown so much. That's probably, if you were to identify one single theme that we could take from this event on all aspects, the quality of the racing has grown, the quality of the fondos has grown, the downtown area has grown, the professionalism of the crew has grown, the city, the profile of the city has grown. It's been an amazing growth process. Yeah, my crew is just amazing. And I was thinking about the question you asked Daniel just a moment ago about the racing. In those early years, as Daniel will attest, it was a combination of teams that had a few riders, and then a lot of privateers, and then there was a time when Toyota United came into the scene, and they really dominated because there just wasn't a cohesive network of competitive athletes with them. That ran its course, And then you had different like teams come and go over the years. Where we are now, I think, at least from my observation, is the quality is at the absolute highest level. And there are multiple teams with full squads here. They don't mess around anymore. They bring a full-on squad, and the quality is so deep. It's just been amazing to watch that evolve. Would you agree with that, Daniel?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the last 5 years, everybody's more or less shifted this as a priority weekend. Like, this is now everybody's A weekend, and they're not messing about. Their mechanics are dialed, the equipment's dialed, the riders are dialed. This is like a peak event. So I think that shift has started, in the last 5-7 years of this is a priority one event, no more mucking around.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us on the Quick Trip live stream, my name is Gabe Lloyd, and this is Daniel Holloway. We're joined by Executive Director Malcolm McCollum, and thanks to Zico for also getting us into our broadcast booth here today for the Quick Trip live stream. This is the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We're chatting with Malcolm a little bit about not only the evolution of the racing, but also the evolution over the past 20 seasons of how Tulsa has really come to embrace what we have here on this festival of bicycle racing, but it's not even just a festival of bike racing. Like, take for example, Crybaby here today. Crybaby is a festival among festivals. There's even almost a statue that's going to be built and by the city of Tulsa that's going to be on display. And I've seen news coverage recently of just specifically about Crybaby Hill. Talk to us a little bit about maybe how this day is special, but really how the city of Tulsa has really come to fully embrace. You've got board members that are deeply invested in this throughout the entire season, and so many great levels of investment from the city of Tulsa.
So true. And you mentioned just Crybaby Hill, for example. Well, we started it, we brought the party up there. What happened really was the neighborhood and the community embraced it to such an extent. They took ownership. The Riverview neighborhood itself raised money on their own. They went to the city of Tulsa. They said, we would like to designate a micro park, that little triangular piece of grass you see at the base of Crybaby Hill was designated as a micro park, Crybaby Park, by the neighborhood. They raised the money to put those statutes in there. They did that themselves, and the city a couple years ago commissioned an artist to do an art piece to put up on the hill as a tribute to what Tulsa Tough organization and Crybaby Hill has done for the city. So all of that came from outside.
That's incredible to have that amount of support. I mean, so Daniel lives in Colorado, I live in Pennsylvania, and we each have great bike races where we live, but there is something really special about when the entire community really comes to back it. This is also just really framing it up for our viewers at home here. This is not like you plan this for a month. This is a 12-month really commitment by not just you and the core team, but your board membership as well. And I'm always really struck at just how invested, money aside, just like personally invested your board members are to really make sure that we have successful weekends here. Could you talk to us a little bit about like what it's like to now be in a position where you're getting to work with, the movers and shakers of Tulsa?
That's really true. As an organization, this really goes to your point about like where we were 20 years ago and where we are today. 20 years ago, there were 6 people sitting around a conference table as a local organizing committee, arguing about things like T-shirt designs and how many safety pins we needed to order and things like that. Yeah. We matured. We really matured as an organization when in 2010 we incorporated as a 501c3 and decided that we were going to grow up. And it was a very difficult and long and painful process in some ways because some of the original founders had to learn that they had to let go of certain things and really grow up as an organization and formalize some of our structure, including the board that you mentioned. And now our board members not only are really our biggest champions and help us with fundraising, but today you will see board members with a volunteer course marshal t-shirt out at various corners holding a red flag and making sure the course is safe for people too. So it's a full-on commitment, and it really reflects how we've tried to become adults and really have.
Yeah, I actually noticed some of them yesterday, even with volunteer T-shirts on. It was very cool to see. Daniel, really cool. Quickly as well, like the evolution from your perspective as an athlete, where you won multiple times, you won the Omnium multiple times. What was it like? Like you and me have had some amazing experiences here in Tulsa, thanks to sort of almost the fame that you were able to garner through these events. And Brad Huff, who's also part of our broadcast team now, is equally sort of revered in our town. What is it like to be coming to our town as a bike racer and be recognized, and then also just have real community support behind you?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing that the culture that's been developed here, and you and your team and your board, like you said, have grown up, that you guys have such an incredible hub and spoke model, right? Like you guys have been this nucleus and then let other arms, grow out of this and become their own thing, like the Spoke House Shakeout Ride. That's its own thing, right? That grew out of Tulsa Tough. The Divas grew out of Tulsa Tough. And the cycling community here has thrived based on this nucleus, based on this hub. And to let you guys just let spoke after spoke develop from that and create this massive wheel, which is at the center of the country, it's at the center of North American cycling, is just, I think, something to commend, that not a lot of races do, or figure out that formula to let happen. To then let guys like me show up, develop a personality, a following based on results, to have a little bit of fame that, you walk around and you get recognized from year 1 or year 10 this much later. So it makes it very easy to come back and be a part of this.
Yeah, I was actually recognized in the deli when I showed up this year, which is wild. Yeah, I know, right? That's very cool. Well, Malcolm, where do we go from here? We're year 20. How do we get to year 40?
So we think about this a lot. I think one of the things I'm most excited about is that as an organization in our evolution, we're starting to turn the page now and look at ourselves and say, what can we do beyond event weekend? 2 of those things have been programming related. We have a women's program, the Divas, that runs year round, and we have around 280 women that come through that program every year. The purpose really being to facilitate adopting an active lifestyle for women. It's really an empowerment program. And then this last year, we started a men's program that is also a year-round program called Project Dude Man. And the purpose of the Dude Man, really, as you know, Brad Huff is our head dude, and we call it mental fitness. It is really a men's support organization disguised as a cycling group, addressing mental health issues with men. And we're up to almost 80 members. Our goal this year is to have 100 men come through that program. And so I really like the opportunity to have a presence year-round in the community from the ground up. I think we've got continued opportunities there. And then the next thing I really want to look at is youth. So I think that's our direction.
That sounds amazing. Really full encompassment of everything that we do here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Well, with that, we've got bike racing coming up next on our Quick Trip live stream for Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So do stick around on our live stream if you're already watching it, because Brad Stoner and Frankie Andreu will be calling the shots from the stage for the next few races. Then we'll be joining you back here at the Zico broadcast booth with myself, Gabe Lloyd, and Daniel Holloway through the analysis of the professional women's and professional men's races to conclude our 20th season of racing here for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Joining us in the booth was Malcolm McCollum, our executive director. Malcolm, thank you so much for being here and for making everything possible. We greatly appreciate it. Stick around, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit. Back to you.
Sure. David's going to add another Moo Moo Apparel jersey to his collection as he will get his final pink jersey of the 2026 edition.
Hey, shut up for my man. I just got to what the hell I see. The girls are lovely.
Road staying dry temporarily. It looks like big set of weather going just a little bit east and south of us, which is a good thing as riders tackling that very fast downhill. Coming up on 25 minutes in, and we're going to be ringing a bell. Gentlemen, how about $200 cash? $200 cash preem, $200 preem, 200 preem, 200 preem, 200 preem from Bicycles of Tulsa. A big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa giving out that cash on all of our days. $200 up for grabs. Looking for somewhere to be able to cool off, head over to Spotlight Theater right across from our announcing area for Brewstock's Birthday Bash, presented by the Golf Center for the contentious present. They have the live stream of the race in there, coffee, ice cream, a full bar, and air conditioning. Once again, right across the street, you can head on over to be able to cool off and fuel up. It's the Birthday Bash, presented by the Golf Center.
Just coming to the top of Crybaby right now. The select group of remaining Category 3s out there, as this one has been shredded on the hill today. More victims of that tempo. Coming up and over the top. But now those guys going to race their way down and see who's going to pick up some cash here from Bicycles of Tulsa. Boulder Junior Cycling going to lead it out of the corner. About 200 meters out. I think he's going to hold on. Nice sprint right here all the way from last corner to the line, and that'll put $200 into his pocket for Carl Bryan out of Colorado.
Red jersey to Boulder Junior Cycling. Carl Bryan picking up preem number 1 and coming back and picking up preem number 2. He leads them into Crybaby Hill. They just came through seeing 9 laps to go. There's our DC Devo rider. He's a strong one. He was controlling the peloton the other day. That's going to be Con Trong. Keep an eye on him. He's going to be looking to try to be able to win here at Crybaby Hill. But nice, pretty, like the elite group that have separated themselves from everybody else. We only got about maybe 20 riders left in that front group. Man, he's feeling the legs from that. Carl Bryan went for the money, and now he's getting popped right off the back of the group.
We're back through. We're going to be seeing 8 laps to go on the counter when they hit the line here. A couple riders struggling, including our preem winner. Put a little too much sauce on that burger as Carl Bryan now trying to hold on to the back there for BJC. I'll tell you, Frankie, this has been a super competitive Cat 3 field. If you are in this group, if you've survived this long in this field, you're a good bike racer. You're a good Cat 3 racer after 2 days of racing already. A brutal day yesterday with the rain and weather. If you survived into this front group of 20, you are having a pretty good weekend here at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So now they've just got 7 more laps to try to sort things out. Figure out who the strongest of the group is.
Riders lap card showing 7 to go, 7 to go. Lap card showing 7 to go. That last lap, I could tell Sam Calvert, he can take that last turn pretty darn quick. So they've had multiple laps to be able to figure out what kind of speed they can take that final turn. And it's key. It's going to be key if this group stays together. Be able to set yourself up for the sprint. Boulder Junior Cycling now. The 3 red jerseys have remained in that top 10. So pretty much these are the best riders in our Cat 3s. They've survived the first 2 days of racing that Brad was just talking about. Now trying to be able to survive Crybaby Hill.
You're going to survive, and you talked about those Boulder Junior Cycling riders up there. Carl Bryan has made it back in and is riding his way up to the front as a scantily clad Brad Huff cheers them on Crybaby Hill.
Riders testing himself each time, going way wide to the edge as we're going to be seeing 6 to go. Lap card showing 6 to go, 6 to go. Lap cards, 6 to go, riders. 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. As a reminder, riders, at the conclusion of this race, course is closed. It's going to be our Williams TOWNIE ride making their way through. So once again, riders, course will be closed after the conclusion of our Cat 3s as our Williams TOWNIE ride will be making their way through. And we're on time. Cats 1-2, plan for your 2:35 start. Again, category 1-2, you'll be on time for your 2:35 start. After that, we're going to the pro women and the pro men for our 3rd and final day of the 2026 St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Continuing to push the limits on that final corner, coming off of Crybaby onto the start-finish stretch. One thing I have learned from watching this group is that you can win the sprint from position 1 out of that final corner. We watched Carl Bryan do it twice out there today, so Not one where you need to be second or third out of the corner. You can absolutely win from P1 here.
Pretty good on the downhills, and I'm saying pretty good on the uphills as well. Sam Culvert right now in that purple jersey, the racing division presented by Pace Coaching. Rider out of Alabama, 22 years old, riding in the front of that group, controlling things. Remember, you got a bunch of the 17 and 18-year-olds with Boulder Junior Cycling that are also in this. They're in the bright red kits. Red jerseys have been successful, especially on day number 1. They did a fantastic job as they took the win on day number 1. Move Up Cycling, they got the kind of the yellow part on their sleeve, kind of in a pink jersey with the yellow part of the sleeve. That was going to be Lake Horner as the rider they're going to be working up as he won on day number 2. It was a 2-rider breakaway yesterday, swapping positions from first and second between the 2 riders, and now on day number 3, waiting to see what will happen.
Shout out to my brothers and my brothers and sisters. We got some power on 800. My doppelganger in the house. This function DJs in the house.
We're doing a $200 preem, $200 preem, preem, 200, 200, 200, 200 preem. Three riders for Boulder Junior Cycling in the red jerseys. The one with the yellow sleeves there, you got 2 riders, maybe even 3 from Move Up Cycling as they take the bottom part, keeping the momentum. So now that the group has dwindled, remember we started with 103 riders. We're down to maybe 15. That battle for position, not as important. And I can't believe Carl Bryan is trying. He got dropped a few laps ago. He's going for the money again. He's not sprinting to try to be able to win this race. Carl Bryan right now has already won the first 2 preems. He's trying to be able to win the 3rd preem.
This will be a $500 day for Bryan if he gets this one right.
I guess it's that customary. How you doing, crybaby?
I'd call that a pretty good day for a 17-year-old.
Yeah, he's got what he needs to the bottom here.
There's no good save. There's just only
One of the teammates tagging on the back. That's a great job right there. Oh, and he sat up. The second rider
nice.
sat up.
Perfect. That's all you need. That's going to be it for Carl Bryan as Clay. Oh, check that. 421, not on my list here.
Yeah, 421 mystery rider for us, not on our list. But now this is dangerous with the 2 Boulder Juniors. I mean, it's kind of why I waited to be able to ring the preem later on in the race to see if somebody was going to be able to get away. Carl Bryan, you know, Carl Bryan's going so hard, he thinks he only has to make it for the sprint. Now he's got a teammate behind him, so he's going to have to work. More money, more money, more money. Now you got to keep going, Carl. You got a teammate coming up on you. That's number 468, and that is going to be Adam Kubala. Riders 3 to go. Lap cars are showing 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. And it's the purple jersey once again as Sam Culvert decided to be able to take things into his own hands. Bryan, number 410, went all in for the money, not realizing he had a teammate on his wheel, and Bryan now off the back, and so now Kubala all by himself trying to be able to win solo. Hey, as a reminder, pro women and pro men, if you want any preems, head over to the registration tent. You can pick up your preems from Friday and Saturday. Once again, try to be able to head over there before your race to be able to pick up your Friday and Saturday preems. That'll shorten the line for after. And once again, over at the registration tent, preems available for our pro men, pro women, and our men's category 1, 2. But I'm sure you guys are all lined up in the queue in our staging area, waiting to be able to come up. Right after your race, head over to registration and pick up your preems. Look at number 410, dying 1,000 deaths, going straight backwards, while his teammates going straight forward. Kenny hold off on a 3-second gap as they're getting ready to see 2 laps to go.
Still away, got a little daylight. Down to our last 2 here. Move up, trying to get organized, hoping someone else will do the chasing here.
That's Adam Kabbalah, number 468, now on the front in that red jersey. Look at him bobbing up and down, keeping a little bit of tempo. That's a long time to be able to stay out there for another 2 laps as the group, the chase is on. He's only got about a 5-second lead. So now we're going to find out how good are the legs on the 18-year-old going up Crybaby Hill.
You see a little bit of confusion back in the field as to who was going to chase him, but I think there's going to be enough guys to try to bring Kabbalah back here. But he'll go up the penultimate time up and over Crybaby with a little bit of space.
This sets it up pretty good for our winner on day number 1, so keep an eye on him. And that's going to be Tavi Snap. Tavi Snap wearing number 505, so he's able to sit in. He doesn't have to worry about chasing. That's forcing some of the other riders to have to do the chasing to be able to bring back the other Boulder Junior cycling rider. Remember Lake Horner, he won on day number 2. He's up there trying to be able to win again. Can he go back-to-back victories? Horner's with the pink jersey with the yellow sleeve as Kabbalah continues to keep pushing the pace. So that's Lake Horner on the front. That's the first rider, number 455. Got a couple other teams. I'm surprised he's actually doing the chasing and not making one of his teammates do some of the chasing for him. When they're coming around, we're getting ready to be able to see 1 lap to go. All right, Crybaby spectators, let's get ready to make some noise. Bang on those boards and cheer them on, because guess what? This is 1 lap to go, their final lap.
One more time around, gentlemen. One more time up Crybaby. Down to 1 lap to go. Last lap of racing, 1 to go here. Couple surges coming up the inside into the last one.
That was Nate Hamilton in that white jersey, trying to be able to catch him by surprise. Paragon Racing, I like it. Maybe he's not comfortable with the sprint, the 17-year-old. He's got the strength and he's got the legs. He's already made the first selection to be in the final 10. Now he's trying to be able to go up. Oh, Crybaby Hill is going to go crazy if Paragon Racing can stay away over the top. There goes our preem winner off the back.
Hey, job done. $500 richer. I don't care where you finish. One to go here on the line as well. One more time around.
Grab a beer on your way up.
Hamilton back into the fold. They'll reset for the last little kick up and over Crybaby.
Let's not
Oh, touching the wheels up top. Half dozen riders going down. A few escaped through safely, though.
Unbelievable. The fatigue setting in, the mental fog, and a little touch of the wheels, and that caused chaos. Now we're getting ready for
and then the leader goes down.
Sprint.
Oy, oy, oy. Well, that's going to open the door for this sprint coming down the line. Move Up Cycling going to have a go at it here. It'll be 3 going to the line together. And I think that's going to be Paragon getting it done with Nathaniel Hamilton. You saw him attack on the last lap. He hangs in through the crashes, and Hamilton wins the last day on Crybaby Hill.
Ah, the beauty of a Cat 3 race. He had the strength to attack with a lap to go, get caught, still managed to avoid the carnage, come back around and win the sprint. As Nate Hamilton, he is going to be psyched from Paragon Racing, picking up the win.
Well, it just goes to show you, never over till it's over, right? Hamilton, on paper, should have been out of that one, but then 2 crashes in the last half lap of racing opens the door for him, and Hamilton cashes in. There's your Williams Townie ride rolling through the line as we release this group onto Crybaby. Have fun up there.
Welcome, riders. Oh, look at that beautiful purple helmet. Super nice. Hey, Townie riders, welcome one and welcome all. Turn the legs over. Hey, a big thank you to the parents. Obviously, we know it takes a lot of time and effort to be able to bring your kids out here promoting an active and healthy lifestyle. So a big thank you to all of our parents and our kids coming out here and having a great time participating in our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough as we're celebrating 20 years as this is your Townie ride.
Nice job, riders. This is all the coolest bikes and coolest people in Tulsa right now. Got the dogs on the trailer, got the kids getting towed behind. Doesn't get much better than this beautiful Sunday afternoon in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Seems like all the kids in Tulsa have the coolest bikes, too. I don't know what the deal with that is, but every time I see one of these kids ride through, they got cool bikes, cool helmets. They must just be cool kids. They probably got pretty cool parents, too. I'm sure they're all right. Got some outfits going on. The wheelie over there, nicely done. Rolling it, very cool. Nice job, TOWNIE riders. Thanks for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you. And a big thanks to our friends at Tulsa PD as well. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Yo, we in Tulsa, heat rising in June, Saint Francis stamp on it, bikes going boom, crank it up, clip in, yeah we riding with pride, from Riverside Drive to the downtown vibe, 2 wheels, big dreams, fast lanes we chase, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, not your average race, peloton tight like a school of sharks, spinning through the city leaving tire marks, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, bring the heart, bring the grit, from the crits to the climbs, we don't ever quit, cry baby hill where the real ones ride, sweat dripping, crowd wild, ain't no place to hide, spin fast, ride clean, show them what you're made of, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we were born for the love. Yo, cry baby hill, that party is
Hey, if we can bring our Cat 1-2s out to the line, it's time to be able to bring them out. First call to staging, Cat 1-2s to the line. I know you can't hear me down there, but if you can, like to have our Category 1-2s out to the line.
through the corners, never looking back. We got locals and pros, kids and the vets. Tulsa on fire, nobody forgets. Crits, grand funnel, fixies rolling deep. From the sunrise grind to the late night sweep. You can feel the thunder down in your soul. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, yeah, that's the goal. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, bring the heart, bring the grit. From the crits to the climbs, we don't ever quit. Cry baby hill where the real ones ride. Sweat dripping, crowd wild, ain't no place to hide. Spin fast, ride clean, show them what you made of. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we were born for the love. Here's to the riders, the fans, the crew. To Tulsa, the grit and to break it through. Pedal to the metal, feel the crowd erupt. This ain't just a race, it's Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Category 1-2s, can we get them down to the line? Can we get our category 1-2s to the line? Finley, are you here? All right. All right, welcome. Category 1-2. Big field, 130 riders on the line. I like it. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, everybody had a good first couple days of racing. Going to have an even a better third day of racing. To be able to start off, Isaiah Culbreth, where are you? Get to the front. Hey, make room for Isaiah Culbreth to be able to get up to the front. That's your overall leader right now. Yeah, Culbreth right now with your leader with 45 points. Jackson Cleary sitting in second with 44. Owen Lloyd with 32. Silas Linneman with 31 points. And it goes on down. That's what we're going to be able to figure out going into our final day here. Yesterday, a great race on day number 2. Gentlemen, free laps are over with 6 laps to go. No more free laps with 6 laps to go. Neutral service is behind you at the state tent on the left-hand side when you're coming down the street. You can cut the course to be able to get over to neutral service. Do not ride backwards on it. You guys are going for 60 minutes of racing. 60 minutes. Our scheduled start time is at 2:35, so we're about 4 minutes out. 4 minutes until we're getting ready to send off 130 riders here on Crybaby Hill. How many riders here are first time for Crybaby Hill? Raise your hand. Nice. You're going to have a great experience. Dallas, you've never been here before? This is your first time here in Tulsa. Nice. All right. Gentlemen, just like on some of the other days, we will have some preems. You'll hear that signifying the preems as we'll take you through the day. 3 minutes. 3 minutes out to our race, getting ready for our Category 1-2. Right after this, we're going to do our podium for our Cat 3s. Cat 3 podium coming up in 4 minutes. Nice shot of our start line right there. 130 riders on the line. Clock continues to be able to tick a little bit closer towards our official start. We're not allowed to start riders earlier at our races. Again, day number 3, your McElroy River Parks Criterium. It's Crybaby Hill, as we're right here down at the River Parks, an organization with a vision to provide public spaces for outdoor experiences. 26 miles of trails all around here. Isaiah Culbreth winning on day number 1, third on day number 2. Jackson Cleary picking up 2 second places. Overall Omnium up for grabs and top 3. So again, afterwards, your top 3 on the day, you'll head to the podium, and top 3 overall in the Omnium, you will head to the podium. As we're seeing right now, 1 minute.
Bet you hear that a lot. All right, coming up on 30 seconds to race start here. Tulsa, these guys have been working hard all weekend. Can I get a little more love for them one more time before we send these guys off for the best day of the year on Crybaby? 10 seconds, guys. Tulsa, let's count these guys down from 3, 2, 1. Category 1-2s are underway.
Just a few moments ago, we had our Category 3 race as these riders tackled the Crybaby Hill for 45 minutes of racing. Like to be able to start off with our podium with the 1, 2, and 3 on the day. In third place, please welcome. He rides for the Steve Tilford Foundation, Sawyer Schaefer. Move Up Cycling with the bronze medal ride. Congratulations, Schaefer. The silver medal ride. CXD Trek Bikes. This is going to be Finley Sonneman. And our next rider, he attacked with 1 lap to go. And he found the legs to have it for the sprint. Your 2026 Crybaby winner, Paragon Racing out of Texas, Nathan Hamilton. Super exciting races with so many changes on the final climb. Part of our men's Category 3 and being presented with your Moo winner's jersey. Nathan Hamilton with the final piece to the puzzle to wrap up his 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Congratulations, our top 3 here at Crybaby Hill. Guys, we're going to do a $100 preem. We're doing a preem. $100 preem, $100 preem. Ringing the bell. $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem.
Roll back through the line here at the front of our 1-2 race. A little bit of separation. Maybe more than a little. Field trying to figure out what to do about it as Corbin Goodell rolls away for the Endure coaching squad.
Very early on, remember these riders going for 60 minutes of racing as Goodell picked up that first premium. Coming out of Arkansas, the 20-year-old continues to be able to ride on the front, trying to be able to break away from everybody else. A lot of fresh legs sitting in. It's a big group, and our points are very close with our overall Omnium. That's up for grabs. That's in third position, fourth position in that light pink jersey. That's going to be Isaiah Culbreth. And remember, watch out for the German riders. DCC Alpecin winning yesterday. They're going to come back here trying to be able to win here again today.
Field back together, 7.5 minutes into this one. DCC gonna roll up to the front here with yesterday's winner, Silas Monskus. Looking calm, cool, and collected up there in the colors of DCC with the white gloves. Riders continuing to struggle at the bottom of Crybaby in this one. Saw a few riders get tangled up in the back. Last time down, looks like they are up and trying to get those bikes and bodies fixed up. He's going to at least try to continue. That's Joshua Walker, University of Montevallo team. Field going to navigate Crybaby safely this time, all through. With DCC back on the front. 11 minutes in. This one going a little faster now, single file, front to back. Bunch of riders coming in from our state pits. The victims of that last crash getting back into it. The free lap roll allows riders involved in the crash to go into the pit and then back into the race next time they come by without being scored a lap down.
Ring the bell. We're going to start ringing the bell because we're doing a $200 preem, $200 preem. Ringing the bell. Bell lap with $200 on the line. $200 live preem, $200 preem, $200 preem. Got to catch the leaders. A winner of the lap. $200 preem to the winner of the lap. Man, it is strung out. There are holes everywhere. Gaps are opening up. Guys are going off the front. Guys are coming off the back.
Some sort of lightsaber katana situation happening.
Riders, we're giving you all one to go, one to go, one to go. All these groups off the back. One to go, one to go, one to go. Enjoy your final time up, Crybaby.
going to be a nice, easy pickup here for DCC. Did the work to get off the front. Going to stay away. Quick little look underneath the shoulder. And right back to work. Tobias Koenig. Saw riding the front yesterday. He is back out there today. And now Field trying to figure out who's going to chase him. That was Ryan Bennett leading the way, grabbing a bottle, looking around for some help. Looks like he's got a small group to go with him here on the way up to try to join Koenig at the front of the bike race. These riders going to be finishing up, rolling through the line here. You're all done. Nice job out there today and all weekend. Way to go, riders. Guys going to be wrapping up as well. You're all done, gentlemen. Good job out there. Thanks for being here in Tulsa. Appreciate each and every one of you. Nice sprint. Thanks for the show.
Riders, stay to your right-hand side or pick a lane. You got our leaders coming up behind you. Make sure to exit the course safely. Give room for the car to go by.
Yeah. Oh, no way.
They brought him back. 17 minutes in, 60-minute race. DCC on the front right now, waiting to be able to see who's going to attack. I think that's Stefan Roth that's in this group with the Category 1-2s. Stefan Roth, a former road professional. If this race has been going on for 20 years, Stefan Roth has probably ridden 20 years of Tulsa Tough.
Very good negation. I love getting negated by a whole crowd of people. Catching my feet.
A little bit of tactics and strategy going on right now. He's got 3 riders dangling off the front. DCC Alpecin riding on the front as well, controlling things. And so the front runners, they're not working very well together right now as they're bombing on that downhill. Coming into the final turn is going to be Piedmont University. Stefan Roth in that neon jersey riding for Sound Pony, sitting in third, out of the saddle, trying to be able to get in the draft. That's the key part. Got to be able to stay on the wheel.
More separation, trying to roll off the front. These guys flicking elbows, trying to get together, trying to cooperate. And this field just moving too fast for anybody to get away here. Few riders on the back trying to get back in. Hang in there, guys.
So in the front, that's Shannon Himstead, very strong rider with Piedmont University. He wants to be able to get into the break, and he's a rider that can make it stick. But DCC decided, hey, we didn't have a rider in there, and so they decided to be able to bring it back. Next time some of these riders go, they got to bring one of the Germans with them, but they want to have a chance at staying away. But DCC, they know they have some very fast sprinters. They want to keep the group together to be able to show off their speed at the end. And Shannon Himstead, now saying, I'm not waiting around for anyone, as he's going off again to try to be able to get away.
Like we're going to have a bigger gap this time through as Piedmont continues to roll it here. Shannon Himstead not getting any help on the way up. Instead, going to look at a couple teammates chasing him down from the Oklahoma Flyers. Those two white jerseys up on the front of the field. DCC happy to let them occupy it while they try to chase Himstead here.
Yeah, that rider off the front, a chance to be able to win. Shannon Himstead, though, no threat for the overall. As Isaiah Colbert, we talked about, we introduced him right at the beginning, and he races for that Oklahoma Flyer team. So Isaiah Colbert, your current overall leader, and the rider off the front, as Himstead grabs a beer from the crowd. Even though he's off the front, he's enjoying Crybaby Hill, fueling up with a little extra carbs.
Maybe that's why he went off the front. He just wanted an easier handout. He's like, I don't care about winning this thing. I just want to get a cold one.
Yeah, but I'm surprised Oklahoma Flyers are the ones that are riding on the front. They don't need to be able to chase Dak Himstead as they have that overall Omnium leader. There's other riders that they need to worry about that are going to become a factor a little bit later on. Coming up on 22 minutes into our race, 60 minutes total time. Started off with 130 riders, and I would say we are down to half of that already. All right, Tulsa Tough fans, let's cheer him on. His name is Shannon. Trying to be able to go away solo. Now's the time he needs your encouragement. Himstead trying to be able to stay away. That's a bigger gap, so that's a positive sign. That's rider in second place. I think that's going to be Cleary. Trying to be able to double check that. That's Jackson Cleary that is riding on the front.
Himstead spending a surprising amount of time off the front here. Finally going to come back together, but going to have a few riders with them. This is the kind of group that could go. These guys would have a real shot at making this work. If they can cooperate and get together, this might be the separation they were looking for here. 24 minutes into it.
I think that white jersey, Cleveland Cycling Academy, is going to be Jackson Cleary, who just passed over Himstead.
Went right by him. I thought he might have spent a second with him.
So this is a danger. This is a danger rider. Himstead was not a danger rider. But Jackson Cleary is only 1 point from winning that overall Omnium. Isaiah Culbreth is your current leader. Jackson Cleary, 44 points. Culbreth with 45 points. And now Cleary, Cleveland Cycling Academy on the move. That's a strong rider. There he goes. So, excuse me, that's going to be Lane Willer. So that is not Jackson Cleary. Lane Willer from Cleveland Cycling Academy, the 18-year-old out of Colorado, making a move up the road.
Lane Willer continuing to have a great ride here as riders get shred out the back of this group. Willer still hammering on the front. He's got one on the way up here as he's going to see 27 minutes into this one. Willer looking over the shoulder, seeing if it's worth waiting for these reinforcements on the way up. It's going to be Pablo Cruz for Team Cadence Cyclery, presented by Encore, trying to join him. It looks like Cruz is going to bring the whole party with him. One guy would have been good. 20 guys going to be a few too many to go up into the breakaway here. So now Lane Willer going to be back to trying to hold off this group. No reason to wait anymore. All right, here we go. Willer gonna have some company here. Let's see who this is on the way up to join Lane Willer. We will now add Martin Gill for the Hub Youth Cycling Team to that lead group. So Willer and Gill now linked up on the front, and immediately Lane Willer is like, get to work. Gill gonna do it. All right, we got two motivated guys into the breakaway. They're cooperating, they're communicating. This breakaway's got a shot.
And two riders out better than one, be able to share that workload. Looks like DCC starting to be able to ride on the front, keeping that steady pace, not letting anybody get more than about 10 seconds as you got riders struggling, hanging on to the back. That's the thing about Crybaby Hill. You're going to feel good about 10 times up it, but once you get to the 11th time, the 12th time, the legs are going to give out. You're going to lose the power, and then you're going to find yourself struggling immediately. Really have to be a game of patience. You have to be able to wait your turn until you decide to be able to strike out. A little flick of the elbow from Cleveland Cycling Academy as the Hub Cycling rider now makes his way through. Two riders from DCC on the front, riding at a steady 25 miles an hour, making it very difficult for the breakaway to gain a lot of time. We've just come up on our halfway point, so we are halfway through. Here's your two leaders right now, sharing the workload coming through here. Excellent job out there. That's going to be Martin Gill sitting in that second position with Hub Cycling in that light green jersey, and DCC Alpecin on the front right there. Martin Gill, only 16 years old, one of the youngest riders in the race, finds himself on the front of the race. All back together right now. They've caught the leader, so we have a brand new bike race on our hand.
DCC responsible for shutting it down. Koenig going to go back to the front and drive this one a little bit as he grabs a gel through the line.
The one thing I was just keeping an eye on is that 333 and 336, those are the two workers that have been riding on the front. That's going to be Silius Motskis, your winner from yesterday, and Tobias Koenig are the two workers controlling the first part of this bike race. Sitting on the back, Elias Hartman and Florian Weber. They're sitting back, not having to do any of the work, trying to be able to stay as rested as possible, relying on his teammate to have to do all the chasing, and I love it. The Category 1-2s, they're not going to sit back. They continue to attack. A brand new breakaway now being formed right on Crybaby Hill.
You guys are doing call responses. I don't think I can help you at this point.
These guys can't wait around. That gap's going to be critical right there. The two chasers, the two workers have now found themselves on the front. They chased after the break that was going up the road, and they went right by them. So now, DCC in the control seat. They're controlling the throttle, and they're controlling the tempo of the race right now as two of them together, teammates, riding off the front. Silius Motskis He won yesterday along with Tobias Koenig. These are your two riders. Alarm bells need to be going off in the main group right now.
Especially when these two teammates link up. These guys going to be unstoppable here. Using the TV to watch behind them. They're looking at the Jumbotron here on the start-finish line. And now Motskis and Koenig going to exchange a few words and immediately get to work here. This is your worst-case scenario if you're in this field, that these two powerful German riders link up and ride away together today.
Big mistake right now from that rider in the purple jersey, not willing to pull through in that chase group right behind, because that was a game changer. I mean, all you got to do is get onto their wheel and you can sit on. You get a free ride. You don't have to do any work. They will continue to be able to ride on the front. All you got to do is latch onto the back, become the caboose, but you got to be able to get there first. This is going to be a hot lap. You're going to see riders getting spit out the back over the next 2 laps. Remember, we started with about 130, but now gaps are going to start opening up. You're going to see chunks of 5 coming straight off the back. Their race in peril now right here on Crybaby Hill as our German riders continue to keep pushing the pace.
Yeah, there are 2 different races happening out there right now. You've got the race at the front, and then there's a whole separate scenario happening at the back of this field of guys just trying to hold on and stay in this one.
3:06, that was that purple rider of Derek Simpson. A chance to be able to latch onto the back of the 2 Germans, did not quite make it. And again, I can't really blame him. I mean, these 2 guys that are on the front right now, some of the strongest riders in our category 1-2s, as they're trying to be able to punish everybody that's in this bike race. Look at them tucking in. Look how they get aerodynamic, getting ready to be able to come through at our 36-minute mark. Remember how I was talking about Elias Hartman, who was sitting in the back with DCC? Well, he's gone from the back up to the front because now he has a responsibility to try to slow things down. And that's him right there sitting in that second position. The red and blue of Hartman, not pulling, not chasing the teammates down. They're not going to worry about one rider trying to be able to go across the gap because one going against the 2 in front, that's going to be a hard task as the attacks continue to be able to happen on Crybaby Hill.
Who's got the caboose? Nobody. Where did it go? He bounced out. Okay, all right, we got it. All right. Well, just use your voices. Pretend you got caboose. This song's called Kazoo Trial. It's a call and response. We'll sing something, you sing it back, and then at the end, we're all going to freestyle with our caboose, all 15 of you.
Coming up on about 20 minutes of racing to go as we go just over 38 minutes into this one. The Germans are dominating here in the front of the 1-2s as Motskis and Koenig continue to roll away, and then these guys try to figure out what to do about that problem up the road. Ryan Bennett looking for some help. We talk a lot about the guys at the front, but the guys at the back of this field right now are going to be the ones that need the biggest cheers, so make a little noise for them. Let's see if we can get them back in there.
Yo, make some noise. Fucking nipple, what's up? Yeah. The reason I spit flames is shit I smoke. I was born in the country, drinking fire and smoke. I'm on it.
Leader's going to be looking at 10 laps to go on the counter. We are going to start counting laps here. Showing 10 to go for the Germans. 10 laps, gentlemen. 10 to go, 10 to go.
Your overall Omnium leader a little bit under threat. That's going to be Isaiah Culbreth in that pink Tulsa Tough overall leader's jersey. Remember, you're on the front right now as your winner from yesterday is Motskis. If he picks up another win, he's going to jump up to about 54 points, and so that's going to make him a little bit dangerous. Culbreth is going to have to be able to finish in the top 12, top 13. Isaiah Culbreth's got to be able to sit in, so he's going to have to save some legs. Don't worry about chasing. Got to make sure you're placed up there in the final sprint, as we just saw 10 laps to go with our two German riders on the front right now. The attacks, they continue to happen here. They have not given up, trying to be able to bring back our two leaders. Now that rider you see on the screen right now, number 434, he is not going to ride because he has teammates in the front. Excuse me, that's 334. That's Elias Hartman. He's going to sit in, trying to be able to slow everybody down as he has his DCC teammates working together in the front. Riders lap card showing 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. 9 laps to go, 9 to go. That's going to be Austin Del Rosso that is up there right now. Del Rosso in the white jersey sitting on the rider with the DCC Alpes. And I'm surprised Hartman's actually starting to ride. So Hartman and Del Rosso at the bottom of Crybaby Hill, trying to be able to keep a little bit of a gap to the rest of the group right behind them. Hartman looks over his shoulder, gauging the gap, gauging his effort as they just came through seeing 9 to go. So once we get into these final 8 laps, watch out for a rider in a white jersey, Jackson Cleary, sitting second overall, only 1 point off the lead. Jackson Cleary riding with the Cleveland Cycling Academy, wearing number 221. And then the other rider you got to be able to watch out for is Isaiah Culbreth. He's wearing that light pink leader's jersey, and he's wearing number 227. Pretty much whoever finishes in front of the other will be crowned the king of the road. Riders lap cards are 8 to go, 8 to go. You got a 40-second gap. 40-second gap, 8 laps to go, 8 to go. Lap card showing 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. We're going to do a field preem. This group right here, $200 field preem. This group right here, $200 field preem. Field preem, field preem, $200 field preem for that group right there. Isaiah Culbreth sitting second wheel in the light pink jersey, looking to keep his overall lead. Again, very close competition. Culbreth with 45 points, Cleary with 44 points, Owen Lloyd, 32 points. Silas Linneman with 31 points. Carson Baker with 30 points. Every position at the finish is going to be a game changer where the riders end up finishing on the overall omnium. Chairman, it's going to be Motzik and Koenig. It's going to be 7 laps to go, riders. 7 to go, 7 to go.
Those guys are flying. They're going to be just fine out there in front. Looks like this field can be racing for third, but first, they're going to race for 200 cash.
All right, our next group coming up is going to be our sprint group. That's what we're seeing right now, sprinting towards the line with $200 live for this group.
Piedmont and Cadence going to go to the line together. I think Piedmont got it. And they're going to confirm Shannon Hempstead got it done. Six laps, guys. 6 to go. Your leaders on the line.
Stage sponsor, Tulsa Tough, doing it again. Up next, Penny Foster gonna bring it. After that, we got Sydney Lee. So stick around, it's gonna be killer.
Looks like Silas doing a lot of the work up here. Tobias sitting second position. I'm going to guess they're riding for Koenig in this scenario. But we'll see. Meanwhile, Chase Group on the way up as Austin Del Rosso tries to shake his DCC shadow. We're going to go down to 5 laps for the leaders. Fulperunden.
And right off the front, talked about him coming a 4-time Bavarian national champion. He's a pro mountain biker. He's a current marathon mountain bike national champion. That's the rider sitting in second position wearing number 336. Mochkis is the sprinter on the team, one of the many sprinters on their team. He won yesterday in a massive group sprint. Got to be able to watch out for him as well. How will they decide who's going to take victory here? If they want Mochkis to get onto the podium for the overall Omnium, then they should set it up for him because he already picked up 26 points yesterday. And if he can pick up an additional 26 points today, he could find himself in that overall Omnium at the end of the day. Isaiah Colbreth sitting in the light pink jersey. He's got to be able to place high. He's got to be able to do a good sprint. He's going to be going up against Jackson Cleary, who I mentioned was in second overall, and then Owen Lloyd. Those are your top three currently. And of course, they would love to be able to keep the standings the same or possibly move up. So we got a battle in the front, and we're going to have a battle in the main group. It's going to be critical, their positioning in the sprint of the riders in that main group. Koenig, the rider on the front with the black gloves. Mitskis, the rider in second position with the white gloves. More importantly, we're coming down to 4 laps to go. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 laps to go, 4 to go, 4 to go.
Quick little conversation between the two. Right back in line, same order. We see him through the line every single time here. Motzkis followed by Koenig. Now Motzkis looking behind him. They don't have a whole lot to worry about on their back door. These guys got plenty of time.
Remember, those two numbers you're looking for with our group coming up is going to be 227 and also 221. That's third and fourth right there. DCC with an opportunity to be able to sweep the podium on the day. Got to say, a great ride by Austin Del Rosso as more riders. Here's our main field now making their way through.
Down to our last 3 for the Germans. Give them a little bit of love. Make some noise for them. Silas and Tobias are crushing it out there today.
A lot of these riders nowadays have those video cameras on the front of their bike. For Motzkis getting into the breakaway, it's probably going to be the most boring video of the race. Sitting out there time trialing, riding on his front, you're only going to see your teammate, the same red and blue jerseys, but the Germans dominating. More so today than they did yesterday. Motzkis with the white gloves. He won yesterday. Now he's got his face. Look at the expression. They aren't slowing down. They are still giving full stick, trying to be able to get to the top of this climb.
We can see the gap here on the line as these guys just now come through the start-finish. Meanwhile, 2 leaders are already up and over the first part of Crybaby.
Well, that group that was third and fourth, they've been reeled back in. Austin Del Rosso, that was out there for a while with Paragon, reeled back in. So now podium up for grabs. Again, third place up for grabs. And of course, our overall Omnium, our current leaders after 2 days of racing, are sitting in the middle of that group waiting to see what they can do in that final sprint. Race leaders going right down the middle of the road. It's going to be 2 to go. Cheer 'em on. It's 2 laps to go, 2 to go. How much are they gonna love going up Crybaby Hill, the final 2 laps?
I think right now they're just trying to figure out what their drink order is going to be on Crybaby and what they're going to do for the post-up. That's all that's left for these 2 to do today.
Let me ask you, Tulsa, I got a big question for you. Do you think the rider with the white gloves is gonna win, or do you think the rider with the black gloves are gonna win? Obviously, they're both teammates. I have no idea which one's gonna be able to do it. We got a lot of shouting for the white gloves.
I have a feeling they do the old handhold in the air, but we'll see. Handing out high fives up on Crybaby right now. They know they got this one in the bag, and now they can enjoy it.
Coming through with 2 to go, 2 to go. William Hinkos, Oklahoma Flyers now on the attack, trying to be able to get himself onto the podium. Rest of the riders spread out across the road. It's a fight for position coming into the bottom of Crybaby Hill.
All right, lead pace car through the line. The Germans got their cameras rolling, so let's give them some good clips to take back home as your leaders make their way through the line one more time and 1 lap to go. Silas and Tobias have 1 to go.
That German team, DCC, comes over here for one reason, to come here to Tulsa Tough. Year after year, they have a great time. First and second's going to be wrapped up again. I don't know. Is it going to be Mutzkas picking up the win, or will it be Koenig? The white gloves or the black gloves? In the meantime, your main field, your overall Omnium leaders are sitting in the main group. Their sprint is going to determine who will win after 3 days of racing.
You have a 2-for-1 special here on the final day as those guys will sort out 1 and 2. Now your field coming down the line to sort out 3rd place on down. We're going to give them the bell for 1 to go. 1 lap to go, gentlemen. Last lap here. 1 to go on the line. Little surge from Zach Medlin up the inside. Going to try and move up. Well, that'll all get reshuffled on Crybaby.
Riders right now in the flat part after Crybaby Hill on the top. They're still talking. These guys have had a lot of discussion. I got a feeling, like I said, if they're thinking about the Omnium, you want to be able to let Mutzkis win. That's the rider in the white gloves. But I got a feeling Tobias Koenig would like to be able to have this. Remember, he's a pro mountain biker. He does mountain biking. This could be, I don't know if he's ever had a Criterium win, but they're going to have to be able to figure it out. Coming into that final turn in the descent, the black gloves of Tobias Koenig finds himself on the front. Brad thinks they're going to hold hands coming in side by side. Let's see, how are they going to celebrate as we welcome them in? Brad is right.
Called it. Help me welcome your winners on the final day of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough from DCC.
That's going to be the black gloves picking that up. Now watch out for this sprint. Again, we're looking for a light pink jersey to be up there in that final sprint. Colbrith, your overall leader, number 227.
Oh, second going down in the corner. Took it a little too hot. That's going to put some chaos behind him, and that'll leave a clear line for the first rider out of the final corner. He's going to hold on for the final podium spot to go 3rd for Cleveland Cycling Academy with Jackson Clary.
Caught up in the crash as Isaiah Colbrith is going to be way back, and unofficially, Clary is going to end up, because of that sprint, taking over the Omnium as we have a brand new winner on day number 3. Hey, we got a runner. Cheer him on, Tulsa. We got a runner.
That's the Tulsa spirit. That's what we love about Tulsa Tough. Bringing each and every one of them home. They love a finisher here in Tulsa, and they love you today. I think that was Morgan Oliva. Morgan, is that you over there?
Carla, can you get his number? We can't see his number. I believe that was Silas Linneman. We're going to call our pro women to the line. If you can hear me, we'd like to be able to bring our pro women out to our staging area. Once again, seeing if we can bring our pro women out to the staging area. th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. As our McElroy River Parks Criterium, it's called Crybaby Hill. And a big thank you to McElroy Manufacturing, recognized worldwide as the most technically advanced pipe fusion company in the world. And River Parks, an organization with a vision to provide public spaces for outdoor experiences. Over 26 miles of trails, playgrounds, fountains, and sculptures all along the banks of the Arkansas River in Tulsa. It's our pro women to the staging area as we're getting ready for race number 3 of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
I'm on a whole new level now. I'm a beast from a little town. I'm a king, I should get a crown. I'm one of the hardest artists you ever seen. My people can't wait for me to drop. They say that I got that remedy. I'm never bothered about what they call us. I know who I am and who is my fam. I couldn't care less what they think of me. No more stalling, they see me balling out of control. But I never forget where I came from. I rep the phrase. Shout out to all my people in the city. I know that you rocking with me. I'll be home soon, but right now I'm on the spree. You with it, I'm committed, let's get it.
That's redemption here for the FC Tulsa.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Quick Trip live stream for our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. My name is Gabe Lloyd and this is Daniel Holloway in the Zico broadcast booth. Today is our third and final day of racing for the McElroy River Parks Criterium here in beautiful Tulsa, Oklahoma. But let's take a look back at how we got here and what we're up against for today. We started off our weekend of racing on Friday night at the McNally Group Blue Dome Criterium, where we had both our pro women and pro men taken to the course. We had the closest finish in history for our professional women, but Skylar Schneider was the rider that took the overall win ahead of U.S. national champion Kendall Ryan and third place Eileen Seitz of Switzerland for Higher Dose. A thrilling finish to start off our weekend of racing. Couldn't have happened any better way for our 20 years of racing here in Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. For our professional men, an equally exciting race, but here we are with our second day of racing with the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, and we got to see Kendall Ryan get her redemption on day number 2, able to hold off Skylar Schneider to the line, moving herself into the leader's jersey for the overall standings. You'll see Kendall Ryan in the pink leader's jersey this afternoon here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium. We've got a lot of great racing for us here today. Let's take a look at last year, though, for the last lap of racing here at Crybaby Hill. This is one of the most pivotal days for our overall Omnium standings. Let's take a look. U.S. national champion Kendall Ryan in the mix last year, trying to get herself a great result. But remember, she is on a different program last year, so this year's dynamics will be different. The final sprint to the line for our pro women was a bunch kick to the line. Unsure of who is going to be sprinting it out for the victory. We came down to the final few meters through the feed zone here, attacking up over the top as we come down past our final turn right by our Zico broadcast booth. And it was in your leader's jersey, Alexis Magner from Siniska Racing, leading out of the final turn, but she was not able to get there. Riley McMullen of Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 able to come around and get one of the biggest victories of her U.S. Criterium cycling careers and capping off a great weekend of racing overall. Let's take a look at our standings for our St. Francis Tulsa Tough right now, where we have Kendall Ryan in the lead, but she is tied with Skylar Schneider as they have swapped first and second place both days. Paula Munoz in third with 46, ahead of Eileen Seitz with 45, Marlias Mejia Garcia in 41, and Claudia Marks in 39. We got this chance to talk to Kendall Ryan before today's races. Let's have a listen to what she has to say about her approach for today's race.
We try to race this race, win every day. We're going to try to win today again, definitely defend the jersey, but it's about winning the day and just doing our best together as a unit. And, I'm really looking forward to racing this course with a strong squad. And, everyone's really excited for today. And, it's an honor to be in the pink jersey here at Tulsa Tough. So looking forward to it.
All right, we have our pro women on the start line already. We'll bring you our course map and our other elements in just a few moments' time. Thank you for joining us here for our third day of racing. Thank you for joining us on the Quick Trip live stream, brought to you by Quick Trip, one of our great sponsors here for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm joined by Daniel Holloway in the booth. We also have Brad Huff in the on the sidelines, and we'll introduce you to him in just a few moments' time. We're getting our women's race underway here to kick off our third and final day of racing for the 20th season of racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing, and we've really lucked out here so far with all of our races. We were looking through some of our radar images over the past few days, but today has turned out to be an absolute stunner of a day. We're really looking forward to kicking off our professional women. Now, this is going to come down to a lot of different elements. We have both our overall standings and we've got our individual race results that we'll be focused on. This race can really go any number of ways. So we'll be bringing all of that analysis to you here in the next few minutes for our live coverage of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. All right, we're underway here for our McElroy River Parks Criterium. We see our women getting themselves underway, and the first stop on the course is to turn right and head up the iconic Crybaby Hill. Let's take a look at all the fans that are lining the course already. They've been out here all day long under these beautiful conditions. It's not even 80 degrees here. It's downright cool. And listen to that crowd. Look at all those fans as they climb up through for the first lap of our professional women's race here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is one of the best race environments for any rider of any level to race through. Daniel, talk to me a little bit about what it feels like to be able to ride through these super awesome crowds here at Crybaby Hill.
Oh man, it's awesome. It's like amazing. It's day 3. It's hot. There's a lot of fatigue, so it's just like every lap to have that just absolute jolt of energy from the crowd for a good 30% of the lap is just. When you're on your hands and knees, it's reinvigorating. It's a piece of energy that you don't have that the crowd's giving to you to get through just one more lap.
Let's take a look at the weather right now. 82 degrees, mostly cloudy. 12 degrees from the south-southwest with 23-mile-an-hour gusts. Means that every once in a while you get a little bit of a kick, and there is a bit of a cross tailwind through the finish straight down here on the River Parks Drive. So a lot of overall great weather for everybody, but that wind could become a factor. We're going to be leaning on our man Brad Huff down on the sidelines to really get some great analysis from the team directors and from his own perspective on how that weather may affect them over there. Riders are coming down past us at the Zico broadcast booth in this shot, and then they are heading down towards the start-finish line to complete their first lap. It looks like Eileen Seitz on the front of the field. She was on the podium on day number 1 for Higher Dose. Higher Dose has brought a very strong squad to this race weekend overall, where Higher Dose has been very proactive to be able to get themselves into the moves, cover moves, and be sure to be very much a piece of the action. Sounds like our man Brad Huff is ready for us down on the sidelines. Mr. Huff, how are you doing out there today?
Man, the sun is shining. River Parks has blessed us with an awesome day. We're right here on the famous Crybaby Hill. Down there, every rider is going to be diving for position, but who's going to have it at the end of the day? I don't really know. I can't wait to see. Hold on tight.
I agree. I think that this race can go so many different directions. So, Daniel, let's break down a few different directions. The first question I'll have for you is leader's jersey defense. We talked to Kendall a little bit about this in the pre-show, and she said she's going to give it a go because she'd really like to claim that pink jersey, but she's tied on points with 58 points total with Skylar Schneider. What's a strategy for a rider like Kendall to try and actually finish ahead of Sky Schneider today?
I mean, based on how the Omnium has shaken out to this point, it's really lady versus lady. They're tied on points. Skylar doesn't have a rider close enough in points to put up the road to threaten Kendall's position. Kendall doesn't have a teammate close enough in points to threaten Skylar's position. So it's really just 1v1 who's got the legs today. This course typically favors a rider like Skylar versus Kendall. And so Skylar likely just has to bide her time, be safe, and just look after Kendall. There's really not any scenario that things get upside down and threaten Skylar's position. And Kendall, unfortunately, is going to have to play defense today, unless she's on super good legs or wants to just, put it all out there. I mean, she's got the race to lose, right? And worst case, I think she's going to do, unless she completely falls apart, is second. So she's either going to try to keep a race into a pure sprint where she hasn't accumulated too much fatigue and go head-to-head with Skylar, or maybe she makes things aggressive and tries to really race Skylar for the full duration of this race and sees what happens. So.
Right on, yeah. Let's take a look at this race course from the map perspective right now. Shannon Koch takes the lead up Crybaby Hill. Daniel, walk me through. So they're on Crybaby, making this right-hand turn right now.
That's corner 2. That's the second part of the hill. So corner 1 is actually a big funnel point where it goes from River Parks Drive, 2 lanes wide, nice nice and wide, lots of room, into a single lane pinch point. So that's where it's very key to be towards the front to be able to carry maximum momentum into the hill. And then corner 2 is tight, where if you're 10 wheels back, it's easy to get pinched, it's easy to lose momentum. People drop their chains there. So it's a really place you want to be mindful of things happening around you.
Yeah.
If you are a little further back, it's try to create space for yourself to run into or be able to maneuver around any kind of argy-bargy or mechanical situations that arise. Then it kind of goes up, then it flows back down, and there's another little kicker into corner 3, which sneaks up on you. It adds up on day 3, lap after lap after lap. And then it's actually a bit of a plateau, which we see the riders on before they do the absolute drop down into the final corner that's off camber, and it comes back on itself. It's very tricky to navigate, and it's easy to just go 1% over the line and your whole race is ruined. We've seen it kind of race after race today, that in the finale, somebody's making a mistake by pushing it a little too hard, or they're getting to this bottom corner just 1K, 2K, 3K an hour faster than they have the rest of the race.
Yep.
And what they think is okay is not, because it's just that much faster on the final laps.
Great analysis there by Daniel Holloway, who has won this Omnium. How many times you won this Omnium?
3.
3 times you've won this Omnium. We also have Brad Huff. How many times has Brad Huff won the Omnium?
2 times. And then I helped lead out Ken Hansen whenever he won the overall, and we had some collusion. I was on Jelly Belly, he was on Optum, which ensured I got 2nd overall and kept me safe.
There we go. So at least 5 wins, maybe 6 if you, depending on which way you slice it. So a lot of great analysis, a lot of great victories here on our broadcast team alone. So great to have these guys joining me for our overall. Look at this overhead shot, you guys. There are so many spectators up on Crybaby Hill. Brad, this is the first year you're joining us on sideline reporting. Generally, you're up on Crybaby Hill. Can you describe for somebody at home who's never been to Crybaby Hill about just what the intensity of the spectatorship is up there?
Well, you know, growing up in the Bible Belt, I really didn't go to any parties in college. And now I get to participate in something I love in cycling, and I get that same party vibe. That is what Crybaby Hill is. The last few years, I was just up there, and I was donning my favorite national championship outfit. Everybody can see that, and it is so exciting. If you're not here, you're going to want to be here next year. This is why everyone comes to Tulsa Tough.
Love to hear it.
You don't position on the hill. You position on the run-in to the hill. Hill is when you send it, but you want to hold position. This is a long race. This is an intense race. These riders cannot attack on the front every single lap and make it to the finish line. They have to hold position all day long, and on the last 5 laps, you never go out of the top 10. You never go out of the top 20. You are always pushing forward, and you save it all day long. You would always spin to win, as I say. Don't master cash on lap 1. You got to make it to the line on top. Here you go.
All right, there you go. So that's Brad Huff's analysis from the hill earlier today. Brad, any further insights or details on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you just saw the ladies, the pro women were coming through, they kind of swell before they get to the base of Crybaby Hill. And that's when the sprinter has to move up and get primo position so that they can waterfall through the little bit of climb that happens on Crybaby Hill. And if you do that lap after lap, you have a lot more wattage in your cottage at the end of the day.
So you're talking sag climbing, right?
Sag climbing or waterfall climbing. Yep. You position so well, you don't have to overextend to save or hold position. You maneuver back into a solid draft when you crest it. And Daniel was talking about that second little bump that goes up to turn 3. You're in primo position. It is prime for you to make it to the line.
Are there spots on this course where you can make up space without pedaling?
Yes. Not really, but you have to be in position going through the finish line to get in front of this.
Got it.
You actually can coast into the first wheel at the base if you plan it just well.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see if anybody can actually execute against that. We're going to jump over to our podium really quick. Tobias Koenig taking the win for our Category 1-2. So if you joined our Quick Trip live stream earlier on in today's broadcast, you watched our DCC riders win the Cat 1-2. Tobias Koenig is awarded the victory with his teammate Silas Molkus, and then Jackson Clary winning the field sprint, and I believe he actually ended up winning the overall Omnium for the Category 1-2 men. Congratulations to them, and thanks to all of them for coming out and being part of our 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Our pro women back on course right now as we are taking a look at already seeing some notable riders having a struggle here at the back of the field.
Sophia Areola.
Yeah.
Eileen Seitz.
Eileen Seitz and Areola are big names off the back of this group, and that's going to play a huge shift, I think, for Virginia Blue Ridge 2028, because if Sophia Areola is not present, then that's going to leave only Riley and Marleas Mejia left in this bunch, and they're going to have to dramatically recalculate their approach to finding success here. Remember Riley McMullen winning here last year, so she knows how to do it, and she knows how to freelance it because she didn't have any teammates last year. She was completely solo last year. So she can certainly do it, but coming into a race with a teammate you think is going to be very helpful, how does that shift your idea or confidence if you lose that teammate early on in the event?
I mean, ideally, your confidence doesn't change. You just understand that you don't have a teammate for the day, and you got to start making game day decisions moment to moment to say, hey, we came in with this plan, we can't execute it, we have to adjust. So that's just, I mean, Marleas knows that straight away and is going to be able to make whatever adjustment she needs to make along with Riley as well. So again, they could have planned on it, and sometimes you just wake up and you have bad legs. There's nothing you could do about it, regardless of what you do. So that seems to be the case here for that team. But Riley knows how to win this race. She's done it before. She's given that feedback to Marleas, and either for, this is how we win this race, whether it's me or it's you.
All right, well, let's see what happens here as we go through. Remember, every team today has to sort of re-strategize. Where we've started off our weekend of racing on Friday night at the McNelly Group Blue Dome event, very much a criterium, very much a sprinter's course. And then we have the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, where it's still a criterium course, though we add a little bit of elevation dynamic to it. But as we saw with our victories yesterday, the sprinters very much have the opportunity for victory. But today shifts our dynamic a little bit more, where you got to have a little bit more in the climbing with Eileen Seitz and Sophia Areola in this dropped group coming off the back of the bunch. Again, going to change our dynamic. Eileen Seitz on the podium for day number 1. So that means Higher Dose also going to be losing one of their key riders early on. On the front of the field, Holly Breck for Legion of Los Angeles, leading the climb up through the spectacular crowd that we have on Crybaby Hill. And there's a Laurel Rathbun for Caldera Aurea. That is Kendall Ryan's program.
Yeah, so this is the dynamic that's going to play out between these two teams. I would guess Legion wants a bit of a harder race, and Caldera wants a little bit of an easier race. And you need teammates to execute both of those visions. You need Caldera to be at the front at mass, manage the pace up the hills, manage the accelerations out of the hills, and out of the corners, and make it a smooth race for Kendall that doesn't have these big bursts of speed or sustained power requirements for this course. Whereas Legion kind of really wants this to be a start-stop race or a consistently difficult race and have this just wear and tear for 60 minutes.
Okay. I'm seeing, I think I saw Kendall in her national championships jersey instead of the pink leaders jersey. So just for clarification, if anybody's looking for her in this field, the pink Moo leaders jersey is generally what the leaders will wear, but I would expect that the U.S. National Championships jersey sort of usurps the leader's jersey in this case. We'll take a look for our in real time here as they come by, though, just to confirm what I thought I saw on the cameras.
No, she's wearing the pink jersey. She's got Natty Champ helmet.
There she goes. Great.
20 wheels back.
Okay, 20 wheels back. Trying to hide out there and trying to have the opportunity to really let her team do most of that work. So she is in that Moo leader's jersey. She's on the left-hand side of the screen there in the national championship helmet. Moo Apparel is our official jersey of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Every podium jersey presented this weekend is a Moo jersey. And if you want one of your own, head on over to that merch tent or check out moomooapparel.com. Brad Huff is in the pits over there. He has CJ Williams from the Legion of Los Angeles program. Let's get a little bit of insight onto Legion's tactics for today.
You know, when you have the most winningest riders of Tulsa Tough, this plays into your cards today. When it starts heating up, they can handle it. They know what to do. They know how to get to the overall. What's going to happen today to get Sam or Skylar up to the top from the back?
Well, I mean, we got to make the race super hard. It's really hard to get rid of Kendall, and I think we're going to put all our eggs in one basket and just go for Skylar today. So we got to put the pressure on, and we'll see what happens. We'll see if Kendall cracks. If she doesn't, then, hey, hats off to her, and if she does, hats off to Skylar.
You know, you've got a couple other cards to play. What's another rider that's going to get in the breakaway to set up Skylar?
Ooh, I don't know, Brad, to be honest. I think we're just going to go with Skylar. I don't think we're going to try and put anybody in the breakaway. We want to make the race hard. We want to win heads up, and, yeah, that's what we're going for.
Oh, man. We hear one of your riders is setting the tempo, hopefully putting Kendall on the back foot. So let's see what happens. Thanks, man.
Let's see. All right.
All right, so the strategy of Legion of Los Angeles for today is to try and get the win for Skylar. Not only would that give her the stage win, but that would also give her the Omnium overall, as she is tied on points with Kendall Ryan. Now, there are, of course, mathematically speaking, ways for Skylar to win the overall. If she just places in front of Kendall at the finish line, she would actually place ahead of Kendall overall. We got a $100 preem on the line. Looks like a sprint to the line for that. And it's probably going to be Yosmari Diaz. Let's keep an eye on that, though, as we look for race numbers. That's going to be Lily Sonneman from CCB Kinetic, presented by Levine Law Group out of Madison, Wisconsin. So Lily Sonneman, number 21, getting that preem. Nice to have CCB getting themselves a little shout out here. They've been here this entire week, but we haven't had the opportunity to say their names very often, so nice to have them collecting that $100 preem. As you see, though, Legion of Los Angeles with Skylar on the front right now, countering that preem, and Skylar Schneider drawing out one of the Caldera women. That's number 2. That's going to be Tess Edwards, and she also has drawn out Sonneman as well. So Sonneman staying on the effort, knowing full well that this is a move to follow. And then I think Kara O'Neill for number 74 also trying to bridge across to that. So O'Neill for Team S&M Cross out of Tucson, Arizona, part of that. Let's take a look at this small separation with O'Neill now latching on to the back of that. That is going to be Marleas Mejia, your Cuban national champion on the road. Mejia going to be grabbing herself a nice advantage here. Of course, that this is a dangerous situation, Daniel, because Daniel, you've got Marleas Mejia in the separation with Skylar. As far as a stage win is concerned, Mejia on paper is the faster sprinter, but isn't there reason for Skylar to work with her early to at least establish the move?
Yeah, I mean, everybody except for Tess in this move should work. I mean, Skylar's going to be okay expending the energy because she separated herself from Kendall by at least one spot, if not more. Marleas would like to get this, established in a way, in the sense of it's less people to fight in the finale. And then some of these other gals, this is their opportunity to punch into a top 10, which they've not likely had all weekend or maybe in their career. They're having great legs, and they've showed up today. So, again, Tess is going to try to get in the way, interrupt the momentum of this. She should maybe try this for a few laps, see if there can be some disencouragement, kill some momentum. But she just, it becomes dangerous. You if you do this for too long, it really starts to get on the emotional side, and that can fuel riders to go even harder.
Okay.
Right? Rather than, you know, if she just sits on and says, hey, I'm going to do no work and I can win this.
What is,
you know, it's that can also be a different kind of discouragement from the 4 other riders that are actually looking for a stage win, to be like, man, we've got this hanger on that I don't want here.
Yeah.
So it can work both ways. Get in the way, you risk emotional reaction and pace setting. Or if you just sit on, you discourage some of the other riders to be like, oh man, this girl's getting a free ride. That's not to my advantage either. So
well, we had some
she's floating in the middle here.
We had some traffic going on at the front of the field there as we're catching lapped traffic. It's actually still coming by us here on the race course, and the pace vehicle getting a little held up there, and it's disrupted the momentum of our leaders. Looks like we may have even lost one of the riders from the breakaway because of that disruption in pace, because we now have Tess Edwards, Marleas Mejia, Andrea Sear on the front, and Skylar Schneider in second wheel. So it's Sear, Schneider, Mejia, and Edwards. Kara O'Neill now back with what is the field. So the advantage for the breakaway absolutely crushed by that race situation there. Well, let's see what the gap is going to be here for our field. Oh, look at that! We've had other very notable riders having a bit of a struggle out here today. Crybaby is no joke. You can't really fake it through Crybaby. Looks like though our breakaway is going to perhaps reset. That's really a shame. This dynamic of the breakaway, it's not only the right teams, it's the right riders. And so now we're not able to see them really drive for that success. They're going to sit up. They're going to reshuffle one more time.
Yeah, that sit up at the front again made it really easy for the field to come back together, whether it's the smaller teams or the bigger teams. You know, again, if you want the break to stick, you kind of need to make the field chase all the way to the rear wheel, not just be like, oh, the gap is shrinking, and then give up the last 5-7 seconds, when that really period of time can be more make or break than you think. You know, even though it may feel close, people are on the ragged edge, you know, and if you can just outlast them mentally on the difficulty,
yeah,
that gap can just, boom, 20 seconds instantly. So it's really important that you stay on the pedals when a majority of the situation is right, because the people that are chasing are probably very few, right? And they have to overextend if you're already going hard. So sometimes it becomes a mental battle of who just wants to go harder longer.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get another preem to really shake things up and see who's going to stay on the gas a little bit longer than everybody else here. Here we got Brad Huff in the pit with somebody. Brad, what do you got?
I've got CCB rider Bridget here. Bridget, what is happening out there? Riders are going off the back every lap.
Yeah, it's a brutal day out here in the heat and with the hill. It's super hard every lap, just punching it full gas up in the sun with the crowd cheering us on. Yeah, just brutal day of nutrition out there.
And it's your first year in U23. It's your first time at Crybaby Hill. What do you think you're going to do when you come back next year?
Oh man, I'm gonna have so much fun next year. I can't wait to come back and give it my all and come back more prepared, more fitness, and race here with my awesome teammates who are just out there absolutely crushing it. My teammate just got a preem. So stoked for her. They're absolutely doing amazing out here.
Thanks, Bridget. We can't wait to see you back. Great effort out there. It's not easy.
All right, so now we have got a $200 preem up for grabs. This could be another opportunity to really see a sprint play out and perhaps draw out another breakaway. We saw a $100 preem draw out that first breakaway that had all the right magic to it, but was stifled due to catching some of that drop traffic. So let's see if this time around we're going to be able to see a successful breakaway. I see Odette Lynch on the front right now, a rider from Australia. She's very capable. This day is, on paper, historically not her favorite, but at the same time, she is very capable in her own right. You can see that she's pulled out a little bit of an advantage up through Crybaby Hill on this shot. She's drawn out two other riders with her. Maybe Marleas Mejia will be the other one to bridge back across, and I'm sure we're going to continue to see Tess Edwards and Skylar Schneider today. Tess Edwards has been really kind of an MVP for Caldera, especially last night at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, where Edwards was off the front multiple times. We'll see if this magic continues to happen for that team as we get up here. That we are all back together right now. That means this sprint is going to be a lot more of a field sprint condition, which is another potential scenario for how this race can shake out.
Yeah, I mean, we could already see the field is half the size it was at the start, and we're not even halfway through this race. So we're going to continue with every big acceleration, with every preem. You know, more and more riders, onesie, twosies come off the back, and before we know it, it's going to be a pretty elite field in the final 5 laps.
This is Odette Lynch on the front right now. She's a very strong sprinter. We'll see if she's going to be able to get there. She checks the shoulder. She just has to kind of go for it at this point. It's 150 meters to the finish line from that point where she jumped. It's a good sprint distance for her, historically speaking. And Odette does hold on for that. So let's talk a little bit about positioning on the final lap, or just later on in the race. When you come through this final turn here, there's a meter marker right in front of us at the Zico broadcast booth that says 200 meters. And then that point where Odette actually started to jump for the sprint was 150 meters. But you're coming into it on this downhill. So what is the real feel on the sprint of the Crybaby Hill?
If you're able to get a really good line and carry momentum, it feels almost like any other corner, as you've carried a lot of speed right inside a big acceleration. But if you have a bobble, if you're a few 2 wheels back, bad line, it's a very heavy sprint if you don't carry momentum, because such a loss of speed and you're trying to pick it back up.
Right on. All right, so we'll see if we can see some of that momentum carried through by these riders as they throughout our race competition. If you're just joining us on our Quick Trip live stream, welcome to Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is our 20th edition of racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Today is the McElroy River Parks Criterium, the crown jewel of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough weekend. In 1954, Arthur McElroy and his wife Penny started manufacturing a business in small Tulsa garage. 70 years later, McElroy Manufacturing is a global powerhouse with hundreds of employees, offices on 6 continents, and a brand new $25 million facility right here in Northeast Oklahoma. They're still family owned and still Tulsa made. They're proud to close out the race weekend on the banks of the Arkansas River with the McElroy Manufacturing. Visit McElroy.com. Race situation right now, we have a small separation as we were hoping for. It's got Odette Lynch, it's got Alex O'Brien, and a rider from Fearless Femme. Who we got there? Maybe Javiera or Kira Will.
Yep, Kira Will.
Kira Will. All right, so Kira Will for the Fearless Femme presented by the Beasley firm. So the 3 of them away. Now, so you've got Higher Dose, you've got Legion, and Fearless. Is this the right mix?
Yeah, if they work together, you know, again, Caldera is not too worried about this. None of these riders are in the overall Omnium to worry about that. So it's not their priority to spend a ton of energy to chase or manage this gap. Again, Kendall has to beat Skylar, or Skylar has to beat Kendall, regardless of where they're at in this race. They could be off the bat.
Okay.
You know, they don't even need to score points because they're tied. It's just who goes across the line first.
Yep.
So everything else really doesn't matter. So for stage win, it's all about the other teams to play for and who's willing to commit for the effort. So, you know, Caldera, again, is going to get help from riders like Grace Arlenson or some of these other small teams that are really wanting a stage win to bring these moves back, manage the gap for the overall stage. So, you know, that's just how it's going to play out at this point until really the right combo with really good legs outright just powers away from the group with nobody really left to chase.
All right, let's see how this shakes out. Now this time will tell here as we see a small shift here in the overall. It looks sort of like the body language of Holly.
Absolutely, Holly Breck.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's Holly Breck. And so she's now countered the catch of that small separation that occurred. And Holly Breck can absolutely drive something, but she needs a little bit of a companion. That's Ureli Salazar, rider number 4 for the Caldera program, going to respond to that because she knows just how dangerous Holly can be if she has left her long enough leash. Riders coming down past us, past the Zico broadcast booth in the final turn. Breck leading for Legion of Los Angeles, sets up the turn. She's got Bryony Botha for Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley firm, leading the field in chase, and Marleis Mejia right behind with, I think, Stephanie Holomack in 3rd position there. Nice positioning there by Steph. Rider from Brooklyn, New York. And it looks like the field perhaps allowing Holly to get a bit of a dangle here, meaning that they're going to let her sort of hang out for a little bit. We talked about this on Friday night, didn't we, when Skylar was off the front by herself in a very similar situation where she was just kind of dangling a bit, and the field responded very aggressively on Friday night to make sure Skylar didn't get away at all. And Daniel, you had some thoughts about that, right? Where there's actually an advantage to letting a rider sort of dangle by themselves.
Yeah, if it's just one rider, even of really good strength, is to let them dangle at 10 seconds, 15 seconds, let them feel like they really need to be committed to that move and stay out there and spend the energy rather than just immediately chasing back and say, oh, okay, I guess it didn't work, I get to go back in the field and recover. So they're kind of doing that with Holly, that she's got enough leash to feel like if she keeps going, it can stay, and let her waste that energy. Again, she's such a crucial part for Skylar, just blocking went for her in the final laps, that if Caldera is really saying, hey, let her be here by herself, that means Skylar's not going to have a teammate towards the end that we could potentially expose. But is this Tess Edwards with the counterattack?
Looks like it. Nice aggressive race today. I'm really loving this so far. It's been a very thrilling one. And the women's race, all 3 days, we always have the most amazing women's races because we bring truly the best of the best Criterium racers out, and they really do punch after punch on each other here. And this is no exception today, of course, for the 20th edition of our McElroy River Parks Criterium. This is Tess Edwards now off the front. Tess has had a fantastic weekend of racing. It's going to be Riley McMullen from the field setting up that chase, because Tess has been so dangerous all weekend long that she knows that she cannot let Tess get away, because this course, I would think, actually suits her quite well. What's your experience with that, or thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's proving to look that way. I think Tess has been here at least once or twice. I think she was previously on the Siniska program. But, coming under this Caldera program, she's really made a step up, it seems like, being around Kendall and Laurel and some of these other gals to elevate her ability.
Yeah. Hey, if you guys are enjoying the drone footage here this weekend, big shout out to Helmrich and Payne, founded in Tulsa in 1920. H&P has spent more than a century pioneering the technology and engineering that drives energy production across the globe. They're the largest onshore driller in the United States and one of the Tulsa's most enduring success stories. We're proud to have them back this year as the official aerial coverage sponsor of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Helmrich and Payne, expect excellence. Visit hpinc.com. Looking at this shot, this Helmrich and Payne shot right now, you can see the gap that Tess has, and she's going to sort of dip a little bit, and then there's this kicker right before you turn right through the feed zone. So she's now.
That's such a leg zapper when you've been out there for multiple laps. It's such a momentum killer, and so it's okay in the first lap or two, but as soon as fatigue sets in, it's really hard to just keep momentum and maintain your gap just in that short little bump. And that's why it's crucial, to be, part of being successful here is, having multiple riders to share that momentum from that downhill and pop over that hill into corner 3. If not, again, it's so easy to lose time straight away, but Tess is continuing to extend this lead.
All right, so we've got $100 preem being rung right now. $100 cash preem. Tess Edwards is off the front right now by herself. She needs a little bit of maybe another helping hand out there. Try and get her into a situation where she can maybe find this all the way to the line, but to do it solo, as Daniel was talking about, very, very challenging to pull that off. $100 preem on the line, $100 cash prize. Look at her as she comes up through this great crowd that we've got assembled here on Crybaby Hill this year. The weather has absolutely been dialed this weekend. We're only at 82 degrees here right now, maybe 83 now, which is for Tulsa. That's actually air conditioning temperature. So
yeah, it's nice out, but there is like scattered clouds, 30% blue sky. It's not bad, but it's when the sun does come out in full exposure, you can immediately feel the heat difference. I mean, when these riders go through this shadow and then straight into this sunspot, it is a very large difference in real field temperature.
All right, so we're going to have a preem coming up here. Let's see if Tess can hold on for the $100.
But if you look through that corner up that hill, you can see that she's carrying a really good cadence. As she gets around that, shift down, push the gear. That shows that she's still, has got power in the legs. She's not, the hill's not sucking too much out of her. She's, continuing to carry really good momentum up and over that.
All right, so Tess Edwards is going to get to the finish line, take that gel. She's going to get that $100 preem for her effort. All right, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back. All right, you guys, welcome back to our Quick Trip live stream coverage here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the 20th edition of racing. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway in the Zico broadcast booth down at the final turn on Crybaby Hill, better officially known as the McElroy River Parks Criterium. We also have Brad Huff over in the pits with us today. So between Daniel and Brad, they've got 5 Omnium wins between them. Let's check in with Brad Huff right now, see what's happening down in the pits. All right, so we got Tess Edwards on the front right now with a solo breakaway situation. If you're just joining us for our Quick Trip live stream coverage, we've just done a quick commercial break. We're just coming right back, and Tess Edwards is solo off the front. Interesting situation right now where her teammate Kendall Ryan in the pink Moo Moo Leaders jersey is actually first wheel down through the final turn here. I would assume that's a strategy just to actually give Tess more of a leash in this situation.
Yeah, we've seen Caldera kind of be at the front, taking some turns to monitor the front. Just while we were in that little break, we did see Skylar Snyder do a bit of an acceleration on the bump into the downhill to try to inject some pace. So, with Kendall coming to the front in that same spot, it's a little bit of mental game saying, hey, what you can do, I can do. I'm under no threat. My teammates up the road looking in a position to win. So I feel good. We're going to win this race, and I don't think you can beat me for whatever remaining position it is for the GC. So some of this is definitely kind of mental tactics, if you will, saying, I'm here. I'm not under pressure. If you want to race, we can race.
I agree with that. I think that we were just also looking at that Helmrich and Payne drone shot up there, and you can see that the party continues today with the Vast Bank Cry Baby Hill Soundstage up there, brought to you by Pearl Beach Brew Pub. Pearl Beach has been bringing the beach party to the downtown Tulsa area since 2019 with craft brews, a full bar, frozen drinks, and the kind of backyard energy that brings any night into a memory. No exception here on Cry Baby Hill. Follow along the music there, right there, going up to Crybaby Hill for the Pearl Beach Brew Pub today. Race situation right now, one rider off the front with Tess Edwards from the Caldera Aurea program. We only have 10 laps to go. 10 laps now remaining, 9 laps to go in this race right now. So with 9 laps remaining, are we looking at a situation where Tess could perhaps hold this to the line, or are we going to see a big windup because Higher Dose has missed this, Legion has missed this, Fearless Femme also missing out? So a number of teams not part of the action, and really we're here for a race win, are we not?
Yeah, I mean, for majority of these riders outside of Legion and Caldera, they need something to walk away with. You know, teams have been a third, but that's sometimes feels like a consolation prize. It's not even close enough. So there's still a lot of people in this group that, you know, have something to race for, and that being a stage win. Again, you know, I guess we'd have to go back and really look kind of at who's at third in the Omnium and what that fight is looking like, because some of that might be playing out as well, that third, fourth, fifth are all kind of looking at each other. That might be close enough.
Right.
That, again, they're more concerned about protecting that position rather than the stage win. So, again, that adds into the multiple layers of race tactics and what's happening in the field. But at this point, Tess is, you know, up and over the majority of the hill well in advance. But it is still 8.5 laps to go, even though her gap is pretty big. If a couple riders really just commit to this, the gap can, you know, be whittled down really, really fast.
Yeah.
Especially if Tess starts to take on figurative water.
Right.
Legs getting super heavy. So both things can collide at the same time. Or if she's, you know, got her timing really well done and paced herself, it could be a harder chase than the group thinks.
All right, well, let's jump over to Brad Huff in the pits. He's got one of the team directors for one of the riders that could very well bring back Tess Edwards. Brad, who do you got?
Listen, I've got Matt Stevens, former national champion, my teammate. He was on the podium earlier today. His rider was the only one that tried to attack over the top. They brought her back, but they haven't done anything. What are these big teams missing out on?
You know, Higher Dose, Legion, they're the ones that it's on them to sacrifice riders and start putting them on the front, and that, or just attack to see what they can mix up the race and kind of bring it back slowly.
And you said your rider has the legs. Who is she, and when's she going to go?
Grace has tried to go a few times and just hadn't found the right moment. The race in the peloton hasn't been quite hard enough to really stretch it out for her to really throw down some watts and get away.
Do you think they're riding scared in the field?
I think they're racing for their overall, a lot of it. But, yeah, they're, you know, the hill's hard. And you sacrifice, you pull on the front through here, it's going to be, you might blow up on the hill.
All right, let's see what happens.
All right, thank you, Matt Stevens. Thank you, Brad Huff, for that insight there. So some questions from the YouTube chat. The gap is 30 seconds right now, and Daniel actually just confirmed that. We ran a stopwatch here at the Zico broadcast booth here at the final turn, and so 30 seconds is your gap to Tess Edwards. Now, at the stage, Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu just rang the bell for a $100 field preem, meaning that Tess is not eligible for that $100. Only the field is eligible. Now you can see Higher Dose moving themselves up to the front to try and work on this gap. All those insights that Matt was also bringing us there are very appropriate, I would say. I do think that is on the other teams that are in this race to really start sacrificing riders, because time is running out. We are at 8 laps to go. We've got a preem just for the field. And as Daniel was saying before, this gap can come down quickly, but you really do have to actually commit to it in order for that to become a reality.
Yeah, and if Matt's saying that Grace does have good legs, she's got to try multiple times. You know, maybe she draws out Marleas, maybe she, you know, draws out another rider that wants to go, that was out of position previously, to get get them away and start working. She can't just be discouraged after one attack and she gets brought back. So she needs to keep trying a few times if really her best chance is to get away, bring back Tess Edwards, or just get away for a podium position. She can't just be discouraged and not do anything.
I agree with that. It's completely being very committed on. Other questions in there about what jersey is Kendall wearing. She's wearing the pink leaders jersey. She is currently leading the Omnium for our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is a 3-day criterium. We wouldn't necessarily call it a stage race, but we do have an Omnium points standings, and she is leading the standings after winning last night at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So she's in the pink Moo jersey, and you can find Kendall out there with the national championship helmet in the pink jersey. Looks like Avery from Winston-Salem may be trying to bridge across to Tess Edwards. There's Kendall Ryan. So for any of you at home watching our quick trip live coverage of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough, there is Kendall Ryan. You can keep an eye on her now that you know what she looks like. Now, tied with her on points is the rider right next to her, Skylar Schneider, who just passed through the frame there. So Kendall is trying to keep an eye on Skylar, who's now first wheel right now, coming up for the front of the field, because Skylar's now really driving this, and you can see the reaction there by Marleas Mejia and Grace Arlinson. It looks like Skylar's going to try and turn the screws here a little bit. Maybe she has to be the one to really take this race on by herself if the rest of the squad isn't able to back her up.
Yeah, so it's getting to that point where Skylar's, going to start testing the waters, testing the legs, of other riders. But in between this, that's Andrea Sear and
it's Claire Avery, I believe.
And Claire Avery's trying to get across to Tess Edwards. Again, two riders that are motivated to get away, while the field is just kind of going to want, to watch each other. So this is definitely going to help, as Higher Dose has some riders in the field to help Caldera as well, to kind of slow things down and let this gap continue to be extended. But they've really made inroads to Tess Edwards just in one lap. And that goes to show just what an injection of fresh legs can do.
I agree. I know there's some Claire fans on the old YouTube chat I can see. If anybody has some insights on her sprint preference, is she an explosive sprinter? Is she a long sprinter? What is Claire's sprint profile? Because she's racing with Andrea Sear, who's a very strong sprinter, a very good finisher overall. So what's the dynamic that we're now looking at? YouTube, you're welcome to jump in the chat and help us out with that. Meanwhile, at the front, we got Tess Edwards trying to hold away. Now, if we end up with a group of 3, Daniel, my understanding would be that Sear should be the best sprinter of the 3, unless Claire gives us some additional insight from YouTube. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I think she's going to have a little bit of advantage that both, she's a good finisher in general. She's not had a hard race up until the last 2 laps compared to Tess, who's been out there solo by herself. So, but if Tess gets in this group and is able to find some rest in this, I think after 3 days of racing on tired legs, anything can really happen. So it's going to see if there's going to be any games that they're going to start to play at the front, while riders like Grace Arlinson attack from the back and close the gap really fast.
A lot of stuff happening in that last shot there. So first off, what I saw is that Claire Avery rode right over the top of the breakaway and went right to the front and drove that pace. According to YouTube chat, Claire really likes climbing, so today's course actually suits her well. And that you can now see Tess Edwards and Andrea Sear trying to recover there. I also saw Grace Arlinson and Sky Schneider and Marleas Mejia trying to separate themselves from the group. And I also noticed that Riley McMullen is at the back of the peloton getting dropped on the climb every lap. So last year's winner is in a struggle box right now. And then you've got new characters separating themselves off the front. Here we go. We got the chase group here with Marleas Mejia, Grace Arlinson, and Sky Schneider. This is going to move Omnium as well. Stephanie Holomack is on the front of the field, but really Legion should be the one doing the chase, or excuse me, Caldera should be doing the chase. if they are going to try and really control Omnium standings, because Kendall needs to finish in front of Skylar for Omnium if they're concerned about that.
Yeah, so basically 2 groups of 3 are going to come across to this with arguably 3 of the stronger riders from the group, and it has just caused a bit of chaos in the back. It's single file. Not only is Riley towards the back there, but also Kendall Ryan is kind of starting to lose traction under these big accelerations. So now Tess Edwards is going to get to work by trying to kill momentum, but it's definitely close enough to the finish where not too many games are going to be played. Marleas is wanting to push forward. Grace is going to want to push forward. Skylar wants to push forward. And we're going to see where Andrea and Claire end up after these last few laps with fatigue. I mean, Andrea's just starting to get dropped here with this acceleration over the top.
And Claire needs to get through around that, because she's going to get tailed off the back of this if she doesn't get through it. So, you know, 4 now separating on this Helmrich and Payne drone shot, and at the front is Grace Arlenson, Sky Schneider, Marleas Mejia, and Tess Edwards, and getting dropped off of it is Andrea Sear and Claire Abry, though Sear rolling that momentum through and catching back up, not dissimilar to what Brad Huff was talking about earlier in the broadcast about finding spots on this course to be able to regain momentum and really carry through and get some advantage without necessarily having to take pedal strokes. But it does appear as if Sear and Abry were getting tailed off on that last overhead shot, so they really need to keep control there, because we're now down into the final 4 laps of this race. Marleas Mejia, your Cuban National Road Race champion, is in this move. She's got that blue jersey from Virginia Blue Ridge 2028 and the Cuban National Championship helmet. She is very strong. Just because she wins many criteriums here in the U.S., she's actually a very good road racer. So Crybaby suits her very well, and she needs to, everybody should really pay attention to that move. You have Grace Arlenson with, we were just talking to her team director, Matt Stevens, in the pit with Brad Huff. And this course suits Arlenson very, very well. Obviously, Tess Edwards is on a great turn of form right now. And then, of course, you've got Sky Schneider, one of our sport's most dominant finishers. She won on Blue Dome, but today is a day I think that really suits her well. And Andrea Sear and Claire Abry in this mix.
Yeah, so Tess Edwards' job right is kill momentum, kill momentum, kill momentum. Grace, Skylar, and Marleas need to just ignore those distractions of Tess Edward of slowing it down, and even ignore Andrea and Claire not pulling through, because it's like, realize they're tired, they're already on their limit. They're not sitting on because it's a choice at this point. If they want this to stick, they really need to just put their head down, ride together, and only start to play the game with a lap and a half, 1 lap to go.
Sabrina Hayes on the left side there trying to take a cash hand-up. Hand-ups are not a crime, right? Something like that.
That's a good T-shirt.
My buddy Dave Pryor at home, he does the hand-ups are not a crime thing. We got group of 6. Very, very capable. This could absolutely be your race win coming out of this group of 6 here with 4 laps. Let's call it almost 3.5 to go here as they come by us. Now we're Don Thornton Automotive Group lead vehicle coming by us, and now we're going to get double vision here. On the left side is your field, Laurel Rathbun leading that right now. On the right side is your Helmrich and Payne drone shot. The riders are now, all riders, or excuse me, the leaders are on River Parks Drive, Riverside Drive, excuse me, here in River Parks Criterium. 3 laps to go right now. 3 laps remaining in our McElroy River Parks Criterium. You got Marleas Mejia there on the front in the blue jersey. Tess Edwards with the red jersey. Let's see. Sky Schneider is wearing a sort of a very light gray. She's first wheel right now. Grace Arlenson has sort of a neon and pink purple-y kind of thing going on for the kit this year. At the back, you have the white back of Andrea Sear, but if we get closer, you'll see that she has got a blue sleeve and a red sleeve, and then at the back in the red and teal, you're going to see the Winston-Salem team of Claire Abry. Got ourselves some great action here. Hope you guys are enjoying following along. Our referees on Crybaby Hill telling everybody to work together here as the field comes up. This gap seems to be growing, or maybe we'll try running a stopwatch here just to see what this gap is becoming. But we always get surprised at this race, but I'm going to say that maybe our win is going to come out of the breakaway this year.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks pretty solid. They're still working together. Marleas, Grace, and Skylar are still continuing to carry momentum and keep it moving forward. It's probably 35 seconds, I would guess, at this point. That's over 10 seconds a lap, and there's just not the bodies in the field to make that happen. These gals would have to come to basically a track stand in the last 2 laps for anything to change. Because again, Fearless Femme has 1 or 2 riders, CCB has 1 or 2 riders, and that's kind of really it with the depth. There's obviously some other individual riders here, but they seem to just be passengers on this pain train.
And I would say that at this point, that Skylar will win the Omnium because she's going to finish in front of Kendall. She only needed 1 place in front. So Omnium is going to get locked up here. So now we're really going to refocus on the race win. And do you think Skylar can drive home a race win out of this group?
Absolutely. I mean, her and Marleas have been taking kind of turn for turn, sharing the workload. So Marleas has just as much fatigue as Skylar does, or workload. It's like who's got the fitness to manage that coming into the finale. So especially now at this point is, Skylar can not drive as much, start to find some recovery for the finale. I mean, I think it's going to be a really exciting one. Grace really wants to make this as hard as possible the next 2 laps, and not give Marleas, not give Skylar, Tess, any of these riders any chance to recover. That's her best bet. So, I mean, I think it's going to be super exciting through the finish, and it's going to be a game of positioning, because I think once they get out of this final corner, there's not going to be too much position changing going on. So it's who's managed themselves, who's in the right position when the big acceleration happens, because once it does, coming off the first part of the hill into corner 3, it's pretty much game on, and there's not much changing of positions.
Right. All right, so just to circle up with everybody, we got a breakaway of 6 in this group. It's going to be Tess Edwards, Andrea Sear, Sky Schneider, Marleas Mejia, Claire Abry, and Grace Arlinson in this breakaway situation. You see Abry at the back here, number 77, Edwards number 2, and then Andrea Sear in front in the red and blue, and Grace Arlinson with the green and pink, Sky Schneider with Legion of Los Angeles with the light gray, and at the front is Marleas Mejia. There it is. There's your lap for 1 to go, and Claire Abry goes for it. Somebody in YouTube actually just said Claire's going to go long, but is this too long to go?
You just never know. It's all she needs is one person to hesitate for that gap to open, and then everybody's tired enough to look at each other. But it seems like Marleas really closed that down quickly. And just sitting here in the final corner watching these riders, not only today but in previous editions, is, Skylar has the most confidence through this corner. Then I would actually say Tess Edwards and then Andrea Sear on who can go through this final corner the fastest. So it's who's going to be the one willing to put themselves in the front going through this corner to carry the most momentum. I think Marleas is maybe the fastest absolute person in this group, but I don't know if she has the confidence to go around the corner as fast as she needs to with Skylar and Andrea in the picture.
Right. This is not a straight, easy entrance.
But Skylar's getting dropped.
Yeah, Skylar Schneider is now getting dropped. Skylar Schneider becoming detached from this breakaway. That could actually bring our Omnium back into question here, because the gap between them and the field is actually pretty small. Skylar's grit in the teeth, though. She is a fighter. She brought herself right back to it. Skylar Schneider's back, but on the front, Marleas Mejia coming through the feed zone. We are now down into the final 400 meters of this race. Tess Edwards is second wheel, but it's Andrea Sear, third wheel. Perfect positioning there for that sprinter. Let's watch them as they come down through this final turn at the McElroy River Parks Criterium. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final 200 meters. We're approaching the final turn. Mejia is leading through the turn. Edwards second wheel. Sear trying to find a way through. There's the launch with 150 meters to go. It's Mejia out of the saddle. She's first on the gears. Can anybody come around her with her finishing kick? As we get to the final 50, it's going to be Marleas Mejia of Virginia Blue Ridge 2028, taking the McElroy River Parks Criterium here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Wow. I mean, she took charge from one to go.
Yeah.
Right? Clear attacked. She was the only rider willing to respond, close that gap.
We got our field kick to the line. It's going to be our Caldera program leading through these final turns. And it looks, we'll see if Kendall Ryan can get the field sprint to the line wearing that pink leader's jersey. And she will go ahead and take the field sprint. She'll do everything she can, but she will finish behind Skylar Schneider. And with that, Skylar Schneider will take that pink leader's jersey home for her racing here this season at the 20th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is your race winner, though, Marleas Mejia of Cuba from Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 program. Such a great honor to have our Cuban national champion racing with us here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. She is your champion here for the day. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Continue to watch our Quick Trip live stream coverage. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we are in the Zico broadcast booth. Stick around. We've got our professional men's race coming up next. Welcome back to the Quick Trip Live coverage. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and we are right here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium event. We just concluded with our professional women's race, which was a thrilling finish, and we will take a look at that in just a few moments' time. We've got also our pro men's race coming up next. Look at this. This is our finish to our pro women. We have Marleas Mejia on the front, Grace Arlinson on the right side of the screen with the neon pink and green on the right side, Tess Edwards in the red, and Andrea Sear there in the white. As we dive through the final turn, Marleas Mejia leads it, but she's the first onto the pedals, and at this point, she's 150 meters from the finish. You can see her confidently leading down through this final turn with Tess Edwards of Caldera right on the wheel. As she jumps out of that final turn with the final 150 meters, she is able to hold that acceleration all the way to the line, and she takes the McElroy River Parks Criterium finale right here in our third day of racing at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough for our 20th edition. Now from the field sprint, Kendall Ryan, your U.S. national champion, she did take the field sprint, but part of that breakaway was Skylar Schneider, and with Schneider finishing in front of Ryan, Schneider will go ahead and take the Omnium overall and claim the 20th season of racing at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We got our men's coverage coming up next. Welcome back to the Quick Trip live stream coverage. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway in the Zico broadcast booth. Thank you for joining us here at our broadcast. We're thrilled to be here for the 20th season of racing. Next up is our professional men's race. Let's take a look at how we got here for our third day of racing, because we started 2 days ago on Friday night at the McNelly Blue Dome event over at the Blue Dome area of racing. Let's check out that footage and coverage right now.
It's the return of the real. They backbite, but they still know the deal. I get at people something they can feel. Originators, West Coast in. City by the sea, you can hear the ocean. But it ain't all sand and palm trees around here. Caught slipping and you might not leave from around here. We a different breed with a different code. And if you ever visit, just know I told you so. And the spitter from the town, and you do know that. Young king getting rich off of ice cold raps. This that street talk, C walk or B walk. Ain't no penetrating the neighborhoods that we stalk.
Our professional men are up next. We're going to be looking back at how we got here with our past 2 days of racing. We've got our McNelly Blue Dome and our FC Tulsa Arts District races that have gotten us to our third day of racing here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. McNelly Group Blue Dome was jittery as ever with riders going down at various points. We had the MVP of the night with Brian Gomez taking a bike exchange. He actually rode a spectator's bike for a large portion of the event after going down in that first crash. But in the final sprint to the line, it was Dario Raps who got himself another victory at McNelly Group Blue Dome event, and our German man goes back-to-back seasons getting the victory at McNelly Group Blue Dome. Then in the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, we had a thrilling finish where we had Dario Raps trying to get himself into perfect position, but it was Brian Gomez first out of the final turn, but Mr. Raps would not be held back, and he was able to come by with a 1,500-watt sprint to the finish line, going back-to-back 2 years in a row in our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. That means that Dario Raps is now leading our Omnium as we come into the final day of racing. Let's hear from Dario Raps right now.
The overall is very important for us. We want to defend the overall. That's goal number one. But also I learned from last year because there I think I made the mistake that I only looked for the overall and not at all for the stage win. And that cost me to only 1 point. The overall, maybe. So I was lucky that I still got the overall, but it was really, really close. And this year, I also want to be more in the front because, yeah, that's also important to stay on the top spot in the overall. I know which names I have to look after. And, yeah, if I am in a position to even win the race, I will also go for that for sure this time.
All right, that's Dario Rapp, so I got to talk to him before this race. Let's take a look at the overall standings as we come into our final day of racing. Dario Rapp leads with 62 points over Brian Gomez, so just 8 points separating those two riders. Michael Garrison having a fantastic race here this year with 43 points. Seth Thoreau with 42. Lucas Bourgogne, your U.S. national champion, with 42, also tied with Jordan Parra. Let's take a look at last year's finish sprint here at Crybaby Hill, because Crybaby Hill is a completely different dynamic from the first 2 days of racing. Brody McDonald on the front there for Blazers. Brody McDonald taking the reins early as he comes up and around through the Crybaby section. McDonald goes early, and everybody sort of thought that they had this in control, but McDonald was fully committed, finding places on that upper section to get more speed than everybody else. As he comes through the feed zone here, his gap became apparent, and everybody realized that they really needed to get themselves together. Meanwhile, the field is coming up very hot behind them, and everybody is questioning whether or not Brody could hold on for it. As Brody comes down through the final turn by us, he comes on to Riverside Drive, jumps on the pedals, but here comes the field. Preston I and Alec Briggs side by side. Briggs on the pedals early, but he was unable to close down the gap to Brody McDonald, who took one of the biggest wins of his career. We're now live on the start line with looking through our top starters. That's Lucas Bourgogne, our U.S. national champion, and that is Preston I there, who was third last year. Here is Brody McDonald, last year's winner. So great to have our riders. And there's Michael Garrison, who is third overall in our overall standing. That's Olivier Leroy from the DCC program. Our riders are about to get themselves underway here for the third day of racing at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the McElroy River Parks Criterium. We're thrilled to have all of our riders here, and thank you so much for joining us on our Quick Trip YouTube live coverage. Big thanks to Quick Trip for bringing all of our great coverage to us here today. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. We also have Brad Huff on the sidelines here today. As soon as this race gets started, we'll say hi to Brad down in the pits.
We have the honor of sending these guys off for the 20th edition in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. We're not waiting for anyone. We're underway.
All right, we're underway here, you guys. Brad Stoner and Frankie Andreu on the stage here for our weekend of racing. Great to have all of them as part of our entire crew. If you guys missed out at the top of our coverage today, we got to chat with Malcolm McCollum, and we talked a lot in that interview about just the team that it takes to put on such an incredible production. So we're all honored to be here and thrilled to be part of the action. Now joining me in this is Daniel Holloway. He's won the Omnium 3 times. Brad Huff has won it 2 times. So 5 Omnium victories between the two of them. They're lending us a lot of great insight. Let's see if Brad Huff is ready to say hi to us on camera here today. Oh, not yet. He's talking to all the people because you know what? This is Brad Huff's favorite day of the year, because he loves being here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium, because Crybaby Hill is infamous, and he now calls Tulsa home. I think maybe he is back right now. Let's see if Brad Huff is ready for it. Brad, how you feeling out there, my man?
I feel amazing. The cloud cover came in, the heat has dropped, but the intensity is going up. Crybaby Hill is what it's about. To win here is the pinnacle of the weekend. Every rider wants it, but only one can have it. It is really difficult. Look for a lot of riders to be very calculated today.
Calculation very important here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium, better known as Crybaby Hill. You can see Brody McDonald there far up in the overall. Brody really wants to keep himself fresh. He actually sat out last night. Brody crashed coming into the final 300 meters of the Friday night race in the Blue Dome District, and so he decided to sit out last night. So he is not a factor necessarily for the overall Omnium standings. He really wants to defend his title here today for Crybaby Hill. We actually talked to Brody at the Ride with the Pros before the weekend of racing even started, and Brody did talk a lot about how that win in particular really gave him a lot of confidence for the rest of his season, which he believes helped set him up to get onto Modern Adventure Pro Cycling. Here come some of your DCC riders as they come up and around. Cedric Abt, the rider number 3 to come up and around and push the pace. The DCC boys have had quite the weekend. As Dario talked to us about in the pre-race interview, Dario says that he is going to try for today's stage. He last year didn't think he had a shot at it at all, but this year he is going to give it a go. So $100 premium though on the line right now, $100 to kick us off here. And Cedric Abt, the man on the front with Brody McDonald right behind. See, this field is pretty strung out though already.
Yeah, night 1 was thunder. Day 2 was lightning. If the women show us anything, it's going to be fireworks. Stuff's going to explode. You know, the women have really set the tone for the race weekend. The weather has added to that. And this is the kind of culmination. And if we go back to the highlight package and watch the final lap of the men's race, 80% of those riders are here again. Clever Martinez and Jordan Parr are now teammates, not racing against each other. We're going to miss Robin Carpenter, but Tyler Williams can fill that role. So I really think we're going to see something similar going into the finale here, as this race is just going to get whittled down quickly. There's a lot to race for a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to end up in a similar scenario as last year, that this thing explodes and it really is an elite group that's racing for the win.
Talk about a shift in dynamic, though. We just saw Jordan Habits come by us here at the Zico broadcast booth at the final 200 meters of the course. And Habits has been very active at the front of these races over the past 2 days. And today, he's actually out the back on lap 1. So today really just does shuffle the deck. While we may be racing 3 days of crit racing by paper, each course has its own race dynamic. And Jordan Habits, early casualty in the war of the legs out here at the front.
Yeah, he might just be a casualty of Tulsa. It's a lot to process your first time, especially the modern era of Tulsa Tough. It's a lot there's a lot going on. Can be pretty wearing and tearing for the first time riders here.
Somebody asking on the old YouTube, is the guy in the maroon kit actually part of Hincapie's team? Yes, that is Modern Adventure Pro Cycling. Brody McDonald is on Modern Adventure Pro Cycling. They've got a lot of coverage going right now where they had Robin Carpenter and one of their other team members over at Unbound. Brody is here at Tulsa Tough. And then, of course, Ben Oliver winning Tour de Wallonia and 2 stages on his way to that win. So they're all over the globe right now, and we're lucky to have Brody joining us here for a weekend of racing at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Field looks pretty, everybody in the field that comes by us here looks pretty comfortable right now. Early on in this race, you're seeing a few flyers go off the front. We're only 5 minutes into racing right now for our 3rd day of racing. Now remember, this is the McElroy River Parks Criterium, the crown jewel of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough weekend, presented by a company that knows what it means to build something extraordinary from the ground up. In 1954, Arthur McElroy and his wife Penny started manufacturing in their garage. 70 years later, they are a global powerhouse with hundreds of employees, offices on 6 continents, and a brand new $25 million facility right here in Northeast Oklahoma. They're still family owned, still Tulsa made, and they're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Crybaby Hill Race Day.
Yeah, so I think another dynamic we're going to see potentially play out is, Raps has a really good wrap on things on the Omnium. Gomez is a few points back, and Garrison, further 10-plus points. But there's a big clump of riders, 4 through 8, that are really close. And, one of those guys is Lucas Bourgogne, who's probably doesn't care, if it's win or nothing for him. So he's not going to be too concerned to protect any kind of Omnium position. But there might be a couple of other guys in that area that really do want to protect that Omnium place. So there's going to be some smaller tactics coming into play on people chasing each other to protect those middle Omnium points positions that may interrupt the race a little bit until the end.
Got a few questions on YouTube. How long is this race? All the guesses that I see are wrong. This race is 70 minutes long. 70 minutes is the race duration. We will pivot over to lap cards at about 15 laps to go. So this race should be about 70 minutes long. 70 minutes. Big thanks to Don Thornton Auto Group for being our pace car sponsor here this weekend. Family owned and operated right here in Tulsa since 1969. Don Thornton has built one of the most respected automotive groups in the country, representing Audi, Lexus, Land Rover, Cadillac, and Volkswagen, earning recognition from Time Magazine not once but twice as one of the top 10 automobile dealers in the nation. More than 50 years of premium vehicles, premium service, and a genuine commitment to this community. We're proud to have Don Thornton Automotive Group as a returning partner of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We have Brad Huff joining our production team this year as a sideline reporter, and he has Michael Garrison's team director in the pits. Brad Huff, take it away.
I've got the team director of a rider that's off the front all over the world. He's focusing on the GC today. Chad, tell us what's going on with Michael.
Yeah, so Michael, we're definitely looking at the GC. He's third overall right now. We got two great riders ahead of him. Of course, the win is a priority for us also, and we've got Cole Davis in the race too. So we like our chances. It's a big day.
You know, he comes back year after year, and he's always off the front. He's always animated. What did you tell him today, or what did he tell you he's going to do?
Well, you've seen this year we've been a little bit different, a little bit more strategic, and that's been by design. Like, we knew that today would be the biggest day for him, and he's been working on his sprint, so we wanted to collect points first day, second day, which we were able to do, and we're going to see classic Michael Garrison today, but a little bit more strategic.
You know, I think it is. He's flying high like his father, so thank you for that.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
All right, well, love to hear the strategic approach there by Michael Garrison. We'll see how that plays out. Last year, he was very active in this race in particular, so we'll see how that how he changes strategy, or what even really that comes to fruition. Nevertheless, he is definitely one of the strongest riders in this field, bar none, and we look forward to seeing him find success here. He is currently third in the Omnium overall. If he gets the right mix and a breakaway, he could actually get enough points to usurp and maybe get the Omnium win.
Yeah, we need to look at the tech guide and see the points breakdown to really have an arithmetic person do the math on if Garrison wins, how many spots are needed between him and Dario Raps and also Brian Gomez, right? He's really got to get the space between two different people that have similar but different abilities for the finale. So hopefully we can kind of work on that math and really have that picture laid out as we watch the second half of this race. And if Garrison finds himself in a group off the front, how many bodies need to be there and how that's managed between Foundation and DCC. So, you know, Garrison really is up against it because he's going to have to race a strong squad in Foundation and also a strong dialed team of DCC. So if he's off the front with 5 guys, you know, he's racing 2 different teams that are going to make a gentleman's agreement that needs to be monitored for the greater sake of the overall, and then sorted out in the very last lap. So Garrison, if he's going to do it, it's going to have to be really strategic about it and pick his moment and really just go all in.
Tom Scott is the rider off the front of the field right now for Butcher Box Cycling. Rider from Indianapolis, Indiana. So Tom Scott's off the front right now for Butcher Box. I believe he caught himself a preem there. Got some questions about whether or not Sebastian Hayedo is racing tonight. I don't think he is. I think he was here for Blue Dome. And otherwise, he's here making content for GCN. So we do not think that Sebastian Hayedo is racing with us today. He sat out last night for sure. We'll see if maybe Brad Huff can put some eyes on Sebastian Hayedo, get another interview with him. But it's hard to find people here at Crybaby Hill. I'll tell you what, there's like 30,000 people here. So needle in a haystack if you don't know where to look. We got a great race here. This is your professional men's race. Our live stream coverage is brought to you by Quick Trip. The Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Quick Trip started here in 1958, and they're still headquartered right here in Tulsa today. Quick Trip is the official fueler of Tulsa Tough and our live stream partner. Stay with us on YouTube for every lap and every sprint and every finish. Look at this, Scott getting himself off the front. A nice little bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the field. What do we got? One rider trying to bridge themselves across to this. This is sort of the underdogs putting themselves up against the Goliaths in this race, don't you say?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of the things. It's day 3. It's all to play for the smaller teams and riders who haven't had a result up to this point, and that's a lot of guys, and that can be dangerous when you have a lot of these guys that are very motivated to make something happen. Could be a younger rider that just really wants to put himself off the front, show that he can pedal his bike pretty good for 45 minutes, or maybe a guy that's having really good legs at the more traditional Cat 1 level that's trying to take advantage of the situation and pull something off.
Brad Huff in the sidelines. Brad, what's happening out there?
I see Justin Williams tail gunning. He's trying to be conservative on his efforts there. But this weekend, really, the weight of the entire 3 days really weighs heavy on these riders. And as Daniel was saying, those solo artists want today to happen. They've sat in because the major teams take advantage of the fast days. Well, today is the time to show what training you've put in, what opportunities you can create for yourself, and really get out there. And so I do see a lot of the solo artists going to be going off the front a lot today.
All right, so Brad Huff's thinking that we're going to have a lot of solo riders off the front. Rose Racing Program bridging across on the upper portion of the field. And then one of the Scott Pro gravel riders, whether that's Mr. Wilson or Cam Jones, also trying to bridge himself across to that as well. So solo riders, that's Brad Huff's thought on this one, and seems like that is the way it's playing out right now. We'll get you guys some identification as we start to see a few individual riders trickling across as they come by us here. It's Parks Law Firm joining up. Is that Tyler Williams on the front there from Legion of Los Angeles? They're going to be.
That's a Rose circling rider.
Oh, Rose, my bad.
That's Pavel Kalaba, Dushan's brother.
And he's getting himself a $200 preem. So big thanks to Tulsa Tough for putting that up. $200 for Pavel Kalaba.
So I think if these 5 riders get together and kind of put their head down, they can establish a gap. I mean, we do have a little bit of a chase behind, but like I was saying before in the women's races, all you need is one guy to flick off the front, and then the next 10 guys have no interest in chasing, and the gap can go back out. So you got to really stay on the pedals on this course to allow yourself the best chance, because again, not everybody's just going to want to turn and burn in the field and waste energy. So it really wait until you're fully absorbed to kind of give up the ghost. If not, you don't know what might happen. So
that's Lucas Posselberger on the front of this field for Rose Racing Circle, and right next to him is Matt Wilson. Nate Wilson? Matt Wilson. Well, Matt Wilson is what the start sheet says. So Matt Wilson for Scott Sports USA out of New Zealand. Part of this group, that is Mr. Wilson off the front, and that is Michael Garrison chasing that down. Oh boy, this could be the calculated move here by Michael Garrison to really shred this thing as soon as things got strung out. Mr. Garrison comes to the front. Marco Mendez is on the wheel. Marcos from Argentina, very strong rider. Those two could work well together if they get themselves a little bit of daylight.
I think, the foundation guy, right, his mission is cover and kill.
Yeah.
Right? Kill momentum. Don't let anything get too far away. We have Tyler Williams right there as well. Eder Frere, Brian Gomez, all not far behind in that mix. So, but again, these things keep going. This is an opportunity for Mason Schofield from Cliff Family Drifters for a counterattack, or again, another one of these guys to carry that momentum. Use this chase back as an opportunity, a launch pad to get themselves off. And as we see it single file, there's going to be a point where people are going to want rest. So who's got the fitness to take advantage of these big engagements of speed into counterattack before people don't want to pull and all the momentum is lost and a big gap just suddenly happens.
A lot of momentum lost here as we enter the base of Crybaby Hill. I'm sure a counterattack will occur. It looks
Brody
like
McDonald.
That is Brody McDonald.
You can tell by the head, the head and shoulders of Brody McDonald.
Yeah, all right. So
absolutely.
Last year's winner, he won from as we saw in the pre-show, he won from a last lap acceleration. This is a very different tactic, though, to go solo like this.
Yeah, I mean, he was in an elite group of 10 that did separate itself in the last 20 minutes. So it wasn't a bunch gallop. It was definitely a hard man separation. And I think just the evolution of him as a rider is, can go more long range. He's got the ability. He's had to train himself up to be a part of that MAP program. So it's definitely one thing that he can do. He did take that crash the first night. So there might be a little bit of a, hey, I don't want to be in the field that much if I can help it. Really pull out some strong guys. And again, he knows how to win out of a small field, out of a small group.
Sure does. St. Francis Health System is our presenting sponsor of St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and that's just more than a name on a banner. For decades, St. Francis has been Tulsa's cornerstone of compassionate care, committed not just to treating illness, but to building a healthier, more active community. They believe in the power of movement, competition, getting outside, and pushing your limits. That's why St. Francis Health Systems partners with the Tulsa Tough. That runs deeper than a sponsorship. It's a shared mission. St. Francis Health System is our proud title sponsor of Tulsa Tough.
Yeah, really interesting to see, the field dynamic, but also as we look front to back, some notable names in the back, Justin Williams, but also somebody who's, was in the front group last time is Clever Martinez. You can see him in the back. You see the Red Bull helmet and you see the white and red helmet. That's Clever Martinez. So it's a guy that, seemingly can float the back of this race and when absolutely needed can go to the front. So two different ways to do this when you have the legs.
As they come up this, the first portion of Crybaby Hill, making the right-hand turn onto the second portion.
But look, there's the body language of the rock and roll of Brody McDonald. So you can see it close up and you can see it on a airborne drone. He likes to rock and roll.
Daniel, we've had a lot of new people join us on the old Quick Trip live stream here, so I'd like to take a look at our course map really quick, just so you can walk people through this and sort of show us where people are on this map relative to where they are on the screen as we come up. So on the left side, we've got our actual pink map. Where are we at right now on this map relative to the screenshot here?
So that was corner 3, top right picture of the map, and they're going down whatever road that is. I can't see it on my screen, but this is the downhill. So through Galveston, down the hill, onto Riverside. So this is a downhill off camber that turns into itself. So it's like a 120-degree corner onto the home stretch.
Hey, let's get that way.
And so this is really fast. Just light tailwind, if anything, right now. And as they go into this kind of soft corner 1 to 2, it goes from 2 lanes to 1, a very big pinch point. So it's very crucial to be in the front there to carry as much momentum as possible into corner 2, which is the second phase of the hill. If you're a little further back and you get involved in a pinch point, we've seen Danny Summerhill crash there before, getting into the grass. We see people drop their chains as they don't shift at the right time. So you can really get stuck in that pinch point and lose a lot of momentum. So where we're seeing now in the live feed is through corner 2. This is, part 2 of the hill. It peaks, takes a small descent through a dip, and then there's a slight rise into corner 3, which is a very large momentum sucker when you have a lot of fatigue in the legs. So you can really tell how people are riding, how they're feeling, that if that section looks fast, they're going fast. If that rider looks slow, it's because they have just no juice in the tank to push through that uphill that we just see right here through corner 3. And then it's a bit of a plateau. You don't get immediate help. So this is a big leg zapper here right into the downhill, into the final corner.
That's Dominic Bauer off the front right now for the Rose Racing Circle program, a full international squad racing with us, and great to have them. This is also the feed zone area at the top, so you start to see riders trying to take a feed as we're in like the mid 80s now for our weather. So we had sort of the worst possible weather forecast earlier in the week, and now it's turned out to be a downright beautiful day. It's blue skies and awesome. So really no complaints out here by anybody. But that does mean that we have some solar exposure with the direct sun, and that means that we're going to be looking for some feeds to the feed zone. Sounds like Brad Huff has Laurel Rathbun. Let's get some insight on that women's race.
Listen, I've got one of the strongest lead-out riders in the nation, one of the strongest breakaway riders in the nation. How did you survive today? The heat, the sun is coming out. What happened for you? So what are these riders feeling?
Yeah, I've actually been doing some heat training in preparation for Tulsa. It looked like it was actually going to be really rainy and cold, but it cleared up just in time to race Crybaby, and it was like pretty hot and humid out there. I think the big thing is that you can't like redline on this course too hard, and you really got to take the last corner really well, because if you mess up that last corner, you're chasing this whole finish stretch, and then you got to do a huge effort on the hill. So like being able to take the corners full speed, not losing any gaps is so crucial. Just like making up little spaces when you can and not doing all these little like micro accelerations, because then that's like what's going to get you dropped eventually a couple laps later.
So Laurel, as a strong rider, you know how to conserve and you know how to position. What are these riders thinking about every time they come through the finish line?
Yeah, I think it's position, position, position. You'll see so many people lined up, 30, 45 minutes before the race, just because they don't have to close those gaps. Every little gap you close is just like an effort, and then the hill just takes so much out of you. So just racing like smart and then positioning well, it, can make or break your whole race.
So as a lead-out rider, what did you do every lap to ensure you were ready with 5 laps to go?
I started at the back, and I made sure that I was clipped in, and I sprinted past, 50 people by the first corner. I got myself up there, I stayed in position, and I knew that I was not strong enough to go in the break today, but that I did have a teammate, Tess Edwards, who is incredibly strong, went in the break, and she got second today. And then my goal was really to lead out Kendall at the end, so I really wanted to just keep it fast enough that she could stay in and keep position, but not fast enough that she would get dropped. So I did my last lap lead out. I took her to the second to last corner, and then my teammate Chloe took over, and she won the field sprint behind the breakaway. So it was another good day for a lead out.
I mean, that's a handedly positioning on how to make it through the race, to make it to the end. So Caldera Medical, Aria Racing, do you feel golden after a weekend like this?
I do. I think we really wanted the overall. We thought after last night that we could keep it. I think we just missed out on it, but I'm so happy that we're able to get, a podium every single day. I think the team is just getting better and better, and yeah, I'm really happy with the effort. I'm really happy with the team, and now it's time for the after party.
Right. We're so happy you're here every year on the podium. Thank you so much, Laurel. Bam.
All right, that's Brad Huff with Laurel Rathbun getting some insight into our women's race. We have full coverage of that event, so be sure to go back and check that out when you can. Right now on the course, though, we have our pro men. Dominic Bauer from Rose Racing Circle has, he had an individual advantage, but that seems to have been brought back across the top of the course, and we'll see if we have a counterattack or reshuffling. Looks like that's going to be Wilson one more time off the front, one of your pro gravel riders joining us, and Matt Wilson accelerating through the feed zone. We'll see how that looks as he comes by us to the Zico broadcast booth. All right, a group of 4. So here is Wilson coming by us at the broadcast booth. Remember, he's a gravel rider, so he's very used to riding a long time for a very high effort. But DCC seems to have responded to him pretty quickly. DCC now trying to keep this thing in control. Again, if you missed it at the top of the show, we got to talk to Dario Raps, who is currently your Omnium leader for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough in our 20th season. And Dario actually wants to try and win today's stage. It would be one of the first men, well, I don't know, you tell me, Daniel, would he be one of the first men in history to win all 3 stages?
In my recollection, I can't think of another time. Maybe the United era, maybe they, in that era,
Brad Huff, can you hear me? Do you know if anybody's ever won all 3 days?
No, I do not think anyone's won all 3 days.
Okay, so according to our analysis, Dario Raps would be the first person to ever win all 3 days if he can do so. Between the two of you gentlemen, do you think that Dario actually can do it here based upon what you're seeing? You do think so, Brad?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think so. I just don't think the race is going to fold or go in that direction for him to be able to do that.
Okay.
It's been very rare that we've seen an absolute field sprint come down with a large enough group. It has just obliterated into pieces, and it's been really hard for the larger guys to just make those moves in the final laps. And so I just think with Garrison really wanting the overall, he's going to press the issue really hard, and I think he's going to find some other guys that are looking for a result to help his cause. And Nate Wilson being one of them, New Zealand cross-country mountain bike champion, an absolute animal that I'm getting messages on. Then you have Riley Reitzman, an absolute motor. Then you had Eder Frere, which is Legion's card to play today.
Yeah.
And if he's got the fitness that you've been talking about doing these camps with Isaiah Del Toro, this is a course though. So if these guys can find themselves together and link up, then that's an absolute difficult trio to manage for any team. Even if DCC and Foundation linked up, they're going to hold the gap. They're just going to manage that's 12 seconds. They're not going to be able to really chip away without it unless it goes into full turn and burn guys.
Okay.
So can these three guys link up quick enough to get each other get recovery, gain momentum, and find some hesitation in the field to get it outside of that 15-20 second gap. But Garrison,
there goes Garrison.
Luke Fetzer.
Yep.
I think that's probably Marco Mendez doing some gap closing as well for Foundation.
Well, you built quite the case there for a no. Dario cannot win. Meanwhile, Brad Huff thinks yes, he can win. Brad, what's your case? How do you think that Dario can win?
If they keep it fast enough and he's able to stay in the draft all day long and there's not big surges on the hill, he can make it to that last turn.
Okay.
And Brad's not seeing it, but it's starting to come apart. Guys are pressing the issue. It's single file. Dario's 30, 40 wheels back with gaps happening in front of him with no teammates around him. There's some teammates in the top 5, top 10 to try to manage stuff, but he's, if they really want to do it for Dario, they just need to kind of ignore these larger accelerations, find him, and really shepherd him through this instead of being so separated, closing these micro gaps.
He's going to have to move up in this straightaway. When it lulls right before the hill is when he has to move up. And I don't know if he has the experience from the last year to remember that. He's actually pretty close to the front right now. I can see it. He's about 20th wheel. He's looking pretty good to me.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you guys for that analysis. Very insightful. We love it. Thank you. And that's exactly why they're here as part of our broadcast analysis team. Great to see it. And let's just jump back into the play-by-play on the screen here. We got Michael Garrison driving that tempo. There is Dario Raps in sort of midfield there. He's tucked in, and he's going to rely heavily upon his team in order to make it happen. Now, Wilson coming up through Crybaby Hill. As Daniel said, he's a cross-country mountain bike champion, but it's Mike Garrison bringing that back, and with Brody McDonald and Marcos Mendez right on the wheel. As we come up over the top of the climb, we'll see if this separation actually is successful or not. Raps will be unable to follow these speedy accelerations at this point in time. Let's try and see another angle of the actual race here. There it is, and as we see the front of the race, we've got our Brody McDonald driving that tempo. Have they brought back Wilson? It looks like they have. So Wilson has now been brought back. Brody McDonald doing the finish of that with Eder Frere and some other riders up at the front. Meanwhile, it looks like we're also coming all back together. So big reshuffling. It looks like the patience of Raps may be paying off there. He did not really react to Wilson and others going off the front, even as riders like Eder Frere here were getting themselves up near the front.
And again, Dario, right, he's going to get help from Foundation. greatly, right? They also need to manage some riders and some gaps. So, again, he's got some help from these guys. Guys like Brody McDonald, Michael Garrison, any of the other individuals that want to get off the front, and if a foundation guy or a DCC guy gets in that move, they have to just plainly ignore them. If he gets in the rotation towards the front, just don't let him spend any second up there slowing the pace down, which we've seen Marco Mendez be able to do a few times, is make these splits and then get to the front and kill it, where, you guys need to get around him and keep the pace high if they really are trying to get separation and keep a breakaway going.
All right, sounds like Brad Huff has some insight for us back in the pits. Brad, what do you got for me?
Well, I was talking with Legion, and Tyler Williams is one of the stronger riders out there. He's their key part of their lead-out train, but he's also riding a little scared. He's had some serious injuries in his shoulder, and so look for him to be at the front a lot more than you normally would, especially with this last corner. I saw him go through, and everyone's tagging him. He's trying to roll the front hard because he wants the breakaway, but is he going to burn up those matches and not be able to follow the right move? So look for those guys being impatient, guys that are nervous about this. They're conserving their own safety because of what happens in the last 5 laps.
All right, so we got Dario Raps actually trying to take a feed. Somebody just sort of tossed water in his general direction.
Sometimes you can take what you can get out here.
Okay. We got, who is this, Riley?
No,
teammate though. That's going to be Gabe Porterfield for Chaining Windows and Doors from Austin, Texas. So Porterfield giving himself a little bit of daylight between himself and everybody else. A little bit of reset here. Though we're like about halfway through this contest.
Whoa! Guess what? In the back. Juan Haedo. He is racing.
All right.
He must have worked overtime to get his videos done, but he is out there. He's second to last wheel in a foundation kit. He is on a nice, beautiful blue stone turquoise Pinarello.
Nice. All right, so Sebastian Haedo out in the race today. Actually, some of the YouTuber comments actually said earlier that they thought they saw him, but it is now confirmed with enthusiasm that Sebastian Haedo is out here racing today. That's Gabe Porterfield on the screen right now. Looks like he's got some company bridging up to him at this point in time. That is going to be rider 123 is Dylan Flukinger for Velovit Elite out of Kimberly, Idaho. All right, so Dylan getting himself up into the front of this race. Legion gonna start to lose riders here. Justin Williams has tailed off the back of the race. We just saw him come by our Zico broadcast booth. So if Legion's gonna have a day here, it is going to be individually with Eder Frere or Tyler, although as we heard from Brad, Tyler is riding a little bit scared. So it may just come down to Eder for if you're a Legion rider, or then Corey Williams. Maybe he'll keep himself in the mix here. Let's look at some other teams though. We got DCC. They are very much here to get themselves into the front of the race. They are trying to work for Dario Raps all day long to give Dario the actual race win, to go 3 for 3. But then you got Foundation, who has been knocking at the door for quite some time. Brian Gomez has been on the podium twice here. All right, sounds like Brad Huff has another person in the pits. Who do you got, Brad?
Listen, I've got the DC for the DS for Cheney Windows and Doors right here. They're being the most active out there. They're trying to get off the front. What's happening with your riders?
Yeah, we're just trying to be aggressive, get off the front, try to make something happen, try to, be instigators in today's race.
You've got some strong riders that have been knocking on the door. Are they going to be able to create a breakaway, or are you trying to get in the sprint?
We're trying to go in the break today.
There you go. Look for them up front.
Thank you.
Got a question on YouTube. Who's the guy in the USA jersey? That's Lucas Burgoyne. Yeah, U.S. Elite National Champion Lucas Burgoyne racing with us here. We actually have the honor of having both U.S. Elite National Champions racing with us. We have Kendall Ryan in the Pro Women's race, and then we have Lucas Burgoyne in the Elite National Champions jersey here today. Also, Matt Wilson from the Scott Pro Team. Matt is also being called out on YouTube as having a lot of experience on the road as well. So perhaps he has been holding back for us a little bit. We'll see though. There are our men right now. They're coming through the feed zone at the front. DCC is reining this thing back in. DCC really, again, trying to keep this thing in check, swinging over to the right side of the road to get covered in some water. Weather temperatures here right now, again, not too bad, especially for Tulsa, Oklahoma. Got ourselves one rider off the front. This is going to be Nikos Casto for Butcher Box. We'll see how long he can hold it, as Olivier Leroy for the DCC program has got himself on the front of the field.
Yeah, now we see DCC really put their whole squad on the front. Dario's a little further back into a little better draft bubble. But DCC is really going to impose their presence in the field as, you know, a detractor to anybody that's trying to get away. So if they do this for too long, it really is going to give Dario a few more easier laps. So some of these guys like Garrison, Tyler Williams, Eder Frere, that want to keep a hard race, Brody McDonald, they have to kind of continue to trust their fitness, their ability, and attack this DCC train and whittle it down, knowing that any effort on a course like this, it affects everybody, not just, you know, like a flat race where there's a lot of draft. This one, there's a lot of pedaling, and when it's hard for everybody.
Sebastian Hayedo just came off the back of the race, so Sebastian Hayedo no longer a factor in this event. We got Brad Huff. He now lives here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and he has started a project with the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Brad, tell us a little bit about Project Dude Man.
Well, I'm going to talk about mentors. And Sebastian Hayedo flew over from Girona. He's Argentinian. He's one of the best sprinters and lead-out riders in the nation. I was also one of the best sprinters, and I'm gifting that information, all that knowledge, all that experience to the men in Tulsa in Project Dude Man. It's a community outreach program where we focus on the fun, and when we show up and have more fun, we get more fitness. We work on competency. We work on confidence, and with that, we get connection. And because cycling is such a fellowship style, we get more freedom, we get outside, we have more fun, we get more fitness. I am building something that's going beyond the city limits of Tulsa, and this is going to change the way all men ride their bikes, because they want to be able to show up and not to have performance parameters they have to meet every single day. They just get to have fun. And our hashtag is just ride your bike, dude. And that's all you got to do.
All right, thank you, Brad, and that's a great project. You can learn more about that over at TulsaTough.com. They got a tab there for Project Dude Man. We had a lot of other rides happening here today as part of our third day of racing with the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We had the Williams TOWNIE ride. It was an all-ages ride through downtown Tulsa, brought to you by Williams. Headquartered right here in Tulsa, Williams is a Fortune 500 energy infrastructure leader connected to roughly 1/3 of all the natural gas consumed in America every day. Tulsa, it's an institution and proud to keep the community moving. Williams.com. We also had the Aeon Fondos that happened earlier today. Whether you're riding 40 or 60 miles, you know what it takes to go the distance, and so does Aeon. Founded in Tulsa in 1988, Aeon has grown from a single plant on the south side of the city into North America's most respected commercial HVAC manufacturers. Publicly traded, they're right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Check them out at aeon.com. All right, we're about 40 minutes into this race. We have ourselves a sort of the wind-up for the finale here as Rose is starting to get themselves into position alongside DCC. Rose is really trying to do this. They're a European outfit that came over to race with us. So European races, whether it's a Kermesse or other sort of races around the region, usually feature more of a circuit race style and feature more of elevation change. Perhaps that will suit them well for this situation here today. Nevertheless, they are mixing it up with DCC and our German outfit up at the front to really try and control this thing. We're going to see if Foundation is going to try and move themselves into position early on, or if they are going to wait and see if they can just set it up for the field sprint opportunity. We've seen a lot of aggressive tactics up at the front here as a Rose Racing program really drives that pace here with Lucas Postelberger one more time out of the saddle behind him. That's going to be Tom Scott from Butcher Box Cycling Program. So Tom Scott has been very active throughout the entire day. We'll see if Michael Garrison puts himself up into the mix here, though. Michael Garrison has been practicing patience. He had been off the front with Robin Carpenter for quite a while by this point last year. So this year, very, very different. And he is now being very patient. He is on the wheel of Matt Wilson. See if these guys can join up and actually get themselves into a breakaway scenario. Got to have the right mix, got to have the right teams. And again, DCC is trying to smother everything in order to try and set up Dario Raps, who does not want a breakaway. Dario would much rather come into this final kick to the line with the whole bunch, whereas Matt Wilson and Michael Garrison off the front.
So fun fact, the Rose Rider off the front solo, Giro d'Italia stage winner.
What?
Yeah, waiting to get which year and number, but he is a Grand Tour stage winner. And then now we look back and see this race starting to be in pieces. And a key rider that has made that move is Brian Gomez. He's tagged the back of that, basically looks like 8 to 10 rider split. And he's got other riders in there that want a result. So they are going to want to work. So he's going to encourage that move to continue to rotate. So again, we have Nate Wilson from the Scott program. Definitely a guy that wants to go away. There's Postelberger that has got Grand Tours in his legs. 2017 Stage 1 winner. But then I think you have Eder Frere, Christian Castano from Clip Drifters, Brody McDonald. And then you have Dylan Haynes from Boulder Junior Cycling. And this is definitely a course in which he's going to thrive in compared to the first two nights. So, again, here we go with 25 minutes left to race. And the gaps are starting to go out. And that's Cole Davis as well pushing the pace.
According to Pro Cycling Stats, Lucas Postelberger won the Tracka 200 this year.
Oh, no big deal.
He also won the Growlow UCI Gravel World Series.
No big deal.
He has raced for Bora Hansgrove. He has raced for Team Jayco Alua.
Not a small team.
He won Stage 1 of the 2017 Giro d'Italia and wore the pink leaders jersey.
That's the same jersey as Tulsa Tough. Pink leaders jersey.
He won Stage 2 of the Criterium de Dauphiné in 2021.
That's got a new name now, though.
What is it now?
I don't know.
And he's twice been the Austrian men's road race national champion in 2012 and 2018. So he's kind of new to cycling, apparently.
Yeah. But it's...
We do things different in Tulsa. See what he can do.
So it's all come back together, and we have Garrison with a really big counterattack, which, again, is a good time to do it. Carry that momentum that was from the chase behind while everybody's been on the rhythm for the last couple of laps, and he's hoping that he can just kind of break this apart, catch Dario Raps and Brian Gomez on the wrong side of this, which he might be doing. It just depends if he's got some help from behind. He's got Evan McQuirk in there, Mason Schofield maybe. Again, Evan McQuirk made the move last year, so you know he's a guy that's capable in the final 20 minutes of this race to push this pace and wants a result. So he's definitely got a couple allies in there, and it's just, has he caught enough people off guard in the back to not chase?
Sun is blazing right now. We're just getting blasted here. So it is like...
Yeah, you can start to feel the heat, even in the shade in the booth, that now that it's blue skies, no protection. It's going to wear on these guys.
Absolutely. That will be another factor in this race today as it starts to really the cloud cover has been ever present for all day, and now in the final 25 minutes of this race is blasting sun. That's going to really wither people down. This is Michael Garrison on the front as he dives through this turn, his favorite turn. There he goes, his signature move one more time, and he's up out of the saddle trying to drive that pace and really make sure that he uses every inch of this course here on Riverside Drive.
But you can really see Gomez and Dario Raps see the importance and position that they need to be in. They tagged that, and they were also inside the top 10 to make sure that there was no gaps that were going to form in front of them to miss this move from Michael Garrison. But it's getting to the point where Garrison kind of has to lean into his fitness and just keep trying, just keep throwing body blow after body blow, and see who breaks, right? It's kind of going to become this one-on-one thing as, again, Clever Martinez has made it to the front for Gomez. You can see he's really slowing the pace down to help these guys out, saving legs. But when those teams do that, that's also good for you, because now if you do a big acceleration, that means your big boy at 80 kilos, Dario Raps and Brian Gomez, they've got to do that massive acceleration, right? Like Brad was saying earlier, it's actually better if the whole team is up there, and it's actually a pretty strong pace. So the hill's not as long, and you don't have to accelerate that big body on the hills like if Eder Frere attacks, right? Brody McDonald, these lighter guys that are super punchy can create a lot of speed in a short amount of time on a hill. So as much as Clever's trying to do is help his teammate, it's also, if done incorrectly, can really hurt his teammate as well with those big accelerations from other riders.
Yeah, Brody McDonald's actually put himself up into this separation up at the front. These guys are all desperately trying to get some water, get a little bit of cooling, maybe some locals can put a hose out for them here late in the race. I see Luke Fetzer up in the mix as well, but there's no real separation as everybody's sort of keeping an eye on each other. So they know that now we're in this sort of weird zone. We don't see lap cards quite yet, but I believe we will start to see them pretty soon.
Yeah, we're just tickling 20 minutes to go here, and it's, again, these guys that don't want a field sprint need to continue to just keep swinging, because Chris Tolley's still hanging out the back, and if he's still at the back, you're not riding hard enough.
You're going to want to get that moved ASAP.
We got ourselves just about 50 minutes of racing, and we're going to be looking for our lap cards coming up anytime soon. I guess today we're going to go to 10 to go. All right, so it sounds like the lap cards are going to come up on the next time around. This is our Helmerich and Payne drone shot up above as we now come on to Crybaby Hill, and another acceleration here. That's going to be Riley Wrightsman, number 22, out of the saddle, really driving that pace. Butcherbox first to cover it, but Wrightsman driving that tempo. Wrightsman from the track background. He's quite the accomplished rider in his own right. So Wrightsman also looking for the opportunity to really use the strategy you were talking about with Garrison. Like kind of hit, and see what cracks. But, in a way, Garrison would be well suited to actually try and join Wrightsman. I think those two could work well together.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's just the shuffle of the deck on the home stretch in that final corner of, again, Garrison's being tagged by not only Gomez and Dario Raps, but also their teammates. So he's got a lot of people that are trying to box him in, put him in a bubble, and keep him contained. Whereas Wrightsman, not so much. He can really sit back, carry momentum a ton, and establish the size gap that he has now. And he's got Wilson following him. And unfortunately for both these guys, they weren't together when they did this, because if they were side by side or really close where they could get together immediately, then it becomes super dangerous. But now when it's 1v1, even if Wilson does get there, it's not going to have the same impact if they was there kind of attack at the same time.
That's absolutely right. Chris Tolley's on his climbing bike today.
That's how serious he's taking it. Good for him.
Yeah, man. We love Chris Tolley, by the way. We hang out with him all the time. But if
do we?
I do. Got coffee with him yesterday. Tolley has done a lot for cycling down in the Austin area. If you are fortunate enough to live there, definitely go race the Driveway Series. and you're super lucky to have all those race opportunities out there, thanks to Chris.
No, he's been great. I mean, it's the, quote, young blood of interjection, similar to you in the race promotion space, that is really going to carry our sport forward. So it's guys like you, it's guys like him that have picked up the torch for some of the older promoters to keep bike racing alive, and not just alive, but thriving in certain communities. And Chris is honestly a great guy. He's an open book that if you were to approach him and say, hey, man, I want to put a race on in my area, how can you help? Like, Chris is the guy that will take too much time to help you get it going with his crazy schedule. So, you know, we're definitely lucky to have him. He's a fun personality, and it's always fun to go Josh back and forth with him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, YouTube was quick to defend Mr. Tull. He's got a lot of lovers out there. I love to see it. We got ourselves 10 laps to go right now, 10 laps remaining, and these guys are now making this right-hand turn across the top of the course. Big thanks to Helmer Campaign for these great drone shots throughout our live coverage. We've got both this nice overhead and this amazing FPV. That's going to be Riley Reitzman and Matt Wilson from New Zealand. Man, these guys have built up quite the gap. But again, like we saw last year with Garrison and Carpenter, big gaps that look like, oh, man, this race is done. It's far from done. Now we're seeing Cadence move themselves up to the front. All right, so we've got Brad Huff in the pit with back again with the Cheney Windows and Doors team. Brad, what do you got for me?
Look, they're in position. They're off the front. What are you guys going to do? Cheney Windows and Doors, St. Louis, Missouri, Big Shark. You've got a guy off the front. You've got a guy sitting third wheel. This is great positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. This is more than what we could ask for. Riley has been riding amazingly. We knew that this was a great course for him, and we're sitting pretty right now. I mean, he's got the engine to make this happen. So, yeah, I'm putting it all on him.
You know, they're going to come through at 8 laps to go. He's off the front. They're really not chasing that hard. Is he going to be able to extend his lead?
I think so. I mean, Riley has some TT power that he can really lay down, and he loves a hard course. The harder the course, the better. So, I mean, he just won at Snake Alley. He just won at Quad Cities. Those are very similar courses.
Exactly.
And he really saved himself up yesterday. So I think we're looking really good right now.
All right, look for that. You know what Snake Alley is. We're going to get off the front again. He's already there. I hope he holds it.
Brad, ask him if he's going to wait for help or if he thinks he's strong enough to do this solo without the help from Wilson.
He's not waiting for anybody, is he? No, he's gone.
No, he's gone.
He's gone. Could be good. I mean, let's see.
Yeah, let's see. So we got Reitzman and Wilson off the front. Tom Scott getting some intel on him from the Butcher Box program. He's a British rider. He's the collegiate national champion, and he also races cross, so he knows how to handle himself. So thanks for that intel from everybody out there. We got, look at this, man.
So he's got Tim Smith from Cheney at the front, helping slow the pace. But again, this is dangerous from Tim. You definitely want to be present, right, to make sure you're monitoring the front, but you don't want to get so much in the way that you just aggravate guys too much and they just say, you know what, no more games. We're just going to I'm going to just blow this out of the water because you're harassing us too much. So Tim's got to play a delicate game there on not overdoing it with the killing of momentum. It's more like, hey, sit third wheel, kind of disrupt any kind of rotations, and then maybe they have another teammate or two that can sit 8th, 10th wheel and tag any move that kind of tries to go across.
We got a $100 premium from Smith Farm and Garden, which reminds me that Firefly Brew is one of our sponsors of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. They're Oklahoma's first kombucha brewery, and Firefly Brew was founded right here in Tulsa by Rachel Hudson, crafting organic, naturally carbonated kombucha with functional ingredients for gut health and mental clarity. Visit that at fireflybrew.com.
There's one attack going up the hill. See who that might be, but there's no reaction from the majority of the field. So clearly not a GC player of any fashion.
But they let the stage go. I mean, you know, this is St. Francis Tulsa Tough. There's only 3 of them, and DCC came in here to try and win. What are they going to do in the last 8 laps?
Yeah, they said Dario wanted to focus, not get super focused on the overall, and if the stage was going to come, focus on that. But again, the overall is everything, right? And there's 12 riders that are playing the Omnium game, you know. And so again, Gomez does have to get separation, so we might see some action in the final laps between these larger guys to get a gap. But it's not going to start this early and just blow up the race. So it's about 20 seconds, and Eder Frere and Cole Davis are on the move with Clever Martinez trying to bring that back.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of the finishers starting to put themselves in a position now that we're going to be seeing probably 7 to go as they come through the start-finish line there. And so with 7 laps remaining, that Preem being collected, now Cole Davis on the front. This is Michael Garrison's teammate.
And this is where the race comes apart. 7 to go, some Preems are throwing out. You know, these solo riders are going to start countering each other, and this is where the gaps open. And like we saw last year, that group of 6, 8, 10 riders start to develop, and then, you know, key riders from teams are placed, so there's not much chase from the back from dead legs. So
right.
How much of that is going to take place? I mean, how much legs do some of these other guys have? Well, we have Wilson and Wrightsman really getting in a rhythm, rotating, and knowing that they just need to get to the line. Basically, they've made the agreement to get to this point on the final lap before they start playing any kind of games. That's the only decision they can make to survive. If they, even 2 laps to go on this course, can evaporate instantly if the field behind is racing.
So gap in 20 seconds last time through. We're going to start our timer right now. Matt Wilson won something called like a whiskey tango something. Whiskey something or other.
Whiskey 50?
Yeah, Whiskey 50.
Mountain bike race.
Okay.
Endurance mountain bike race. I mean, he's New Zealand mountain bike champion. He's on a world-renowned gravel program that races Unbound and the Lifetime Series. So he's a guy that can ride his bike. And I mean, I would say even coming from a mountain bike background is better for crit racing than just coming from a gravel background.
Okay.
And being XC champion, XC racing is an explosive sport. So it's at 37 seconds right now. But yeah, Wilson's background from mountain biking, you know, those are punchy climbs, very anaerobic, on-off efforts, and being able to drive your bike at Mark's heart rate. So he's currently doing a lot of gravel, but his background is very much in an explosive style riding with being able to handle your bike cross-side. So he's in an environment he thrives in. And then we hear, you know, from Riley Wrightsman this year that he's won Snake Alley. He's won at other races at Quad City, which are highly demanding. So we've got 2 guys that are, you know, can hold their own on a course like this. So it's going to, you know, it can be an exciting finish even with 2 guys. And then again, we still have the field behind us that is going to erupt. It's going to explode at some point soon as people want separation and want to set up for the finish and whatever suits themselves or their team the best.
That is Greg Vanderpool from the Cadence program.
Yeah, so maybe he's just been asked, man, hey, dude, like, we need you to go empty your tank for 2 laps. Like, just get this close enough to launch Fetzer or get it close enough for Fetzer to just rail it back and set it up for Burgone and try to get their timing right. So there's only 3 of them. So we're going to see here shortly if that's a setup for Fetzer or if it really is just kind of a, hey, we're just going to kind of do this extended but super, super high-paced launch for Burgone. Because they need something out of this weekend that they don't have.
5 laps to go, 5 laps remaining as we are getting into just the final kicks here. What's our gap right now? We haven't even seen it.
I forgot to time it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, we were excited, so we forgot, but we're just...
I mean, we don't even see one rider's coming out of the hill, and they are just about to turn onto it. So, again, they are right on the teeter-totter of getting momentum on their side as they get over the top of the hill and get some speed going before the field. So again, this is where any fatigue sets in. Your legs are zapped, can be a lot. But Wilson is really pushing the pace.
Yeah.
Oh, Riley's dropped his head.
Yeah.
So Riley is cooked. He's done. So Wilson really has to put his head down and realize this is now a one-man effort and get everything right. So the field is how soon directors are going to hear this to let their riders know that it's now just one guy versus two changes the dynamic a little bit, but it's still an incredibly strong person that's off the front that can do this in these conditions. I mean,
all right, so Matt Wilson's, he won the Whiskey Off-Road Pro Mount Backcountry Race on April 26th. He won the Whiskey Off-Road Fat Tire Crit on the 24th.
Fat Tire Crit,
yeah.
There you go.
So I think that he certainly has some good history even just this year. And again, being part of that program with Cam Jones says a lot. So now he's just dropped Riley Reitzman on that last time up the hill, and he is solo driving this tempo.
Is this a 32-inch road bike?
I hope not.
Did Scott sneak something into this race that nobody saw?
Maybe new tech. We'll see. All right, so we're looking for the field gap here.
23, 24, 25 seconds.
Wow.
Still no sight. I mean, they are just going through the plateau after corner 3, so.
All right, so our Kiwi now coming all the way off of Riverside Drive, and the field isn't even on Riverside yet. So he's a full Riverside Drive ahead.
So 45 seconds. I don't think Tim Smith has gotten word that his teammate's been dropped.
Yeah.
He's really still slowing down, which, again, that helps Riley if Riley can keep it together and get, an honorable second in these conditions.
Yep.
But it's absolutely helping Wilson off the front maintain this gap. And, like we've talked about before, is that we start doing math at 45 seconds with 5 laps to go. That's 9 seconds a lap. That's quite a bit. Now it's 4 seconds. So, again, 10 seconds a lap is a big task with a guy that still has, the ability to press the pedals. So, but, again, anything can happen. Back in my day, right, there was a big crash. It was me versus Brad White. And, I just tied up with 1 to go and the gap eviscerated. I mean, it can go so quick here.
So we're looking for our field as they come through, but Matt Wilson, as he comes there right by us at the Zico broadcast booth, Wilson now going to be looking at 3 laps to go as he approaches. We're going to be looking for our field to be coming down through. Here comes Riley Reitzman, so Riley can perhaps hold on for second, as his gap to the field is actually not bad with 3 to go, but he's really going to have to dig in order to bring that all the way home here. Where's our field? They are still up on the top of the course.
Those guys need to get out of there.
And we got ourselves Matt Wilson up onto the Crybaby Hill already, and our field not even onto Riverside. So Matt Wilson is compounding his advantage lap after lap.
And Matt's, he's starting to bob and weave in his head, but I mean, you look at his cadence, he's pedaling all the way through that pedal stroke. Tell here is a lot of people would look for an opportunity to coast. He's pedaling up and over those rollers. So again, he's not showing signs of, great fatigue. Obviously, the dude is loaded up and he's just pushing through everything that he's got, but he's continuing to pedal every chance he can and not look for opportunities to coast. So again, like I was saying earlier, this section looks quick, all things considering, for his fatigue level. So he's continuing to motor through this. This is, again, false flat, slightly uphill, and he's continuing to power through, and we're going to see him fall away, continuing to pedal instead of looking for an opportunity to coast. So that's showing us signs that he's still in it to win it, of course, in a good position here. So
we got 2 Helmer campaign drone shots. One was the FPV coming right by us at the Zico broadcast booth for Matt Wilson, coming into what will be 2 to go. And now the chase is in earnest at the top of the climb. As you can see in the overhead shot from the Helmer campaign shot, the field now knows that they have let this go way too long and the gap is way too big. They really did not calculate this very well.
So Riley Reitzman's at 21 seconds behind Nate Wilson. So we just got that time gap. Flags are out on the top of the hill letting us know the main field is coming, but we're at 35 seconds. Stowe no visibility.
There it is.
So
what's our gap there? To
41, 42, 44 seconds to Nate. So that means it's 24 seconds to Riley. So even Riley's got a good shout at keeping seconds. That's 10 seconds, 12 seconds a lap for Riley. So he's got to bury himself to pay off this work that not only he put in, but the team behind also did well. So
yeah, but the gaps can just evaporate here. I mean, we saw that last year again with Garrison and Carpenter, where we thought that it was done deal, and then with 3 to go, everything went completely on its head here. So we got we're looking at a big earnest effort here by Foundation now as they're trying to, I would assume, set up Gomez, as he's had such a strong weekend and he's second overall in the Omnium standings. If they can put a lot of bodies between themselves and Dario Raps, I mean, by math, there's still a way for Gomez to actually do quite well in challenging for the Omnium overall.
There's Dario right there. He's got Gomez right behind him. Garrison's in the frame. McQuirk is in the Legion train, which is okay if he's going to pull through. I mean, it's so single file, it's not that big of a deal. So it's, they're setting up either Frere or Jim Brown.
Wilson comes by us here at the Zico broadcast booth onto Riverside. He's going to hear the bell for 1 lap to go. 1 lap remaining for your race leader. He had last time through a 40-second advantage over the chasing field. Riley Reitzman for Cheney Windows and Doors is between them. We'll see if Riley can hold on. But 1 lap to go for Matt Wilson from New Zealand, racing on the Scott Sports USA program. Here's Riley coming by us at the Zico broadcast booth. What's that gap, Daniel?
I didn't take it. I'm looking at this. I'm invested, but it's still 10 seconds to the field. So if he doesn't tie up, he's going to be able to. It's going to be really close.
Yeah.
So we've got Jim Brown, and then we've got Dario Raps, Dushan Kalaba, Brian Gomez, all in place. So again, Dario's going to have to fall apart. Something crazy is going to happen for Gomez and Garrison to overtake him on this. But we've got 2.5 races. We've got Wilson running away with this thing with no mistakes. We've got Reitzman racing for second with a hot chase behind.
Yeah.
And then we've got the bunch gap for the podium. I mean, can Bourgogne pull anything out of the hat to save Cadence's race? Can Legion pull something out on day 3 after the chaotic weekend that they have had? So there's a lot of things going on here.
You're right, yeah. There's just so many things that could happen from that field kick. But as we see Matt Wilson in your screen here right now, he is powering through the feed zone, leaving nothing to chance. And he is checking the shoulder one more time, but he doesn't see anybody there because his gap is so substantial. He's going to come by us at the Zico broadcast booth one final time. And then when he makes this right-hand turn onto Riverside Drive, Matt Wilson from New Zealand, racing for the Scott Sports USA program. He will take the win here today at the McElroy River Parks Criterium, the 3rd stage of the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
And an upset, absolute upset. And here we go, Riley Reitzman down to the final corner, getting caught just as they go through with Gomez. Bourgogne, Garrison behind, Brody McDonald.
Big kick.
Oh my goodness.
The final turn with 150 meters to go. It's Bourgogne. It is going to be on the front there. Looks like Garrison, and it will be to the line. Does Riley Reitzman hold it to the line?
How many bodies between Gomez and Dario?
Right.
That's the question. We didn't really get to see it over the head. Maybe in a slower replay, we could count some bodies, but Gomez may have pulled this off in the last corner. And what a ride by Riley to just pull that out. But holy smokes, the officials have a lot of math to do, count some bodies, because that is going to be so close. And if Gomez pulls this off, ride of the weekend, this is 20 anniversary type racing all weekend long by him. Absolutely amazing, incredible storytelling here. Holy smokes.
Yeah, really thrilling finish to the line. As we're looking for our photo finish to the line where we saw Reitzman, we believe, held on at the line. We'll see if Garrison got himself in there or if it was Gomez to the line first. But either way, we're very interested in the number of bodies between Gomez and Dario Raps. That is going to decide our Omnium overall. For the stage, it's going to be Matt Wilson, our Kiwi, racing for Scott Sports USA. He is Cam Jones' teammate. He rode away with this race as a dark horse. Nobody was looking at him for whatever reason. And with that, he was able to hold on for a performance of a lifetime by holding on one of America's most sought-after criterium results. There's Matt Wilson on the screen right now, celebrating with everybody here today, thanking the crowd. Let's have a look at the final, Matt Wilson coming across the line, celebrating his victory. A massive result for him on the road. He's had so much success on the dirt, but be able to back it up on those skinny tires is quite the thing. Now let's take a look at our final kick to the line, and Reichsman appears to have held on. Brian Gomez behind, and then let's look to see where Dario Raps is.
7 bodies between Gomez and Dario Raps, so that's 3rd to 10th. Somebody with a points table has got to help us out here. Who at home can do quick math to see if that was enough for Gomez, or how this is going to shake out?
Yeah, if anybody's got the points table breakdown, let us know. Let's take a look at what we got here. All right, so let's count some bodies.
Garrison, Brody McDonald, Lucas Bourgoin, Jim Brown, Evan McQuirk, a Rose Rider, and another gentleman I don't recognize is in between Brian Gomez and Dario Raps.
Sven Thoreau in there. Yeah, so 7 riders. We're going to call that 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders between Gomez and Raps. Okay, so let's do some math. Internet, help us out. Do we know? You're going to know before the officials know? If you guess right, you are welcome to come to Tulsa Tough next year.
And buy us a drink.
And buy us a drink. Speaking of drinks, we've got Tito's as our official drink sponsor. Their official Spirit of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, made in Austin, Texas, because good things are worth doing right. Raise a Tito's on Crybaby Hill Day. Tito's is the smooth, clean, and made the right way since 1997. Let's go to the start-finish line with Brad Soner for our winner's interview.
Huge win here on Crybaby Hill. Matthew, congratulations. Is this your first time in Tulsa? What's your experience at Tulsa Tough like?
Oh, it's been great so far, eh? First time here at Tulsa. Haven't done too much crit racing really at all, to be fair. But I was in town for Unbound and thought I'd come on down. Up here, some of the Scott crew were visiting Zach at Spokehouse. They're a pretty cool Scott dealer, so I thought we'd say hey. And yeah, while I was in town, I borrowed some mate's slick road wheels, threw them on the gravel bike, and gave it a nudge.
Not bad for a borrowed set of wheels on the gravel bike. Talk about how crit racing compares to gravel for you, your first kind of big American crit experience. How do you describe this one?
Yeah, definitely very different to the likes of gravel. Unbound with a 10-hour day for me as opposed to an hour here. But my background's originally in XCO. As a U23, I raced on the World Cup circuit. So I've had a fair bit of experience in that shorter kind of events, particularly like short track XCC as well. So still got a bit of muscle memory from that, and just, yeah, still know how to make my way around a bunch.
What was going through your mind when you went away solo, realized that you might have a run at this? Was there a point where you realized you could do it, or was it all the way to the line for you today?
Oh, yeah, once I saw 10 to go and thought we had a clear gap, I realized I kind of had to commit. If I got caught by the bunch at that point, I was going to have nothing to give in the end. So you just kind of got to, yeah, put all your chips on the table and hope for the best.
Well, I know you got a lot going on in your professional racing career. Are you going to have time to party with us in Tulsa tonight? Will you have a chance to head up and maybe celebrate on Crybaby today?
Oh, I'd love to, but unfortunately I'm on the road early tomorrow. I've got a 14-hour drive out to Durango, making my way across the country to Lost and Found Gravel.
Right on. We'll wish you the best of luck there. I am happy to report, though, that he did get a post-race beer, so you can at least celebrate that. Give it up for Matthew Wilson, your winner here on Crybaby.
These guys know a thing or two about putting themselves through the bunch out there. Those Kiwis know a lot about bike racing. So big hats off to Matt Wilson for his a fantastic win here today. Also hats off to Riley Reitzman for holding it all the way to the line, right? I mean, you know, sometimes when you lose that wheel, you lose a lot of confidence, but Riley did an amazing job actually holding on to that effort and getting second. He'll be on the podium here today.
No, I mean, amazing recovery to get dropped, right? But keep his composure. A lot of guys in that position would be like, oh, it's done, no result possible. And all of a sudden just be like, take a deep breath and go, hey, I got to put my head down. A podium, a second place is still on the table here. So super good recovery from him in that trying position when Matt just kept the power down. You know, Riley, at the end of the day, just didn't lose confidence and kept it driving all the way to the finish line and got it by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I mean, to hold off on that big sprint train that was coming up behind him. I mean, they were very eager to get those points and to try and really fight for the Omnium overall. I mean, winning the Omnium even once is career-defining for many riders in the U.S. Crit Series. So, you know, Dario trying to do it twice, but he knew that he had to really fight for it here today ahead of Brian Gomez. Let's take a look back at the final sprint.
Yeah, so, I mean, here it is, and you just see the lay of the land, all these guys. Look at the face of Riley Reitzman. I think that's pain and happiness all in one thing, and just everybody's just got such tired faces coming into the last lap here, and you know, it's just a bike length or two for Riley, and Gomez putting a couple lengths on the rest of them. And again, we're still waiting to find out, was that effort from Gomez enough to secure him the overall win here and deny Dario Raps a second GC win here at Tulsa Tough?
All right, well, it sounds like we're going to figure out who won by just looking at the podiums here. So our podiums are up next. Don't go anywhere. Thank you all so much for joining us on our Quick Trip live coverage of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's been a thrill to be here throughout the entire weekend here in the Zico broadcast booth. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. Remember, we started on Friday night over at the McNelly Group Blue Dome Criterium. That was absolutely thrilling. We had the closest women's finish of all time, which says a lot since we've been racing professionally here for the past, well, we've been racing here for the past 20 years. When we first started first year, it was amateur only if you want to really check the history books on it. But nevertheless, to have the closest women's finish of all time on our 20th edition of St. Francis Tulsa Tough was a really thrilling way to kick off our professional evening of racing. And then we had our men's professional races on the McNelly Group, and it was a little jittery, as we saw in the pre-show in the beginning of the night. In our recaps, we had a few riders go down early on, but then it came down to a thrilling final finish. There's a lot of nuance in that breakdown. Let's see. We're going to look back at Blue Dome for our men's race here. You see this early crash early on. Broke the bike of Brian Gomez. He rode a spectator's bike for a large portion of the race until his bike was fixed. He did a cyclocross bike exchange because he could not take a free lap, and he got back into the final sprint. He was actually able to hold on for second overall, while Dario Raps got the actual race win itself. Dario Raps, one of the few to go back-to-back on Friday nights, and awesome to have Dario doing so well. Let's take a look at our men's finale for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, where Brian Gomez took the lead through the final turn, and oftentimes that is the recipe for success, but Dario Raps dug very deep, and he made the pass in the final 100 meters in order to take the win last night for our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. There you see him celebrating with our podium from last night. We're going to do our podium for our overall next. Let's take a look back though at our women's racing again, because we started off our race weekend with the closest race finish of all time for our professional women. Rolling that back thanks to Quick Trip here. This is your Friday night finish to the line. The Skylar Schneider, your eventual winner, comes through the final turn in third position. Eileen Seitz of Higher Dose in second. They are on the wheel of Kendall Ryan, your U.S. national champion. At the line at the bike throw, it came down to a tire width where Skylar Schneider claimed victory at McNelly Group Blue Dome Friday night racing ahead of Kendall Ryan and Eileen Seitz. Then at FC Tulsa Arts District finale, Skylar Schneider thought that she could take a similar run at Kendall Ryan, but tonight she would not be denied that victory. Kendall Ryan holding the advantage all the way to the finish line, holding off Skylar Schneider and Paula Munoz of Fearless Femme Beasley Law Firm. Nice redemption ride there by Kendall Ryan, and that would put her into the leader's jersey coming into today's Cry Baby Hill. Today's racing was super thrilling as we saw our women take to the streets here at Crybaby Hill, officially known as the McElroy River Parks Criterium. Taking a look back at today's finishing sprint, we had a group off the front and Cuban national champion Marleas Mejia from Virginia Blue Ridge 2028 on the front, posting up and taking the win ahead of Grace Arlinson and Tess Edwards. A thrilling finish to the end of the line. Claire Abry and Skylar Schneider and Andrea Sear also part of that breakaway. The kick to the line, though, was for Omnium points, and we saw Kendall Ryan take the field sprint, collecting 7th place on the day. But we believe because she finished behind Skylar Schneider that Schneider will be awarded the Omnium overall. But we're about to find that out for sure once we jump back to our podium in a few minutes. Before we get to our podium, though, let's take a look back at today's men's race. We started off with ferocious speed at the front, where Brody McDonald was in the mix. But we're actually looking at the field sprint to the line. Matt Wilson won solo, but at the line we saw Riley Wrightsman hold off the rest of the field as they charged up behind him. Brian Gomez finishing 3rd today means that he had maximum points for what he could do from the field sprint, and he had 7 bodies between himself and Dario Raps, meaning that we're going to have to go to the podium to see who wins the Omnium for our men's 20th edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Daniel, have you ever seen such a close finish overall for our Omnium in your experience?
There's definitely been some really close ones. I mean, I think one of my Omniums won on countback, and so it can always be super, super close here with the dynamics of people having good days, bad days, and such a mix-up here at Crybaby Hill to happen. So it's very rarely that there's just an absolute runaway. It always tends to be really exciting. You know, again, if we think about this weekend as thunder, lightning, and fireworks, it's played out.
Yeah.
You know, each day, both on the race course and the weather, giving us everything for year number 20 here. So it's no surprise that we're waiting on tabulation on points for the men's category this year. So it was just super exciting to watch this play out in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
And a guy like Wilson to kind of show up, take advantage of, you know, some of the gamesmanship and tactics being played out.
Yep.
Laying his cards on the table and going for it, right? And Wrightsman was also a winner in that in a very hard way to get on the podium here. He's really been making his way up the ranks and stuff. So this is going to definitely put him on the map if he wasn't already on it to some teams, that he's going to be an absolute asset and weapon to any program that he's going to be a part of.
And at the very least, it'll build a lot of confidence, right? Like sometimes, again, confidence can come and go in bike racing careers. And so today, I think, is a big confidence booster. As we talked to Brody McDonald last year at the Ride with the Pros on Thursday, our interview with him, he said that his win here last year for Crybaby Hill gave him the confidence that he needed to actually have a very strong second half of his Criterium season that he thinks helped him get onto Modern Adventure Pro Cycling. So
yeah, I mean, and that goes back, I mean, when I won the Omnium, that gave me confidence, and that put me on the map. That got me on Garmin Chipotle, the U23 program, right, and opened a big door because the right people were here to see that in person. So this is definitely one that, again, does a lot of things for a rider that does have a performance. So that's, you know, the speciality or the thing that Tulsa can provide. And so it's just riders that are willing to reach out and grasp that, take that advantage. It can really change what they're doing in the sport for when they're in it.
Right. I mean, I think that it's one thing to win a bike race, but when you win the bike race when the best riders are in it, then you know that you've really done something special. Right?
Yeah. Or, I mean, again, Wrightsman didn't win. He's on a podium, right? But the way he did it was, you know, undeniable, right? You can't look at that performance and poke holes in his ship. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't his only attack of the day, right? He was active. Yep. He was looking for opportunities. Again, he was reaching for something that he wanted to prove, not only to himself, but everybody watching. right? And it goes back to, he kind of laid a little bit of a foundation at Memorial Day weekend at Snake Alley. Again, not an easy one to win.
Right.
Very technical, very difficult, and it's one of these regional super races that the local guys show up above and beyond. And so he's got to fight all those things, right? And then another win there, I think at Mellon City, they said, or another day at Quad Cities, which none of those are easy. So he's had the snowball rolling, and for it to turn into something big here is great for him. And he's got more opportunities coming through probably Tour of America's Dairyland, Pro Nationals, so on and so forth, where, as long as nothing happens to him, he should no longer continue to surprise us, but continue to produce results at the national level.
Yeah, well, I'm hearing that we're going to have a thrilling podium here, so do stick around if you're on the Quick Trip live stream still. Our podiums are coming up within about a minute's time, so...
Can we check in with Brad? Does Brad have any inside information? Does he have any tension, emotions down there? Can we get a hold of him?
Yeah, Brad went to Crybaby Hill. For good reason. In the Speedo, even. Yeah, that's his Masters National Championship kit. If you haven't seen it, well, you'll see it.
That's why you have to come to Tulsa Tough.
Yes.
You can't show everything on the live stream.
Hey, thank you guys for joining us here on the Quick Trip live stream. We're in the Zico broadcast booth, and that means that thank you to all of our great sponsors who make this entire thing possible, right? We are here because of the generosity of the sponsors that make it possible, and also, of course, because of the generosity of this town that has allowed us to be doing this thing for 20 years here in the streets of Tulsa, Oklahoma. So if you've not yet booked your plane ticket for next year, now's the time to do so, because we want you out here cheering on all these riders on the course side, because being here is like nothing else in America. This is one of the best crit race weekends in the country all year long. So with that, let's jump down to our podiums and see who is going to stand on the top box.
Pro Women's Daily Stage Podium. Starting with third place today, riding for Higher Dose Renova, welcome Andrea Sear. In second place, racing for Caldera Medical, next to the podium is Tess Edwards. And your winner here on Crybaby Hill, representing Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028, from Cuba, welcome Marleis Mejias Garcia. We'll stay out there as Marleis will receive her white Moo Apparel Stage Winner's Jersey. The John Zink flares in full effect, your 2026 Crybaby Hill podium with Marleis Mejias Garcia on the top step. And a well-deserved champagne celebration on one of the greatest days in American bike racing. All right, next up, we will move to our Omnium podium for top 3 overall at the 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Starting with third overall, racing for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. Welcome back to the podium, Marleis Mejias Garcia. Second overall for the Caldera Medical Racing Team, this is Kendall Ryan. And your 2026 Omnium champion, racing for Legion of Los Angeles, welcome Skylar Schneider. your 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough Omnium Podium. We'll welcome Parker from Moo Apparel to present Skylar with her pink Omnium winner's jersey. There you go with the John Zink Flares. One more time, your 2026 Omnia Podium with champion Skylar Schneider. One more champagne celebration for this podium. How about one more round of applause for your pro women's podium and Skylar Schneider. Up next, we'll move to our pro men's podium, starting with our top three on the day today. We begin with third place, riding for Foundation Cycling New York, from Columbia, Brian Gomez. In second place, representing Cheney Windows and Doors, Big Shark, presented by Pastaria, it's Riley Reitzman. And your winner, riding out of New Zealand for the Scott Sports USA team, welcome Matthew Wilson. Matthew will get his Moo Apparel white winner's jersey. Zip it up, we'll crank up the John Zink Flares and get a photo with your 2026 Crybaby Hill podium. And of course, what's a good podium without a little champagne celebration? So Matthew will get a pop the cork on this one. And finally, we move to our men's Omnium podium. Starting with third place overall, racing for Speed Studio. First up to the podium is Michael Garrison. Second place, racing for DCC out of Germany. Next up is Dario Rops. And finally, your Omnia winner, who moves into the lead with a 1-point victory on the final day from Foundation Cycling New York, it's Brian Gomez. Well, welcome back, Parker from Moo Apparel to present Brian with his Omnium winner's jersey. Up next, we'll present the Champions Belt earned here at 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough to Brian Gomez, your 2026 overall winner. And finally, we'll get Mr. Gomez his champagne for the final champagne podium of 2026 Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Let's make some noise for your Pro Men's Omnium podium.
All right, you guys, what a thrilling finale where Brian Gomez wins the St. Francis Tulsa Tough overall for the 20th edition. He won it by just 1 point overall. A thrilling finish to our 20th year of racing. Well, it's been a thrill being here once again for our St. Francis Tulsa Tough, our highlight of our Criterium block of racing here right now. It's been an honor to call the shots. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. Special thanks to our producer, Tommy Russell, and everybody else in the booth. We'll see you guys next year for the 21st season of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Two, one.